rage and regret consuming me. Sun's going down and I feel like getting cold. I step outside, but the chill is from your soul. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by. Getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you've had your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours.
Kia, movement that inspires.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या?
तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू
रोंडो? रन
नेशन वांट्स टू नो कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो अभी बताओ मुझे रोंडो।
अरे ओ कालिया कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार।
रोंडो?
कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो?
क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में।
रोंडो आगे।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप। Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
डिलीवरी ऑर्डर रेडी।
समझा नहीं क्या भाई? अपना भाई वाव मोड में है।
Wow.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BMPS 2025. This is Super Johnny John by IC Baby alongside with me, and it's day number 4 of our competition. Day 3, my apologies. We have witnessed 4 groups in action on the first 2 days, and today we get to witness the last 2 groups that were remaining, Group E and Group F, for this opening round. And I see for the first 2 days, what we have witnessed is how every single time the cutoff is set for the top 8, it keeps getting beaten, and these last 2 groups, they basically have the target all laid out.
It is going to be very, very interesting to see how the cutoff is going to be in later on, especially when they are going to be playing a total of 12 matches, right? So almost everybody's going to be playing almost everybody in each 3 matches respectively when the shuffle actually happens as well.
Yeah.
So when that actually happens, this is going to completely affect the overall mentality, right? So if there are times that, let's say in your position, if you're a team that is really, really mechanically firepowered and you're placed with teams that are not as good as you guys, and if you do not dominate in those lobbies, you're going to be in some for trouble.
I mean, so far what we are seeing is just the first few glimpses of all of these teams, because we discussed this on day 1. There were a lot of reshuffles that happened, and because of that, the first 3 days of the competition was just just about testing the waters, if you will. And now I think what everyone is waiting for is to see what will happen after the first initial reshuffle, because as you mentioned, there is a lot more matches that they have to play. There is a possibility that you're going to be playing the same teams, maybe in your same groups, but you do get to go up against a few of those names that you will have an opportunity to kind of beat down in those early drop clashes, which we are seeing, by the way, quite a lot of. Especially considering because of the roster changes, no one knows where anyone is going anymore.
Exactly. So it's going to be a little bit different as well. But to give you guys a little bit of an update on how things are happening here for this past 2 days, the current overall standings having FS Esports right on the tippity top here with 49 points after playing 3 matches, followed by OG with no chicken dinners, 45 points, and Learn from Pass at 42 points, Raven Esports at 40 points, Team Forever with 39 points, K9 on 38 points, God's Reign on 33 points, and Autobots on 33 points. So as of yet, the cutoff for the top 8 here is going to be 33 points. So times 4 is going to be 129 points.
And again, a reminder to everyone why we are prioritizing the top 8 and the top 16 a lot more than everyone else is because how the format works in round 1, if you are in the top 8, you get to move directly into semifinals week 1. 9 to 16 place teams will move to round 3. Everyone else goes to round 2 except the bottom 16 of the overall leaderboard. And as we have been talking about it, so far 64 teams have showcased what they are made of, some doing better than others. Today, the final 32 will be taking the battleground, and we are going to get to witness a lot of these big names in action for the first time in this realme BMPS 2025. Names like HECTOR VASISTA, for example.
Oh yeah, HECTOR VASISTA is going to be something that I'm looking forward to actually watch out for as well, considering that they do have a new addition. And that new addition is pretty much the rising star of realme BGIS 2025. So the rising star, Scary Jot, was pretty much poached off, I would say officially poached off from Board Army Esports, now playing in this roster.
Yeah, we call that a player transfer.
Oh, sorry, player transfer, oops. But all things considered, considering how he was performing in the entire journey throughout the his run in BGIS in general, it makes a lot of sense why he is going to be someone that we are going to be looking out for coming into its Vasista's roster right now.
Yeah, and talking about Vasista roster, we saw those big names just move out. Fierce is going to be joining Wild Fangs, and then you have Pukar, who's going to be with the Moneymakers this time. We're going to witness them in action, and that is going to be on paper that teams look like a hard-hitting team.
Okay, to give you guys a little bit more context as well, Moneymakers is going to be a brand new roster.
Yeah.
But it does have a very, very strong lineup. We have the defending champion of BMPS and also the MVP Joker in that roster joining the ranks with Pukar. So that's going to be something that I'm looking forward to as well, because his, Joker's run with Team Revenant Expert in BGIS was very, very lacking.
Yeah, and if I'm not wrong, even Aditya is going to be part of that team after bidding adieu to his old teammates from Cincinnati Kids. So that is a team that I'm very excited to witness. But they're going to play the second half of the day, ladies and gentlemen, because they are part of Group F. So now we focus on Group E once again. I see we have the schedule on our screens: Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, followed by Sanhok, Miramar, Erangel. And of course, when we talk about Group E, the biggest story of redemption from Group E, and in particular this was Team Jelly. Now they are known as True Rippers officially since the finals of realme BGIS 2025, and they have been absolutely incredible. Metal Esports, they found a few extra players for themselves. The collaboration came through, and now it's Phoenix Metal. So I think the gaps have been filled. Amit is not going to be required to play anymore.
Well, I guess so. Hopefully it's going to be okay here, considering that Amit was doing pretty okay, considering their hiccups from BGIS. They had a little bit of a sudden roster shuffle before heading to the grand finals. But of course, all things considered, Vasista, obviously we have to talk about Scary Jot. You know, we've got Fury, HECTOR's going to be part of the roster as well. Rising Inferno Esports having a little bit of rebrand in the name, formerly known as Hail Inferno Squad, now as a Rising Inferno Squad.
Yeah, with how they performed, I think even they were kind of upset. Yeah, we can't hail ourselves. We have to rise again. Troy Tamilan Esports is going to be there, of course, a well-known name. We have Aura EMP, Chenab Valley. We did witness them in the earlier rounds of realme BGIS this year. Quite an interesting name. And, of course, there were moments of brilliance, but no consistency from this team.
Yeah, agreed. And, of course, you know, when it comes to Royal Emperor, I really, really want to see how well they actually perform as well, considering that they do need to make a little bit of comeback. But, yeah, next one here, we have Team ARYAN, we have Mysterious, we have Money.
Oh, Moneymakers.
Moneymakers, right here. We've got Clutch God, Joker, Aditya, Pukar, Gods, and Neo part of this roster.
But this is a team that can lift trophy if they play well. If all these players are just playing their fundamentals right, all of them have at one time. I mean, Clutch God has been a trophy lifting player. Joker has been a trophy lifting player. Pukar, he's quite aggressive even as an IGL. That is the one thing that is going to be a big confusion over there. Like, who IGLs? Will it be Clutch God or Pukar taking the reins of the team in control? But we have BO7S as well. This is a team that you used to like a lot, Icy.
Well, formerly known as BO7S, now going for the full name Brothers of Seven Sisters.
Yeah, we're still calling them BO7S.
Yeah,
right?
definitely for sure. But I've always had a very, very random thought. What's it like to be a single guy out of having 7 sisters in the family?
What?
Yeah, Brothers of Seven Sisters.
Yeah,
You have 7 sisters, and then you're the only guy.
It's like
family.
a geographical thing about the 7 rivers.
I see.
Yeah, in
Yeah,
India.
again, that is that.
We'll take a map, we'll break it down for you later, buddy. But again, I think this group again looks quite strong, filled with a lot of star players. I mean, a lot of them coming together and playing together for the first time. So it is going to be quite interesting to see what the performance in the matches is actually going to look like. But hey, now for a change on day number 3, we did predictions. And I see, what was your prediction?
My prediction, I made things a little bit interesting here. I was actually deciding between a lot of these teams as well. SBA was a pretty good shout. I think True Reapers was pretty good. Hector VASISTA was pretty good as well. I think I went for Moneymakers.
You went for Moneymakers?
Yeah, just to keep things a little bit interesting. Just because there was Joker in the play.
Oh, you're again going to believe in that wild card Joker.
Why not? Joker.
Yeah, sure. My prediction, I kept it simple. I was like Hector VASISTA. The Hector has a tendency of doing well on day number 1. I don't know what's going to happen in the rest of the matches, but hopefully today they play well.
Okay. Seems like you are going to go for VASISTA here, and that makes a lot of sense as well.
Hector VASISTA. Well,
Hector VASISTA. For me, I can see where you're going at as well, just because I'm a big fan of Scary Jot.
Oh,
Considering the amount of clutch meisters, clutch making play capabilities he's done consistently, not just in the group stages, but also in the LAN finals as well. It's just very unfortunate that their team didn't actually finish in the first half of the leaderboard. But he was actually consistently making plays throughout the game. So it makes a lot of sense why I want to see him perform with a more experienced team.
Yeah, I mean, that is definitely someone that I think everyone is going to look out for, because as you mentioned, yeah, realme BGS 25 was when we saw him play the best he has ever had.
Yep.
And now what people want to see is, can he be consistent in a different tournament as well, and can he be consistent for an entire calendar year? Because moments of brilliance every now and then is fine, but if you can be consistent tournament after tournament, that is what's going to make you a great player. And I think that is what Hector VASISTA are going to be banking on as well this time. Although for your team, Moneymakers, man, every time I look at this lineup, I think about the players involved. It just gets scary, man. Even Neo is there. He hasn't played in a long time, but, you know, the man has a capability to drop big numbers anytime he steps in. And he's going to be playing with Clutch God if he does.
Well, the question here is he going to be making an appearance? Is going to be the question here. But without further ado, enough of us yapping. We're going to be jumping towards the first game here for day number 3. And it is going to be kicking things off with Group E as well as in the map of ARYAN itself.
Well, here we go. It is going to be game 1 for Group E, day number 3, match 13 overall. And it is going to be an exciting one for sure. First time we are seeing these teams in action. We have the flight path starting from the northwestern quadrant of the map, going all the way towards No More Rep Noise, southeast, a diagonal flight path, one preferred by majority of these lads. It won't be making anything too difficult, but for the last few days, the circles on an angle have been quite interesting from our perspective, from the players' perspective. For us, they have been very entertaining. We got to see that wildcard military circle in game 1 yesterday itself.
Well, let's see how things are going to be happening here as well, considering the flight path is going to be very unpredictable, right? Sometimes, you know, it's going to be favored, sometimes it's going to be favored north side, south side, but I feel like this is a pretty balanced one. So the circle, technically, we won't expect a hard shift directly. But again, I don't really want to jinx it as well. We've seen like first circle with 30% in the water.
Yeah, that's what happened, right? I remember that the other day the flight path was from Primos to Stalber Kameshki, and then you have this military island circle with like 40% water, not enough land for other teams to play with.
I think we had one in Milta as well, where
Yeah.
I think right from the get-go there was like already 30% is just in the water in the southeast corner of Milta. So that's going to be a very difficult one. But so again, when it comes to BGMI in general, the teams, they all have to prepare for the unpredictable factors. So trusting your team, trusting the basics is very, very important. But seems like we are going to have a southeast fight. So farm are going to be smack middle of the circle. South side of the map is going to be included as well. Novo is in picture. So I think this split is going to be in a situation where we might see the circle end towards the southwest corner of farm potentially.
Could be, but if you go a little bit towards the west, I think there was a little bit of a conflict for those vehicles between Dragonclaw Esports and Hector VASISTA out of everyone else. Although no casualties early inside of the game. And yeah, it was Hector VASISTA. They have control of a few of these Gatka compounds. And a very interesting start by Tamilan as well. They have a 3-1 split happening. One player all the way towards the gas station right next to the military bridge lighthouse. And then 3 players playing the city of Pochinki. But let's see, still waiting for an early conflict, because as these teams find those vehicles, they are making those movements. And Dragonclaw in particular, it seemed like, are going to walk into a trap. And there we have it on the finish feed itself. Hector VASISTA finding the first finish of the game as they begin the fight. Pro knocked out, but Dragonclaw with a retaliation, they pick off Fury and they save their fallen comrades. So the finish conversion wasn't there, and Hector himself becomes one of the first players to be eliminated here. They come Scary Jod and Zin alongside with him. The spray whiffed, a lot of shot missed out on, and this is going to be a big mistake. Zin barely survives. Dab God also knocked out on the flank as Scary Jaw times in, so they do trade out 2 for 3. Dragonclaw Esports down to their last man.
Well, mistakes were made. They were a little bit split off here as well. You talked about a scuffle when it comes to collision. Scary Jaw, they were looting a little bit too long. They weren't expecting company, but right for the get-go, they returned fire. They were able to trade things off, but now Scope pretty much the only player left. SKOP from the side Dragonclaw Esports. He doesn't have a lot of mets, and he's so far away from his teammates as well. So does he want to get his revenge this early? But like it or not, both teams, right from the get-go, they are taking casualties.
The unfortunate part is that SKOP does not even have a weapon for this particular duel. I mean, with an Uzi this distance, you're going to whiff the entire clip. And even the DBS is not going to do anything. Zen and Scary Jod, if they keep their distance, they might actually come out on top.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate as well, considering that, like I said, Uzi is very, very difficult. Scary Jod, he may have a Bison. It is going to be on the same category of SMGs, but if you compare it to what Zin has, he's got the UMP and the Scar L just now. So that weaponry is the one that's going to be a little bit more toxic in this situation between this fight. So Scary Jod, I'm pretty sure he definitely scouted out SKOP. He has a rough idea. But considering that Harsh has not been confirmed yet, he is going to be waiting things out. But he sees a small pixel though. This is why he is damn good. Like, I wouldn't have been able to spot that body underneath that.
I think they were just wondering why that last reviving player hasn't peeked out yet and realized that Harsh might have been pinging his information the entire time. Finally, the confirmation comes through. And SKOP, he's going to be left alive all alone in the back lines in the fields of Gatka. I mean, a very awkward start for Hector VASISTA, to be honest, because they were the ones who opened things up. Fury found the opening knock for his team, and yet him and Hector weren't really able to handle the conflict moving forward. In fact, Fury found 2 knocks. His teammates had to show up to get the confirmations.
Well, all things considered, Johnny here, Caster's curse seems to be real for you today.
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
Hey,
Seems bad.
See, if Revenant X-Park can get a chicken dinner with 2 players,
3
players, yeah, Hector VASISTA can also probably break into the top 5 with just 2 players, hopefully.
You know, in 2025, pretty much only the teams that actually got two players with a chicken dinner is none other than K9. But all things considered, if you guys want to win your chicken dinners, guess what? You can check out the realme GT7 on Amazon and win up to 2 lakh rupees in general for this long play without overheating, boasting. Well, not really a boast. It is a matter of fact where you can actually play up to 6 hours, up to 120 FPS with no lags whatsoever.
Yeah, it's going to be extremely stable, but instability spotted in Moneymakers for a little bit. Pukar knocked out, but the Savior Clutch God is going to be there. Aditya getting those 2 initial picks for his team. Moneymakers off to a great start. A fight out into the open. There was a potential third party as well coming in from Hector VASISTA. They have the compounds. on the foothills of this hill. Oh, that's never gonna connect. It's too much distance.
Hey, all things considered, believe in the psychopath. But all things considered, now Moneymakers, they actually could not save Pucar. They tried very, very much. It was down to the last tick, but the random stray bullet gets confirmed, and now Moneymakers is gonna take a tumble here with Pucar.
They could have put a vehicle there for cover.
Well, they just do not have those vision, but it seems like Hector and VASISTA is not too happy that both the casters on the English desk has predicted them.
Oh man.
And they're gonna make both casters have the casters now.
I mean, your pick was Moneymaker as well, man.
Exactly, that's why we're both cursed together.
Oh, well, let's see. Now we're just hoping for a decent performance at the end of the game, right? I mean, the hopes for a chicken dinner are going to be quite dire, but let's see. Hopefully they just do well and stay in the top 5. As long as they're getting double-digit points, I'm a happy man.
Well, all things considered, the team that we failed to mention just now is going to be White Walkers. New champions, White Walkers. Also going to be a part of the roster with losing 2 players right from the get-go. So that's going to be a little bit of a downside. However, Royal Emperor making a little bit of comeback into this tournament here. That's something that I'm curious to see. Now with the brand, a little bit of rebound with Aura Esports. I'm curious to see whether or not can they make a comeback. Because in their journey coming towards BGIS, they could not qualify, shying only 1 point into the semifinals.
But hey, look at what this farm circle is doing to all of these teams. There's so much early aggression, so much fighting going on. And farm, especially as a terrain itself, does not have a lot of cover for these teams to work with. So whoever gets there early will have to look for any sort of safe haven that they have for themselves.
And all things considered here, you guys should check out the Kia Ceros, which is currently out in market as well, with its enhanced control 5-star BNCAP rating, smart cruise control with stop and go, front collision warning, and avoidance assist to help you drive on safety net. And of course, it does, once again, have a 5-star BNCAP rating for your peace of mind.
Yeah, man, we were talking about a safe haven. That's going to be the Kia Ceros for you. But for Royal Emperor, I mean, he's been spotting them, stalking them, at least the last minute and a half. Pulls the trigger, no shot connection found, with the circle taking a very awkward shift towards the west. It's a slight western shift, but now all of that wave of teams is forced towards the eastern half of the circle. The game takes a turn. Moneymakers, they're back in it, I guess.
Well, seems like my prediction is kind of on point as well. South side of farm, seems like everybody's going to be hitting that direction as well. Tamilan Esports right in the middle. Royal Emperor immediately seeing the circle, make a mad dash for it as well. So this compound is going to be very important here for Royal Emperor to cut off mid-rotation people. We've also got Walkers also coming in play as well, new champions currently in the fray. They are going to be collided by Metal, so that's going to be something that I'm curious to see, because Phoenix Metal, they do have the numbers advantage. So it all comes down to how well they make a defense for this. ASSAM Tigers Esports. Oh, actually, it's going to be ASSAM Tigers Esports. Bro. Apologies here. As Walker, maybe the 5th member of White Walkers in the future.
Could be, man. Then it's going to be White Walker. Oh, that's going to be difficult to say in a fight, but here's a little bit of a replay. Moneymakers against the players of new champions White Walker. As you mentioned, they lost 2 at the hands of Moneymakers, and then Moneymakers, a soft little third party coming in from HECTOR VASISTA. There we have it. Zin getting the confirmation onto Pucar. But Phoenix medal, this is the new medal after the collaboration with Phoenix, and both the teams actually ended up doing quite well in their overall run. But Venom, a shot in the smoke to dish out some damage, and the preemptive nade gets the knock. ASSAM Tigers, they open things up. Can they get the confirmation? Can they press their advantage against the players of Phoenix Medal?
ASSAM Tigers, Luffy saws the pixel. No, he looks away, and Venom actually crawls to safety. That's a little bit unfortunate, but look at the terrain itself. Metal, they will have a very difficult time trying to traverse those terrains without hard committing all those vehicles. So as of yet, they have to make the decision quickly, or not, they are going to be hunted down. But seems like ASSAM Tigers says they are going to be looking for that confirmation. Vipers pushing up forward. He's spraying through the smokes here. He does clip him by a little bit, and that's going to be him going down for sure from the side of Venom. As Metal not going to be able to do anything about this.
Yeah, they actually could not do anything about it. I mean, that was a very awkward position for Venom to get knocked out in. But ASSAM Tigers now, opportunity is there for them to press Metal to try and see if they find a second knock. And it's just a squad wipe through and through from there. The only problem is the cluster of teams around them. Due to this circle being an open one, there is a lot of potential third-party opportunity for all of these other squads. So at this point, you're just paranoid about getting shot through the windows as well.
Agreed. Circles pretty much shifting as well. It seems like it is going to be very, very interesting as well because the circle actually shifts all the way to the farm vicinity. And it seems like my prediction is kind of spot on for today. Not sure what's happening here. Usually Icy Baby's got the caster curse, but let's take a look at what True Reapers is thinking as well. They are going to be playing on the edge on the south side. New champions are going to be on the south side as well. We do see SBA taking the potato heals on the north side. Unfortunately to say, the circle is not going to be shifting to the north side. So all that advantage is going to be forced down and forcing them to actually rotate down. So this feels kind of familiar, this circle, Johnny.
Yeah.
Very familiar too.
I think we all remember that FS.
Oh boy.
3 hovercraft chicken dinner from realme BGIS 2025 semifinals.
Yeah, and
I
look
think
exactly where they're standing right now. I think Clutch God is exactly in
Yeah.
that position.
He's gone for the shoreline.
Oh boy, for money. they've learned this before. I think True Reapers has the most experience playing this circle because every single time with that circle happened with FS taking the chicken dinner, it's in this exact same spot.
I mean, it's going to be interesting to see if they can actually secure that big win. But we saw that map a few moments ago, and BO7S, that is a very awkward rotation from their side. They were moving in from shelter. They are still towards the northeastern quadrant of the play zone, but not exactly inside of the circle. They are towards the northeastern edge. Now, breaking in is going to be a big challenge, and then you have to traverse through the entirety of that open farm position. They won't find any cover. I think that team has just trapped itself.
Agreed. But at the same time, on the finish feed as well, we do
Oh,
see True
no.
Reapers actually having a little bit of run in with new champions, and they are actually taking casualties. Meanwhile, VASISTA, HECTOR, VASISTA, where did they get 4 finishes? Okay, Zin was able to third party a little bit away early on for new champions. But aside from that, it seems like they're still in it. They're not giving up yet. That's great.
Yeah, they're
Fantastic.
trying to survive. They're playing outside of the play zone in the safe haven between the blue and the play zone itself. So their strategy seems simple. Just let everyone push through and you just stay back. Watch it. Whenever you find someone bleeding, that's when you try and take them out. And talk about getting taken out. This time, it seems like money makers right on the money itself going up against Mysterious Esports. They found 2 knocks. So they have the upper hand in this fight. Slay, gets slayed through the window. Nasty shot coming in from Joker himself. And Mysterious Esports, they're down to their last man. Depp, he's trying to survive, stays outside the barn house. They can't really do much. The numbers disadvantage, the open position forcing a third party as well. Johnny, he's there, he's back, the nade being cooked. But gets shot through the window. Joker again with a very awkward angle that gives him an edge. Now Depp, the last man surviving, gets taken out, and it is going to be Moneymaker getting 3 more eliminations. So yeah,
What a
4.
What a flush coming in from Joker. What a statement. Both Joker and Aditya having this game. But all things considered, they've got themselves 6 finishes, and there's only been one team that has been officially eliminated here. So where are they finding all these finishes? That is insane.
They took 2 from new champions White Walkers, and now this squad wipe that happened
From Mysterious Esports. Oh boy, feel a little bit unfortunate here. But now, speaking of which here, the circle is not going to be shifting on the shorelines, unfortunately here. So we will not see the repeat of what FS circle is going to be looking like. It is going to be on the outskirts as well. And currently CV does have one of the best positions possible. We do see HPE as well. Dragonclaw is an okay spot, but they just don't have the numbers. But I do like what ASSAM has as well, because ASSAM's position has one of the safest cover and does have a lot of vision control on his northeast corner.
The only problem in their lives right now is Phoenix Metal, because they're sharing that one house.
Oh yeah.
Well, ASSAM is in one house, ASSAM Tigers are in one house, and Phoenix Metal are their next door neighbors basically. So that's the only problem for these 2 teams. Each other, but Moneymaker still playing that shoreline. But here we have it, a little bit of a replay, and Joker, so impressive in this fight, man. Just finding those awkward angles of conflict and taking out 3 players from the opposing side. They have a lot of map control because of that win now.
All things considered, I'm glad he's back.
Oh yeah.
But at the same time, BO7S making a little bit of bounce back coming into this game here. Ghostface, known to be one of the star MVPs coming from BO7S, with a little bit of a roster shuffle. I'm curious to see how they take up with this approach against ASSAM Tiger Esports, because ASSAM Tiger Esports, they've got the high ground. I would say the higher parts of the compound. They will have a little bit of advantage considering that they know for a fact that they do not just share with one neighbor. They are having another neighbor on the other side, on the south side, which is Phoenix Metal. So they have to be a little bit more patient on where and when do they pounce on the opponents.
And look at these two lads, Hector, VASISTA, Scary Jord and Zin still alive. And of course, they're still alive because we have just lost one team in this game till now. Those 4 eliminations. Right now, these two individuals are hoping, like, guys, please fight each other. We want those placement points if we can get them. So please take each other out as quickly as possible. They're playing from the northern edge of the circle. SBA is going to be the first team blocking their way. You see ARYAN on the radar itself. This is not going to be an easy rotation. It's out into the open fields.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult as well, considering that they are going to be making a lot of noise. But the only option that Hector or VASISTA can pretty much do is just try to stay alive. And if there's a major fight about to break down, they should look to third party this and get as many finish points as possible. So that's pretty much the only alternative they can pretty much do. But on the finish feed as well, we do see Royal Emperor also making a mark.
Just going back to that Hector VASISTA point, they had a massive opportunity to third party that Moneymakers fight before. Because we saw Zen just scoped in and he saw those bodies drop. He saw Moneymakers Joker just running out into the open, but they did not go for this finishes. I think they're just trying to play it safe. But Phoenix Metal, ASSAM Tigers and BO7 are still staring those compounds close to the center of the circle. The good thing, it's close to the center. The bad thing, a hard shift right now towards the west is just going to completely ruin their day.
Yeah, this is going to be a very important circle as well. Best what it is going to shift everyone to the west side as well. But what I do know is that the compounds on the east side is going to be very, very busy really soon here, because that is going to be the hard gatekeep from the southeast corner. So every single team is going to be looking to dodge that way through. But Dragonclaw, they get finished off. Moneymakers, they come in, they flush him out, but they are all stuck inside one small little compound.
Yeah, and it's going to be target practice for new champions White Walker. 2 players from the side of Moneymakers knocked out. That's such a tight angle. Even True Rippers has a line of fire. I think Moneymakers might be done for. A scramble for that shack, and their game completely ruined. Aditya, the last man surviving, as Muglu just pushes forward, gets taken out at the hands of Aditya, and he still survives, but only for a few seconds. True Rippers, they end the journey for Moneymakers in this game number 1. 8 eliminations on the board, but still no placement points, although I have to say that is a pretty good performance.
Agreed, but at the same time, True Reapers, they are going in for the cleanup as well to double check if there's going to be anybody as well. Hovercraft comes through, provides a little bit of a protection. Kill Lamau. Going to be going for the bait and switch, trying to bait out somebody come out. But they are going to have this shack completely surrounded. So many bodies inside there. And NC having only one player left inside. Ninze going to be cooking up the nade. He needs the perfect lob. It looks good. Does it connect? It doesn't lob it through the small tight window though. So Viro's still alive, but they go for the tandem nade comes through. But he's still dodging and weaving, but there's only so much space he can do, and he will finally go down. Sam picks him up.
Man, all that utility just for one player. That's the only thing I'm a little worried about. But hey, Phoenix Metal, they have a lot more concerns. Royal Emperor is there. There's another team moving in. And Aimbot, he's just trying to make sure that the players from the side of IR are going to be low in HP. Inferno Rising Esports. Phoenix Metal, they've done a pretty decent job just surviving all this time. They've had this compound for a long time. They were able to secure 3 eliminations. And since they haven't had to do a lot up until now, I think they've saved a lot of utility, saved a lot of ammunition. But now it's go time, and well, they go back to the lobby. An unsuccessful push against Executor and his teammates. And, well, Phoenix Metal, all I see is ashes.
Great, but Inferno Rising Esports, they've definitely making a little bit of comeback here. But at the same time here, SBA, they are going to be the teams that are very macro-leap sound. But I'm really curious to see how SBA plays this game, because it seems like they do have 2 new additions here. Hitler, formerly from Bot Army Esports, and Cyrex, formerly from Genesis Esports. Yeah. So I'm not exactly sure if this is going to be the same SBA from before.
It's definitely not. I mean, even Devotee joins in over here. So, yeah, this team has been built from scratch all over again. And they need to be careful, because if you see on the radar, it feels like they are the ones who have surrounded Chenab Valley. But Chenab Valley has concrete cover. So it gives them an edge if a fight breaks out. Of course, there's a third party from Twice a Million Esports from the distance as well. As Mac does try to take a few pot shots on the just random shots inside of the smoke, but finds no contact.
I'm curious to see how SBA actually plays this as well, because on track record-wise, Cyrex and Apollo, when they were playing together in Genesis, were the top fraggers of the team itself. So this time having a little bit of a dispute and split, and also considering that Cyrex was completely not played in the LAN finals as well, it's just a little bit curious. But for now, let's take a little replay on that fiasco coming from new champions here, because this flush against Moneymakers, Aditya had no choice but to push out, gets the confirmation, but when he tried to go back into the shack, he walked in towards a spray, ran just blind sprays coming from True Reapers and just got picked off.
I just saw on that finish feed how Klutch got knocked out. So the car was mid-air, the lad from New Champion switched his seat mid-air to the shotgun, got a knock onto Klutch God. It was a very cool moment, but yeah, did not get any time to celebrate. Had he gotten that squad wipe, would have it different. But hey, talking about squad wipes, DG in trouble. There's not a lot of space for them to work with Deadly Gaming. They are deadly, but well, so are the other teams. The third party comes through. This is what I was talking about. There is absolutely no concrete cover. Well, not absolutely. There is not enough concrete cover for everyone to work with. You're going to have to play around these small little shacks. And, well, it's just ending up being a baiting position for all of these squads. Because whoever goes in, we saw Moneymakers get eliminated. We just saw two teams take an exit. VO7 can be the next one with how close PMWIGL is. As he gets knocked out, the players in the back lines take an 8 as well. And an opening for Inferno rising. PMWIGL with the push, wants to get the wipe already. Dusty, he's fighting for his life. The smoke is there. Soft cover available, but Goten overshoots. He's going to have the back lines. And Vision as well. Marks the position for the nade. And the finish comes through. 9 eliminations for Inferno rising.
You can see the desperation coming from every single team coming from the southeast corner. They needed to push space inside the zone, and this small little shack is pretty much a very good spot, considering that it's one of the very few covers left in the southeast corner, and immediately you can see a huge cluster of vehicles completely decked out here, a graveyard of vehicles, and it is strongly fortified now in their hands. But of course, that is only provided if the circle shifts down to the southeast corner. But for now, let's take a look at what the rest of the war is thinking as well. SBA will be taking jab on the True Ripper Jelly all the way towards the west side of the map. That is going to be something that they have to worry about as well. The circle, they don't have vehicles. Right in the center, does not have a lot of terrain to work with. So everybody's hugging the edges because center has no cover, no defense, no place to hide whatsoever.
Yeah, the only team we see with concrete cover is Chenab Valley, and they're towards the northern side. But it is going to get intense with the next shift this game, because it will be out in the open completely. Honeybee Esports, they have a player knocked out. They are looking for a revive, but Inferno Rising, with how aggressive Inferno Rising has been, I think Honeybee Esports, they need to be careful. Both the teams playing from the southern half of the zone right now.
Oh, the circle actually shifts up to the north side as well. You talked about this as well. Chenab does have one of the best possible positions to punish everyone. Same can be said for SBA in the northwest corner. So everyone needs to push in. So that's going to be something that they have to worry about as well. Inferno Rising Esports, they may have gotten this shack, but all this fortified cover of graveyards of vehicles is not going to help them out, as they need to push out. And their next closest neighbors is going to be the guys coming from HBE. And that is going to be Honeybee Esports. We haven't heard from them for quite some time in this game, but finally making the top 5, looking to close out the game with a chicken themselves.
It's going to be, well, the opportunity is there, but this team has been extremely passive this whole time. Just one finish on the board. They've broken into the top 5. They gotta be aggressive. They have the numbers to work with. All 4 players still alive and intact. The only point of concern is Chenab Valley actually has a line of fire for their position, so those shots coming in their direction are going to make them panic. Rippers, Sam knocked out. That could be done. Yeah, they're done.
Oh no. That's just so unfortunate there, just to be picked off just like that to the zone. Oh boy, so unlucky.
Not just the zone, like it was like they were caught in a crossfire from Honeybee Esports and Chenab Valley, so Yeah, unfortunate for True Rippers, but we're finally down to the top 4 teams of this match. Executor is going to lob that nade through the smoke. Chenab Valley chiming in as well as Brawly OG gets knocked out. Sekiro, he's going to get finished off by Baby Girl from Chenab Valley. That's a nice name.
Yeah, it is definitely my baby girl. Yeah, sorry, what? Huh?
What?
Icy baby. Never mind,
Oh.
forget it. Move on. Anyways, SBA is gonna break out against CV as well. We do see Hitler getting a nice knock on towards Zane. Devotee pretty much knocked off here, so it is gonna be a 3 versus 2 as they go in for the push. CV, they had the high ground advantage, but they have those combos, but they are getting completely flushed through. Now Hitler with the bomb shot. What a shot at Hitler! An absolute menace in this game. Now continuing to push here. The reload comes through. S12K going for the flank. He knows exactly where he is. He's going to be on the hunt. CV, he's panicking his way through ARYAN, baiting him. They know his inside. He's going for the wraparound. He saw the pixel and he's going to get down. And that's going to be SBA with the royal flush here. Absolutely dominating CV in that fight.
Yeah, and SBA with that play might not have just gotten themselves the finishes, but they might have taken the chicken dinner away from Chenab Valley as well, because Inferno Rising and Honeybee Esports collide against each other. Numbers are going to be low, and SBA stands there on that hill slope with a man advantage to work with. BMW IGL again making the pounds, hoping for the double-digit finishes in this matchup, and I believe they already have it as well. No utility, the need comes through. There it is, 10 eliminations. But Zod, line up, both players in front, gets the first, gets the second, gets finished off. But now we are in an even-Steven situation. It's a 2 versus 2 for the endgame, for the chicken dinner, for Group E. And man, oh man, I see this group is extremely exciting. BMW IGL, one more finish on the board. The last one we want for massive chicken dinner. Who gets it? SBA or Inferno Rising?
My goodness, this is a very close match as well. Comes down towards a 1 versus 1 ARYAN. Can he clutch it for the team? The nade comes through. Oh, looks to be on point. It does do a little bit chip damage, but no confirmation yet. He's going for this second nade, but it's a little bit off the mark, so they might get the reset right here. As ARYAN, can he lob it once more? It looks good. Oh, almost hitting the mark here.
Oh man, as you mentioned, it almost hit the mark. Almost being the key word. Because Inferno Rising have recovered. It's a 2v1. ARYAN, he's the last man left alive from his team. Has not a lot of util to work with. 3 stuns and 1 Molotov. And 2 opponents in front of him. He has used up all his grenades now. There are no more crates around him to loot up as well. But Pixel spotted out, so he knows at least where one of the players is.
Well, they're pretty much stuck in a tough spot as well, but as of yet, all he needs to do is just play the waiting game. The circle closes in, and it does give ARYAN that significant advantage because they need to push out from those small little ditches out in the open, which allows ARYAN free shots after free shots, but that is only provided if they play it safe. As you can see, smokes being set up as well. They know what's up. SBA ARYAN. Go for the spray. He's gonna make a try. He does get the knock, so it comes down towards a 1 versus 1 once more. Executor going for a pre-fire. He gets tagged up, but Executor, that is gonna be his opening here. It's out open, but another tap comes through, and ARYAN drops down pretty freaking low.
And it's now all down to Executor. ARYAN, he's going to try to heal up. The HP comes back, 275. But Executor, he has the nades, and the utility will again be the game changer with the molly against the nade. Who's going to get flushed out, and who's going to get blown up? The nade misses the mark, and the Molotov, it's the same for the molly. There is no contact. ARYAN lobs out a stun, a move made out of desperation, and Executor, he's going to see him coming. ARYAN, how precise can you be with the shot connection? The nade is going to be lobbed out, no HP, a pixel on ARYAN, and he gets finished off, and it's Executor who somehow manages to clinch the win. And Inferno Rising, a very impressive chicken dinner to kick things off in their journey of the realme BMPS 2025.
What a comeback coming in from Inferno Rising Esports. What a debut coming in here for day number 3 of the realme BMPS 2025. But my, oh my, did not expect a play coming in from SBA as well as Halo Inferno squad. But ARYAN, it makes a lot of sense of why he wanted to go for the push. Like, he dropped all the utilities, he wanted to put the pressure, expecting that maybe he's low enough, but unfortunately, none of his utilities actually lobbed it over. So I would say a little bit of a misconception, misread from his part, but Executor played it super calm. Like, he could have picked any time, but you know what? Let's guarantee this. Lob the nade, cooked it profession, chip it down low, and then any random stray bullet would have taken down.
I mean, ideally it would, but we also know for a fact that an S12K to your chest is going to finish you in one shot. So that was like, at that point, when you're that close to the opponent who has the shotgun in his hand, it's a gamble, man. That was scary, that last 1v1. But I feel bad for ARYAN. He's very unlucky because we have the highlights on our screens. And I hope they show that ARYAN nade moment towards the end where PMWIGL was knocked out. Because he lobs out the first nade to the right. Does a little bit damage to Executor. Lobs out the second nade to the left. Does a little bit more damage. But PMWIGL comes back. Executor falls back and heals up. And PMWIGL also puts on his first aid and is back into a fighting position. The last nade here, ARYAN threw it right down the middle, but it made absolutely no contact.
I think it came down to just the plays itself. Like, I think this is a well-deserved win coming from Inferno Rising Esports, because if you do remember that catch on towards both Devotee and Cyrex, pretty much I was questioning as well, why did they not see a prone guy out of nowhere?
Agreed.
And they just got a free 2-man knock, which resulted in ARYAN having single-handedly carried the entire fight himself.
Yeah, that was the game-changing moment. Otherwise, SBA would have definitely secured this win for themselves. But to be honest, SBA did quite well. I think 8 eliminations were secured from this match, and this is it.
Yeah,
Cyrex. He just lines up 2 who did not see him lying in the grass. Inferno Rising shut him down, and then they get those extra finishes for themselves. So overall, a very, very exciting game, and I think it makes sense because we are witnessing Group E in action.
Yeah, it is definitely one of a intense one as well. Executor just playing out of his mind in this situation, getting those confirmations, right? Like, even though Inferno squad was actually dropping bodies, Executor was the guy always trading really, really efficiently in his fights on the west side. And now even this 1 versus 1, which could have been resulted in them losing out, but he just played it cool, very calculated as well. And the one that got a little bit more jumpy, in this case ARYAN, hell, he paid the price.
He paid the price for that, and but I don't think it's going to be a big penalty for ARYAN and the players from SB as well, because top 2 finish in game number 1, so they definitely are off to a great start themselves. Same goes for the third team that was present inside of the top 3. But I have to say, opportunity was there for Chenab Valley to walk away with the win. It was stolen. What a clean fight by SBA when they made that bounce.
I think that was a small clutch coming from Hitler as well. Like, his double rush was just so spot on. Everything was just pixel perfect movement. But unfortunately to say, you know, that is pretty much it for the top side. But what about the guys in the bottom? Because Moneymakers, one of those teams that I predicted, didn't really work out. In your case, VASISTA didn't really work out as well. Like, they had one of the worst run-ins coming in the debut match. But fortunately for, I think, VASISTA, HECTOR VASISTA, they were able to get a few finishes here and there right from the get-go, but they just don't have enough placement points.
Yeah, both the teams, Moneymakers and VASISTA, are going to be lacking placement points, but let's we'll have a look at that when we have a look at the match rankings. So far, stars of the match.
That's only one dude.
7 finishes. He's the finisher. He's going all out. He is the best companion. He's going to be the MVP. It's just one man who dominates the lobby.
Yeah, he's the guy that does every single thing in that match, man. Like, that is just insane here. Executor, definitely the stars of the match. And I'm pretty sure the MVP is going to be him, for sure. Like, when you have honorary titles like this and get all the titles and then not get the MVP, I think this game is rigged.
Yeah, I mean, if that happens, then definitely even I'm going to be forced to say it, because at this point, give him the MVP. What are we waiting for?
Yeah, for sure. Definitely. He played really, really well. Unfortunately, we just could not see a lot of moments, but in that final moment, he definitely shined bright like a diamond. So that was a very, very good, I would say, highlight clip for him, for sure. But all things considered, I think when we talk about Group E, this is only their debut match. It is going to be ARYAN Gale here. So next 2 games, Game 2, Game 3, it is going to be a little bit of recovery here. So I think the biggest question mark for me is going to be Troy Tamilan Esports. What the heck happened to them?
Oh yeah, even I have no idea. Just like we saw them there for a few moments and then they weren't. Right off the bat, a lot of questions for Tamilan Esports because we saw how they began that game with a 3-1 wide split that I mentioned as well. One player all the way towards Lighthouse, 3 players in Pochinki City. Then they made an early rotation towards the center of the circle in stage 2 itself. But by the time stage 5 rolled around, I think they just forgot they had to get out of their cover and keep moving forward. Struggles, though, were clearly visible for True Rippers as well.
Yeah.
True Rippers, they were trying their level best. They went down to the shoreline, but I think that shoreline decision, just like it backfired for Moneymakers, it backfired for True Rippers as well.
I think if I were to rate the overall team performance of True Ripper in terms of their overall skill level, they would somewhere be an OG's level. And their playstyles are somewhat very similar as well. OG, when they debuted, they looked really, really strong and hungry. But this game, it didn't feel like that. They were late. Like, this is something that they don't really mess up a lot.
Yeah, it was again just like small little decision-making error. That shoreline position kind of delayed the rotation timing. But match rankings on our screens, 24 points for Inferno Rising. An amazing start. SBA ending the game with 15. We have Honeybee Esports. That was the team that was there in the top 3. And Zod was the reason that SBA does not win the game. But Honeybee Esports, 9 points for them. Chenab Valley with 8. And hey, Moneymakers did actually quite well for themselves. No placement points, but 8 finishes.
Hey, that's I would say it's a big W as well here. So that's going to be a very, very important run for them, especially in the journey to try and qualify towards round 2, 3, and well, maybe even semifinals in general. But as of yet, there's no certainty yet coming up from Group E in the very, very clean game. But it is on a good track here for both these two teams, which is SBA as well as Inferno, Rising Inferno. These two teams, if they are able to maintain the trend that we have had from day 1 and day 2 for 4 groups respectively, we might see somebody get kicked out.
I mean,
Autobots is currently in 8th place in overall standing.
Ooh, I think that is definitely going to happen though, because the advantage that Group E and Group F have is they know how many points they need in the to get inside of the top 8. The target is going to be set, and if you can find a way to get to that target, surpass it, or even get yourself close enough in this initial stage of round 1, you've basically set yourself up for success.
Yes, definitely, for sure. But in this case, I want to see how things go on towards game number 2 in terms of the map of Miramar, right? So when we talk about technical prowess here, Erangel, technically it is very, very macro-based, but that circle, it forced them to kind of play like a very similar to Sanhok playstyle. Miramar is a little bit more long-range. But when it goes to Sanhok, ooh, that's going to be a completely different chaos they have to worry about.
It was definitely one of the awkward angles we could have witnessed. But ladies and gentlemen, there's going to be more matches happening, all of that and more after this very short break.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या?
तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है तू। रोंडो? रन।
नेशन wants to know कहाँ है ये रोंडो?
रोंडो?
अभी बताओ मुझे रोंडो।
अरे ओ कालिया कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार।
रोंडो?
कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो?
क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में।
रोंडो आगे।
रन।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप. Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो. अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ. भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस.
अबे छोड़ो.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the realme BMPS 2025. You guys are currently watching the English broadcast and day number 3. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is going to be Big Boy Necro as we take you through the commentaries of day number 3 itself. Group E, starting things off here. Who would have thought that SBA and also Inferno, Rising Inferno, going towards a standstill in a 1 versus 1 situation with Rising Inferno coming up on top?
Look, at this point, it feels like the newer names are once again starting to make the mark. Just the way we're surprised in the realme BGIs, now they're pretty much replicating the same thing inside of the BMPS as well. And generally speaking, it's not a surprise for me. I expected this happening. The known names are now getting a major reality check, and in my opinion, if they do not improve right now, it's going to be a little too late because we all know they do not really have a lot of games right now at this point. And if they miss out on these first 3 games, it's going to be a big problem. But something that's not going to be a problem for you guys, it's also going to be the realme GT7 itself. If you move on towards Amazon and search for the realme GT7, you might just stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs. And not just that, what exactly is inside of this device? We're speaking of 7,000 mAh battery, and it also comes in with 120 watts charger. And let's not forget also that stable 120 FPS up to 6 hours, tested by Realme and Crafton guys themselves. So what are you waiting for? Move on towards Amazon. Check it out right now. The device is launching on the 27th.
Well, let's see, but at the same time, all things considered, when it comes out, I would really like to actually play it. But for now, let's talk about a little bit of game as well. Miramar is going to come in play here. Now, what do you think about this current matchup between all these teams here? Like, do True Reapers actually stand a chance in this map?
You're speaking of True Rippers, I just want to see Phoenix Metal once again back to their old gangster ways. I want to see the aggressive Phoenix Esports back over here inside of the playstyle. I do understand now they have pretty much merged up with Metal Esports.
Yeah.
Metal Esports brings in that calm, cool nature. But no, I want to see that aggression from them. But you know what? Without wasting any more time, we straight up jump inside of the map of Miramar as the plane's going to be hitting the skies once again, starting all the way from Truck Stop towards El Pozo.
Let's go. Let's see. No monkey business. Straight into the game here, into the action. And I want to see the flag path is going to be in a very awkward spot as well. Southeast corner. Sorry, I would say the east of the entire map and heading towards the northwest corner in general. It is a pretty northern side flag path, so that means teams heading towards the south side. Valdemar, Minas, Prison, Portona, everywhere is going to be very, very far off. Even Puerto Paraiso in general. So that's going to be something that I think is going to be a big problem for teams heading down south. But other than that, we did see Los Leones Circle being a favorite coming in towards this trend here in realme BMPS.
Yeah, without a doubt. I myself love urban circles, right?
No, I absolutely hate it. I'm sorry.
Why?
Because it's so long.
Look, man, for the players, though, they're tested to the maximum capability.
Like, back then, I used to love Los Leones because it's chaos. People just get picked off because they don't know what happened. And because of past history, everybody is like, you know what, let's play passive. It becomes really slow.
That's what the main problem is, right, inside of the urban circles. You never know where you're going to get shot at from, which window is going to be occupied by what player. It's always a big question mark. And speaking of the question mark itself, we do have the previous game's winner, Inferno, on the screen. And let's not forget Inferno, also known as Hail Inferno Squad in the realme BGS 2025. At the end of the day, they also do have that experience.
Yeah, they definitely do. Hail Inferno. I would say Inferno Rising Esports right now seems like a revamped version of their former self. So hopefully it is going to give them a little bit of consistency to push through. But let's take a look at the circle. It is going to be an eastern one here. We've seen Graveyard, we've seen Water Treatment, Cruzedeville in the mixed as well. Los Leones, pretty much only the north side is occupied. But I do see SBA already dominating the Minas vicinity. So Minas vicinity has a lot of mountain terrains, have one of the best compounds to, I would say not best compounds, best vantage points to actually stand on in terms of holding grounds against long distance fights. So I'd say this is something that they can consider rotating into it a little bit early and trying to chop those spots.
Okay, I mean, at this point for Inferno Rising Esports, everything's going to be good and dandy. And we do have the map feed available for ourselves, and I do see one of the men from the side of SBA actually moving real up close and personal against True Rippers Jelly. So that is probably a potential fight that might brew up. And speaking of the fights itself, we also do have Tamilan Esports. Ralphie spotting out the man as the opponent now sits inside the vehicles, but he whiffs a lot of those shots. Oh no, Ralphie is definitely going to be quite unhappy with all those whiffs. And because of that, Luffy just got a free getaway card, but he's still sort of messing things up.
Hey man, Luffy, run man, run. You gotta get out of there. ASSAM Tiger Esports, they had a pretty okay run in the previous round here. Great placements, but unfortunately the rush did not come true. So they were taken out rather early. But as of yet, look at this loot. They don't really have a lot of loot. ASSAM Tiger Esports, they're actually under-looted here. And Luffy doesn't have a lot to work with here. Has to kind of share his loot with his teammates. Maybe even making a skedaddle, but I don't know where he's going to be heading here. Because ASSAM Tiger Esports seems like they don't know where to go, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, just dipping away from that spot at this point, right? ASSAM Tiger Esports just does not exactly know what they want to do inside of the game, but maybe something that you should know is also going to be the realme GT7. It's launching on the 27th, so I would recommend you guys to move on Amazon and search for the realme GT7, and you might just stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs. Let's not forget, it also comes in with Ician's graphene rear cover, and that's not it. Stable 120 FPS up till 6 hours, tested by realme and the Crafton guys themselves.
Yep, definitely check this out as well. It looks really good here. We have a little bit of a picture on, I would say a little bit of feature for us with the phone in front of us, and it looks very, very nice. But, you know, let's take a look at towards the circle itself. I'm curious to see where are they going to be focusing on as well. True Reaper Jelly, they had a little bit of run-in with SPA just now. They had Jelly looking around, scouting things out, but SPA, they do have a decent amount of space to work it from the east side. So,
yeah,
I think ASSAM in that vicinity, which is going to be crashing towards them very, very soon, is also having very similar ideas to try and dominate those graveyard mountains there, which can zone control a lot in terms of long-range battles, but I don't see any DMRs on any teams yet.
Yeah, without a doubt, we don't exactly see that.
I think the only player that played DMR this entire 3 days is actually Lobster from Autobots.
Well, at the end of the day, DMRs, I do understand they are specifically made for long range, but when you've got M4 and a 6X, do you really need it, though? You can just spray down the players simply and get those knocks easily secured, and if you're someone who's mastered burst, then, well, it's all good and dandy for you, my friend. You're going to be connecting those headshots all day. We've got ASSAM Tiger Esports once again looking pretty lost. At least they found themselves a bit of that pathway, so they know what exactly they want to do inside of the game for now. They also are in the smack center of the circle, so it's looking okay.
Yeah, definitely is looking a little bit okay, but ASSAM Tiger Esports, they're, you know, going from compounds to compounds, rotating in the circle, trying to loot up a little bit more. But when they're doing that, that means that they don't really have full loots. They are gambling on luck just to actually hope that maybe, just maybe, they can find something along the way. So in case, you know, you're looking for meds, hopefully there is going to be some leads in those smaller compounds. So scavenging is going to be the key play style here coming from ASSAM. Whereas HECTOR, VASISTA, they have been inside Picado for the longest time. So no contention, which is very, very interesting to see how this happens as well. Moneymaker going to be on the north side of them. We might see a little bit of run in between both HECTOR, VASISTA, and Moneymaker again. Yeah. We had an early engagement between them in the area. This time in Miramar seems to be a very, very similar approach.
And look at the smack center too, starting to just fill up with a lot of teams now, looking like a blast of colors. You've also got a few teams on the extremities towards Trailer Park. For them, it's clear they are going to be moving in quite late inside of the circle and probably try to play from the edge. That's going to be one of the play styles that is quite tough to execute. And speak of executing things that are tough, even True Rippers, Jelly, taking their sweet little time, actually all the way towards El Azhar. So that movement's going to be a little bit wonky for them. Let's see how they decide to pave their pathway. You spoke about Moneymakers. It's one of those teams filled with veterans, of course, but still the performance from the game one itself, yeah, it was decent, but it's not something that you expect from a team like Moneymakers. I want to see them absolutely dominate the lobby.
Hey, we shall see. Only time will tell, because as of yet, they are going to be having a very, very solid high ground to work with towards the north side of Picado. So as of yet, they're hoping that the circle actually shifts towards San Martin, and when that actually happens as well, we might see a San Martin urban warfare.
Without a doubt.
I think it's a little bit better compared to Los Leones urban warfare, to be honest.
Look, it's also pretty fun if the circle forms in the end towards Hacienda del Patron.
Oh, that will be really fun.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen it. And Oasis is completely out of the way. Of course, the circle is not even closer to that area, but even Oasis circles are extremely fun. The terrain to play around is so weird.
Yeah, it's because it's weird, nobody has experience, and because nobody has experience, it makes mechanical prowess a significant advantage.
It makes everyone looks like newbies at that point.
I know, right? For those of you who do not know what Necro is talking about, Oasis is pretty much on the northeast side of La Cabrera. There's a couple of ponds on top of the north side, so that's going to be a very interesting one. Very rare zone coming to us there. And at the same time, let's take a look at the rotations coming in here. CV going to be hugging from outside the zone from La Cabrera as they rotate in. So they are going to be taking the unusual rotation path. So they are going to be driving up towards the mountains. But little did they know, on this bang bus, it's not exactly great for climbing steep mountains.
Yeah, and the fact that he's actually utilizing that vehicle in these type of terrains is actually quite bold. And speaking of Chenab Valley themselves, they're known for their consistency. They don't really go for flashy plays. And in the previous game as well, had a decent bit of points. They're trying to stick to that consistent gameplay once again. But Chenab Valley, the only reason why they were not able to qualify to the later stages was that consistency drop down in the player faces. So hold on to that thought. A bit of that kerfuffle finally happening on the screen. The spray and the shot was there. Vehicle as well rolls out in the open, and unfortunately for the player, now he needs to find a bit of that cover off the rip.
Well, it seems like they were a little bit desperate here, expecting company, but they were spot on. But based on the topography, they just could not get out. It seems like they do find a straggler here, as Zorro is pretty much in an engagement with Bruto from Chenab Valley. Nades comes through. He's pretty much stuck. Bruto needs to find a way to get out. He needs backup, and his teammates nowhere to be found in this scenario. And that's going to be a little bit of an awkward spot here coming in from them, as they actually need to make a run for it. And this is going to be very, very awkward here for this kind of scenarios. HPE coming into this play. CV is going to be colliding against them in this fight. HPE looking for the outskirts, going for the push, but playing this very patient though.
Yeah, Honeybee Esports tossing out the utilities as well. They probably do hear the footsteps, but they still do not know how to capitalize exactly on the foes yet. Even the Blue's going to start a move now. And this damage is something that the teams will need to be ready for to try and pass themselves up constantly. Chenab Valley starting to create some real problem to the Bees, and the Bees are ready with their stingers. They constantly want to sting the opponents and take them down in the end as well, but Chenab Valley, they're doing a perfect job isolating these duels. Utilities as well starting to make their mark, and the last man as well from Honeybee. He's taken down real low. Does not have a lot of HP to try and defend himself, but he pops that first aid at the nick of time, and the last man around this compound gets taken down. Still, there's a final man standing for the side of Honeybees in the back lines, and the call is made. He's going to try to back away from this duel.
Yeah, it is going to be very important as well. Chenab Valley Esports now currently in the most awkward situation outside the zone. They may have won the fight, but they are still outside the zone. Fortunately for them, they're going to be A-okay, but they need to safely get into zone because stage 3 is about to begin, and that is where all the world of pain is going to be coming in as well. And it is the hard shift circle, which is going to be happening in 25 seconds.
But Chenab Valley played so well. Patient, showed the perfection, waited for the opponents to make the mistake. And the moment they started overstepping the lines, that's when Chenab Valley decided to disrupt that flow and stop them in their tracks. Even the Blue is going to start a move once again. We've got Dragon Claw Esports on the screen. And for Dragon Claw as well, making it inside of the circle is going to be the main priority. Still, the smacks under the circle. It's a blast of colors. A lot of teams just tagged pretty much around that vicinity, and the next zone's going to be shifting on the top right. Everyone needs to go ahead and reposition before True Rippers. This will be a date with destiny.
Yeah, True Rippers, they might be aiming for those warehouses as well. That is going to be pretty much uncontested ground. Every team is going to be looking to try and pry open those warehouses defense. And as of yet, that those small little warehouses where we just saw a supply crate kind of pop up on top of there, that spot is not exactly the greatest hold in, but it is a very, very good spot to be very cheeky and annoying to work with. So I guess if they try to go for it, it's great, but at the same time, they need to be fast because they need to reinforce their formations before actually going for the push, because if they push in while other people are shooting at you, it's not a great spot to actually hide in.
Without a doubt. Dragon Claw Esports, at this point, they found themselves a bit of that shelter around San Martin. Not sure for how long can they keep themselves pinned in the similar vicinity. I'm pretty sure not for too long, but hold on to that thought. Tamilan Esports on the verge of being dismantled as well. They've taken too much damage upon themselves, but the same thing can be said even for the likes of SBA. Hitler, the only man around this vicinity for the side of SBA. We do see the cavalry approaching as well from the back lines, and SBA now, they might just have the numbers stronger. Ranveer wants to get the revival on towards Ralphie, but unfortunately, the man's also going to be ticked away slowly and steadily. Gets confirmed by the man Cyrax himself. Hitler tried to make the push up close and personal, but he gets taken down as well. Ranveer, the only man, the only glimmer of hope for the side of Tamilan Esports, and he's trying his best to keep his team alive. Cyrax as well, the only man standing for the side of SBA, and Cyrax is now getting pinned in the back. The suppressive fire is working out perfectly well. But even the Blue is starting to do some serious damage. Both these teams, they need to do something. They cannot waste a lot of time. And look at True Rippers. They're already here to third party.
Well, the party is beginning. Like I said, they are going to be colliding on towards those spots. But the question here is, will they be able to hold out? Because as of yet, True Rippers, they may be having the gatekeep in their advantage. But Jelly, just because he's outside the zone for a little bit longer, it forces teams like SBA to just completely slow down the tempo. Jelly finally making the call, says like, you know what, this zone kind of hurts. We gotta get out. And they are going to be bleeding out. Cyrax now leaving the last player from the side of SBA, despite a great run from the previous game. This time, not doing too much. Meanwhile, Moneymakers, they're going to be running in with CV.
Yeah, Chenab Valley, they've already won a proper fight before. And they've made sure that their foes retreat. But this time around, it's Moneymakers, the veterans that really want to take the fight up close and personal. And Chenab Valley, they need to try and reply back, but the utility utilization from the side of Moneymaker, it's going to be on the money itself. The nade tossed, it finds a perfect spot as well. That's going to be a confirmed knock that they were looking for. Even the UMP-45 up close and personal is going to find the knock. Unfortunately, the man stepped inside of the Molotov. He gets knocked out. Moneymakers, they've managed to take down the opponents to just a two-man squad. But the main problem is going to be the UMP-45s. Well, I guess not so. Even the DBSs, the shotguns, did not have a proper reply to the UMP-45s of Moneymakers.
That is going to be very, very important fight for them as well. Moneymakers making a little bit of recovery this fight, but all things considered, they're not out of the danger spot yet. They may be inside the zone, but they are right at the edge of the west side. Stage 4, Stage 5 means that this circle, if it shifts to them, it's great, but if it's not, they have to drive out. And look at all the topography as well. It's no man's land from everywhere itself. It's just hay bales after hay bales. One wrong move, one pop tire, pretty much flipped and stuck out in open with one or maybe even two hay bales out in open. And that's gonna be a very good spot to be in. Moneymakers making a little bit of recovery, but I want to see how the rest of the war is going to be happening as well, because as of yet, Meadow could be making a little bit of bounce back coming from the south side. They just barely make entry into the zone, and the gatekeepers are going to be ASSAM in front of them.
But I'm pretty sure Metal Esports is going to be quite unhappy losing on their main man, Fury. Now he's a part of VASISTA Esports, but let's have a look at the replay of the previous fight that happened. Moneymakers, what a way, and what a flawless way actually to take down Chenab Valley. And let's not forget, Chenab Valley is not just any of their team. They are experienced, and still they have been manhandled in such a way that they did not even stand a chance against Moneymakers. That execution was absolutely flawless, and of course, a big chunk of that also goes to Joker. He was able to single-handedly shut down 2 players.
Yeah, very, very nicely done coming from them here. But interesting enough, they've actually opted to go for UMP setups, the shotguns. Not exactly sure if they actually could not find it or not, but the plus side of having a UMP is that the jiggle firing is going to be very, very much more effective. So going for double peekings is way much more quicker than a shotty, which in this case, a shotty, you can only pump one guy. Whereas a UMP, if you go for 2 guys, if the shotty gets 1, the UMP is going to be able to immediately trade him off because of the kickback.
Well, there's 2 ways to look at it, but for now, I'm going to look at Phoenix Esports, which is, of course, Middle. And for Middle Esports, they're responding out a few rotations to the front. What the both wants to do. Shots were taken, but no connections yet. Finally, they were able to soften up that foe. On the verge of taking him down as well. As we have a look at the map, too. The center of the map is completely empty. And also, it's quad exposed, which makes a lot of sense, too, why it's so empty. And the moment the zone's going to be clearing on up towards the center, everyone's going to be messed up big time.
Yeah, speaking of which as well, it all comes down to the patient game, right? We do see a lot of long-range trades across the map as well. And I think HECTOR VASISTA in the southeast corner, they barely broke entry point from the south side, but they don't really have a lot of cover to work with. So that's going to be a little bit of signs of concern. But as you can see, there is a huge standstill between a lot of the teams to try and solidify what to do next. And the circle is about to close in about 20 seconds as well. And that's where the hard shift comes through. New champions in prime position to gatekeep, but they do have a 1-1-1 split towards the compound, I believe. They don't have a 4-member here. But the moment circle shifts onto them, they have to find a way to group up and start holding down the rest of the world. But so far, no major advantages for any teams. And it seems to me, in this game itself, especially this group, every single team needs to play open fields as well. And this is the second time. Like, just now, ARYAN was the same playstyle. Now it's the same playstyle.
Yeah, zone moving up north. A majority of that zone as well, quite exposed. So now the teams will need to try and adjust with whatever they have. Make something out of nothing.
Usually center zone is where you want to be in, but based on how the circle has shifted for this group in 2 games in a row, every center zone is not a good spot for them to be at. It's just no man's land after no man's land. Oh,
that's
boy.
The fun part about it, right? The more exposed you are, the more risk you have. Which also means soon enough, we're going to see a lot of fights commence. ASSAM Tiger Esports all the way down south. Outside of the circle, and that's going to be a big bummer because they need to make it inside of the circle as soon as possible. Even their 6 is not clear. There is one team, and that's going to be by the name of Metal Esports in the back lines. Blue's going to start a move, and so will Metal too. Those shots were taken from Walker. A bit of that connection was found, but still that connection is not going to be enough. And Metal Esports might just be dismantled. Everyone from the side of ASSAM Tiger Esports is focused firing at Metal Esports. Venom is going to be the only man left alive, and he's on that horse. He's constantly jumping up. What am I watching? Somehow Venom is bobbing and weaving around. Oh my god, this is literally a shot from the movie.
Oh my god, absolute cinema. Venom, he survives, but guess what? He jumps away and jumps in towards the Lion's Den, and now Venom is going to see someone, but God, they didn't see it. They didn't hear him. Harry, he gives a freebie, and that's going to be a finish point towards the hands of Venom. Oh my goodness, the one-man hero. Now the pixel shot comes through. ASSAM looking to finish him off. Venom in a lot of pain. Can he make a superhero move? And yes, he can. No, save. Pucar actually saved him from the other side. The third party from afar somewhat gives him a little bit of a saving grace.
Yeah, for now he's alive. But still that bob and weave with the back of that horse. Oh my god. Absolute cinema, as you mentioned. Somehow the man's still up and alive, and Venom, now he's got a lot on his plate, that's for sure. Even ASSAM is right in the front. Next to him is also going to be another team. How can he try and deal with all of them? ASSAM Tiger Esports, now they have finally redirected their focus towards the players and new champions. And one of the men actually gets confirmed too, but they need to find themselves a solid cover for now. On either side of the fence, it's too exposed, and that's why they're getting picked off slowly and steadily. ASSAM Tiger Esports, not the best possible position you can ask yourself to be in, but there's also Dragon Claw in the front, and still one man is alive from new champions, and he's waiting for the right moment to strike.
Oh my goodness, this is very, very tough to actually work with as well. But you can see the team slowly scrambling to try and make a place in towards this next phase of the zone so far. And everybody trying to fight some sort of space. They know for a fact that in about 10 more seconds, 20 seconds, the zone is about to close in. And when that actually happens, they have to wrap up this fight. You can see the panic kicking in play towards the teams clustered in the south side. New champions, ASSAM, and also, I believe with DOT, Dragon Claw Esports, pretty much in a stalemate just because of the fact that the zone is about to close in. And as you can see, zone inching bit by bit. They need to make a move. And the circle closes in out to the open as well. And Royal Emperor smack middle of them all. They've got a 1-1-1 split between all the hay wheels in the center here just to get a little bit more space.
This man from New Champions is barely surviving on a pixel. Dragon Claw Esports once again fired word off their back lines. Then a big mistake coming in from ASSAM Tiger Esports. The last man was too exposed and he gets eaten alive in the end. Dragon Claw Esports putting a full stop to that momentum right there. But still the man from New Champions is up and alive and he can strike any time. No one's got any clue that there's a man alive in the back lines, but still Dragon Claw Esports taking all the precautionary measures to make sure they will be out alive from this spot. There is a man inside of the warehouse and still Dragon Claw Esports hasn't even bothered to check it. Soon enough, they can be shot at if they are completely unaware of that fact. but still somehow they managed to pull off a clean rotation. But now they're getting shot at from the entire lobby as well. Tap God, vehicles on the verge of being exploded too. Dragonclaw Esports, now they're quite split apart.
It is going to be very, very important fight for them as well. But as you can see, they don't have a lot of space. They don't have a lot of cover. Royal Emperor is going to be gatekeeping them as well. We've got Voltrig on those shacks. Going to be applying a little bit of pressure. Same can say for Moneymakers. And they need to clean out all this loose stragglers in this play. As you can see, the zone just completely just out in the open. Nobody, no space. And the only good, decent cover is all the way towards the mountain. And even the northeast corner is just absolutely problematic from them. But Voltrig misses the angle, you know, gets a little bit of rebound off the roof there. Misses, wastes a nade, but he's going to make another attempt. Looks like that we will find no connection. But on the finish feed, we do see Joker and Scary Jaw starting to go ham on the finish feed.
Yeah, without a doubt. And look at the players, True Rippers. Sam knocked out. Slowly and steadily ticking away. The confirmation 2 follows up on the back of that, but True Rippers, since they're down to just a 2-man squad, now they need to make every single thing count. Kill them out. The Starman found the man to the front as well. Those shots were taken, but no, the conversion's still missing. True Rippers, they have managed to get the fallen comrade back upon his feet, so Sam is going to be looking good and dandy for now. True Rippers as a whole knit unit, they seem okay, but the positioning they have is questionable.
Yeah, it does look a little bit questionable here, but based on their terrain, it makes a lot of sense. So look at this, no man stand all the way through. True Rippers, they have high ground, they can do a lot of pressure. And now I understand why they're playing this. But for how long can they hold on? Because eventually the zone is about to close out, and that's going to be something they have to worry about. And it is a very, very slow zone. And slow is good. That's why they're taking their own sweet time to try and punish this. Royal Emperor heard all these gunshots, immediately regroups instead of going for the 1-1-1 split. And because of that, they're going to be okay. But Scary Jaw, another dominating, this time bearing his mark here, being one of the best rising stars. He's got 5 finishes in the back. He's doing this solo here for HECTOR VASISTA.
Yeah, and at this point, everyone's just waiting for the next zone to pop up. And it will as well. Once again, shifts on towards the centric part. Not a lot of cover to play with, just a little bit of those hay bales that they need to try and make something out of nothing. True Rippers completely prone out in the open. They do have a bit of that hilly terrain that's sort of giving them a bit of that cover. And the line of sights will be avoided for now, but True Rippers, they are at the end of the day quite exposed to. Dragonclaw Esports prone out in the open, taking a lot of shots upon themselves. Even Tap God from Dragonclaw Esports is actually doing a decent bit of damage to the foes. But True Rippers, now it's going to be the go call. They need to make it inside of the safety lines. Time is ticking.
Yeah, they definitely do as well. It looks like they are going to try and tandem this in for a push, in for a rush, in for a crash. In case something happens. Seems like they are going to be running into his hunters here. Executor. Oh no, the MVP, they saw Pro Guy. They're going to go for the rush. And that is going to be the takedown here for Executor. As Sam takes him out. True Rippers gets another finish back. They will take his space.
That was incredibly well played from the side of True Rippers. Now they've got a nice stretch to play with. And that Rich is going to be supporting them for the longest inside the game. Look at what's happening on the opposite side of the spectrum though. Moneymakers. They've got a bit of that weird terrain to play with, but they're still trying to make something, or actually the most out of what they've got. Clutch Gods once again going to get back in the vehicle. Even Moneymakers, for them it's going to be YOLO push all the way inside of the circle. They do not care. It's going to be Mad Dash. True Ripper spotting out everyone out in the open. They've got the high ground to play with. They've got so much intel they're working off of. And the Moneymakers are now going to get slowly and steadily dismantled. Even Drunken Claw is out in the open. Tapcon gets knocked out. The confirmation follows up. For True Rippers, this is going to be shooting range.
This is sitting ducks after sitting ducks for everyone from the side of True Rippers, man. Like, just so many angles to punish. And just like that, they get themselves 10 finishes in the bag. And can they get more? But surprise, surprise. Guess what? We're down towards the final 4 team. Oh, Moneymakers. They find another pickoff. Dragonclaw out in the equation, but we are down towards the final 4 teams. And guess what? Scary John makes it as a solo warrior until towards the top 4. Oh boy, Scary John.
Yeah. We did not really see a lot of VASISTA Esports, but Scary John has 5 finishes all by himself. This man is pretty much carrying his team on the back. And this is the same way he also used to play in Bot Army Esports in the realme BGMI 2025. An absolute monster, an absolute beast.
This is why he is the rising star of BGIS.
Yeah, he is the Scary John. instills the scare, instills the fear in the opponent's heart. But right now, VASISTA, they've got a lot on their plate. Look at Scary Jot spotting every single man in the front. Shots were taken. And actually, that's also going to be a quick knock too. Oh, that's impressive. A little burst and all the bullets connect right to the dome.
Deadly Gaming did not expect a deadly burst coming from Scary Jot. And again, with that being said, they forced those smokes, and now Moneymaker, they heard those gunshots, they're looking for him. But Scary Jot, zone is not in his favor. He needs to make a run for it as well. Joker going to be eyeing his mark on him, but Scary Jot, as soon as he comes out, he needs to take down Joker. But if he focuses on Joker, Deadly Gaming is going to shoot him. He doesn't have a lot of options to work with. Seems like Deadly Gaming, they are going to make a run for it as Joker tries going for spray, but Scary Jot, one more time, he picks him apart. That's the confirmation. But it's going to be Sam that thinks it as well, but Scary Jot, he gets another one.
He's a one-man army at this point, looking unstoppable, but finally installed breaks by True Rippers. Scary Jot eliminated outside of the game, but still this one man did so much damage to the lobby. Single-handedly manhandling teams after teams, but let's not forget about True Rippers pretty much doing the same thing. For them, it's looking like a target practice at this point. One more man alive from DG. For how long, though? That's the real question. Hiding behind those little haystacks. And now True Rippers running thin on patience, making that pounce up close and personal kill him out with the shotgun. Barrel stuffs down the player. And now for Moneymaker's Joker is going to be the last man standing. You cannot clutch this one, Joker. He gets eliminated too in the end, and True Rippers, what a way to make your presence being felt in the game.
What a game for game number 2 here. Group E, an absolute cinema of a performance by the best of the business so far. But True Rippers will be the ones that clinch the chicken dinner despite a very difficult start here in the Miramar, but macro decisions is what made them win the game. You question their position, but guess what? High ground in those scenarios, center circle, absolutely no space, just completely gave them freebies after freebies. But notable mentions here, Scary Jot, not gonna lie, like he did all the dirty work here, destroyed Deadly Gaming, but the ones that picked up all those finishes was actually True Rippers Jelly. So unfortunate for Scary Jot. He got no finish points out of that.
Look, at this point, it just felt like True Rippers Jelly for them, they were just feeling quite comfortable, right? They were just playing the target practice, simple. Spotting out the fishes in the water, taking them down as soon as possible, and the moment that happened, True Rippers as well, they somewhere downline knew that this is going to be their game because they're single-handedly dismantling squads after squads. And you know what? You mentioned about the honorable mentions. I think you forgot to mention Venom. That horseplay right there. Somehow the man was able to stay alive for quite a long time. And you know what? Probably we'll be able to look at the clips of that inside the highlights itself. This is how the action really kicked off. Chenab Valley was up against the foes. Chenab Valley was successfully able to evade the foes as well, win that fight in the end.
Well, I would say when it comes to horse business, I've never seen a horse jump that high in my life. But god damn, that jumping and also kiting and bobbing and weaving is just next level from Venom. Unfortunately to say, even though despite his valiant effort, could not make much in terms of an overall standing in terms of position point, but it was a very, very fun one here, and I think we will catch a glimpse towards right this moment where ASSAM Tiger was trying to shoot him.
Oh, that's one.
Jump up, jump down. How do you track that, to be honest? Like, how do you even track that?
Hey, honestly, that might just be the new meta. All the 4 players on the horses making a deadly rotation in the middle of nowhere, and all we see is just them jumping on top of the horse constantly. That might just be the new meta right there, boys.
You know what's really interesting is that I have no clue. Can you shoot the horse? Like, if you're shooting vehicles, you can actually burst it down, but even if I shoot the horse, like, how would I know if I'm going to be able to stop him or not?
I mean, look, you can shoot the horse, but as you mentioned, tracking that is extremely tough. So
that was insane.
When you've got a man going full speed on a horse and constantly jumping around like that, it gets really tough. I mean, at that point, the horse was bunny hopping.
You're not wrong. That's a very, very good reference to that. But speaking of bee hopping, I think there's going to be horse hopping right now. We got to change the animal. You know, we've been using that term for like, what, 20, 30 years?
Yeah.
But
in this game specifically, it's horse hopping, I guess. Now we can officially call that. But generally speaking, that was definitely quite fun. And now looking at the performance as well, right? I do understand that one individual play from Venom really did surprise us and really did astonish us. But generally speaking, man, the performance overall from that team wasn't good.
Yeah, I kind of agree as well. I think as a team play-wise, when it comes to macro decisions, I feel like in the minimap as well, Royal Emperor did a very, very good job in terms of macroly getting there. But in terms of execution, again, it brings back to the picture on how they have been given in terms of zone, right? Normally, center zone is where you want to be.
Yeah.
But two games in a row, every single team inside Group E has had to face a circle where the center is the worst possible position to be in because it's just no man's land. Having high grounds gives you a little bit of advantage. Is there even any sort of cover? Utilizing those information and how they're going to be executing here is going to be key for winning factor. And True Rippers was able to identify that. Like, you question it. Why are they on the edge? Why are they still playing it slow? Because they want to take advantage of those high grounds. And because of that, they just clean out the entire lobby because of it.
And it worked out perfectly for them too, right? Now, Keelamau's going to be the man with the most amount of finishes. 7 finishes on the board, 0 knocks, 2 bonuses, and also getting the damage conversion of 1,060. Solid stats. You've also got Ninze being the rescuer, and then Keelamau coming in once again, being the finisher, getting the final frag in his bag. True Rippers indeed just dominated that entire game, but let's not forget, even Moneymakers was able to do really good. Even VASISTA Esports was there in the top 4.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very important for them here. But all things considered, let's take a look at the overall standings with that performance. True Rippers really, wow! 15 finish points, and the Chicken Dinner gives them 25 points. MM gets themselves 15 points. Moneymakers making a little bit of bounce back. And guess what? HECTOR VASISTA also making a bounce back in this game because of Scary Jot's individual play and getting a decent amount of placement points puts him in 3rd position with 10 points.
Yeah, that's some solid stuff right there. Moneymakers with 15 points, VASISTA with 10 points. As you mentioned, big thanks to Scary Jot himself because the man was literally carrying the team on the back. Then you've also got DG right there with 9 points. Decent amount of points secured. Dragonclaw Esports too with 9 points. Now the real concerns begin from REAU and even the players of ATES because now those type of teams do not really have a lot of points to sustain a good spot in the overall standings. And speaking of the overall standings itself, we've got the overall standings on the screen.
Yeah, on the overall standings here, the closest to actually break past into the top 8 here is going to be True Rippers Jerry, who's currently sitting on 9th position with 31 points. But they have one more game to go. So game 1 wasn't exactly a great run for them, but with that dominating performances now in Miramar with the Chicken Dinners and that amount of finish points they get, it does give them a very, very good shot to actually take down Autobots. In this case, they only need about 2 to 3 points to kick them down from the top 8.
Yeah, and if True Rippers ends up winning the game as well, there's a massive chance they can actually take the podium spot away as well. So, yeah, True Rippers definitely are doing a great job so far. Second page is on the screen. We see a few familiar names over here too, but you can also see Moneymakers now starting to make a few waves.
Yeah, they definitely do as well. A little bit of recovery from them because game 1 was a complete disappointing run for them and also HECTOR VASISTA. But both of them made a little bit of recovery coming into this place. So that's a little bit of a plus points coming from them. But next map, Sanhok, is a lot of unpredictabilities, and I feel like they do stand a good shot. But again, it all comes down to just mechanical prowesses here. So I'm curious to see whether or not how Joker is going to fare up against Scary Jot in particular, because these two are, I would say, in this lobby, the highly gifted players who had many, many attempts in solo warrior moments.
Without a doubt. I mean, we also did see Chenab Valley in that previous page right there. But as we flip the page, we'll of course see a lot of names from this group itself. Now, at this point in time, look, they've still got one more game to go. They have enough chance, I guess, to try and prove themselves even in the future, since they're going to be playing 12 games in total inside of this round. So those chances need to be capitalized as much as possible. As we know, the bottom 16 gets eliminated instantly from the tournament. So just make sure you're not in the bottom 16 no matter what.
Agreed. But all things considered, let's take a look at the remaining pages as well. We do see a lot of teams struggling to actually break past into the final one as well. We've had actually F4 playing 3 matches and 0 points, huh?
Yeah, I mean, look at Tamilan Esports playing 2 matches, just getting 3 points. That is concerning right there.
That is very, very sad considering that they do have a lot of experience, right?
And let's not forget, even we've got another team right underneath them, right? NYTX. And even they're not doing too good. Just getting 2 points off of those 2 games. That is honestly miserable.
That is sad. That is really sad. But fortunately for them, it's not over yet, right? Think about this way. It's not that hard to get more than 10 points. Out of maybe 10 games, but 2 games.
Let's just say they need one big game to bring themselves back on track. Simple. And then later on they can play on the consistency, right?
Yeah, I'm just going to leave it at there.
I don't know what you were about to say, though.
Nope. it's not over until it's over. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it at that.
I mean, true that. Look, they've got enough chances. They've got ample chances. They've got 12 games to go. They've only played 2 games so far. That means 10 more games are still in their hands. In the upcoming one, they're also going to play another match, which is going to be played on the map of Sanhok. I do understand Sanhok comes in with a lot of randomness too sometimes, but let's not forget, it also brings us quite a new victor. So we might just see a new team emerging up and getting that chicken dinner, and also a chance given to them to try and bring themselves back on the track.
Well, consistency is going to be key for all these teams as well. And speaking of cutoffs as well, I think prediction so far is mathematically just now, based on the start of the day, 33 points on the top 8 is where you want to be in. So times 4, because it's 12 matches played, it's 129 points to be in the cutoff. So that is the amount of points you kind of want to be at as a safety net minimum. But, of course, higher equals better. Top 8 means directly qualifying the semifinals.
Yeah.
Not in the top 8, still directly qualifies to round 3 if you are from 9th to 16th position. But in the bottom 16s, well, if you have that amount of points, you're not going to be in the bottom 16.
And you know what? Even in the previous game, we did not exactly see quite a bit of SBA esports too, right? I generally wanted to see a bit more of SBA. But we'll continue the conversation after this short break. You guys do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Welcome back after that short break to the realme BMPS 2025. Now it's Johnny with me on the panel, and Johnny, I'm pretty sure you were having a look at that game of Miramar. And what are your thoughts about Venom moment right that? I mean, just on the horse, bunny hopping his way through safety. It was impressive.
I mean, it was one of the rare ones, right? The odds of that happening again, quite small. But hey, luckily, I think Group E is delivering on everything that we think is never going to happen inside of the game. You talk about how that first game of Wrangle came to an end, and of course the moment from Miramar as well.
The funny part is his teammates probably thought that, yeah, you know what, Venom, we are inside of the vehicle, we're probably going to be safe, but you be careful, man, you're all the way exposed on the horse. And the funny part is his teammates got picked off, and Venom was all the way inside of the cover, looking pretty safe and quite comfy for a long time.
Hey man, I mean, sometimes you are not guaranteed safety even if your cover is like solid metal, but if you want a solid performance, ladies and gentlemen, check out the Realme GT7. It is an amazing device launching on the 27th of May. And I hope you guys have marked that date in your calendars, because if you go on to Amazon and search for the Realme GT7, you could stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakh rupees. And of course, it's packed with a lot of exciting features. We keep telling you guys about how it's been co-tested by Krafton and Realme, built specifically for BGMI, so that you can play at 120 FPS with 120 stable FPS for 6 hours straight.
Yeah, and also that 7,000 mAh battery comes in with also a 120 watts charger. So what are you waiting for? Moving on towards Amazon and search for the Realme GT7. You might just stand a chance to win the prizes up to 2 lakhs. Now, moving on with the conversation once again towards that previous group, right? As we know, for Group E, this is going to be the last game, which is going to be upcoming. And the map of Sanhok, I had a conversation with IC2, also brings in a lot of randomness too. We know it's a zone-driven map. Now, which team do you think genuinely stands a chance to actually take the cake? I think VASISTA Esports can do really good in this map.
Yeah, HECTOR VASISTA, there is a lot of hope from this team, and of course they are trying their level best to deliver. That first game was an unfortunate start, but still they did manage to walk away with a decent number of eliminations, and I think banking on that aggressive front can prove to be the one thing that gets them success in the upcoming game of Sanhok. Although you can't really count moneymakers out, man. This team has a lot of experience under their belt, with Clutch God, Pokar, Joker being there. So my hope from moneymakers for Sanhok is also going to be there.
Without a doubt. I mean, the previous game was definitely a massive recovery for moneymakers, but the same thing can also be said for True Rippers too. right?
Yeah.
The first game wasn't exactly the best one, but the second game they come in, they instantly scoop up a chicken dinner with 25 points, and honestly, it was quite surprising too, because True Rippers did not really have the best possible spot, but they still converted that spot into the best spot inside of that entire circle, because they showcased the patience to perfection.
Exactly. It's Jelly and his shenanigans again that
Yeah.
bring them success, right? And I mean, True Rippers, if you talk about the team as a whole, and Jelly as well, their IGL, who's always been in the highlight, their trajectory has been, it has been an upward trajectory ever since the start of the Realme BGIS 2025. So it's just constant improvements, and I think even in the Realme BMPS 25, we just see them keep on getting better and better.
Yeah.
Because even that angle, while it was not a big game from them, I was happy to see that they were able to transition into the top 5 of that particular match while having the worst possible situation in the mid-game stages. They took that southern shoreline honor angle with no access to the circle and still breaking into the top 5. On Miramar, as you mentioned, a nice little chicken dinner. It just gives them the bonus. And I think on Sanhok, I think they might just gain some stability. But the question is, because of the inconsistency that has been there, the only thing that can help True Rippers break inside of the top 5 in the overall leaderboard right now is another win.
And Johnny, I'm genuinely concerned about Metal Phoenix at this point.
Oh, yeah.
Because their performance has been quite shaky. Game 1 performance not there. Game 2 as well. I mean, we did see Venom and his shenanigans. But Game 3, I'm not even sure what exactly to expect.
Might as well bring Amit back.
Look, it's a completely different roster, though. Let's not forget that either, right? We've got the Phoenix Esports gangster joining Metal Esports.
It's a mix right now.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mix, but I'm pretty sure Metal Esports, they want to bring in that calm nature inside of the lineup. That's why we do not exactly see the old Phoenix Esports, the old gangster Phoenix Esports. But I would love to see them back, because that was the only thing that was keeping them alive inside of the game for a long time.
I'm going to miss them, man. I'm going to miss them a lot. Because, like, at this point now, it makes us wonder what's going to happen when they... And I'm hoping this happens, that Phoenix Metal get put in the same group as Revenant X-Park. And then the question is, are we going to see that Yasna drop clash again? Are we going to see the drop clash on Miramar? Because this team was just like banking on beating down on Revenant X-Park the entirety of the Realme BGIS. And they were consistently doing that as well. And it gave them a lot of points at the start of all of those matches.
I hope they're stubborn enough. I hope they're not going to give away that drop location just like that. I do understand in the end you just end up griefing your own game. But let's be honest, right? Even for Revenant X-Park, they've just got too many foes in Yasna Poliana. Imagine VST. You've also got Phoenix Esports in that same group. You've also got Revenant X-Park in that same group. And all three of them just dropping towards Yasna Poliana. And it's a complete deadlock right there.
It's going to be fun, though, right?
Yeah.
And how are we forgetting about Ryder? Ryder also has the same drop, right?
Yeah, Ryder Esports too has the same drop. But we still have to see them yet, right? So
that is true.
Ryder Esports will be revealing themselves in the upcoming group. And I hope Ryder Esports hasn't been staying all lackluster in the back. And I hope they have been practicing as much as possible. Because at one point, it's something that better be burning in your hearts.
Exactly. I think it was. And it was a upsetting performance, but we'll talk about Ryder when they actually show up in the next group. For this time, I think all that conversation about Phoenix Metal, it's just going to be down to what changes have they made after the first 2 games. Can they be successful in the game of Sanhok? But ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the map of Sanhok, we're going to take another short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या?
तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन
हूँ मुझे रोंडो।
अरे ओ कालिया, कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार।
रोंडो
क्या है ये रोंडो?
क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में।
रोंडो 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 आगे।
रन
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको, क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप. Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
डिलीवरी ऑर्डर रेडी।
समझा नहीं क्या भाई? अपना भाई वाव मोड में है।
Welcome back after that short break. And Johnny, just before this break, we were having a conversation about HECTOR, VASISTA, Phoenix Metal, even True Rippers, but we completely forgot about Inferno Rising. Now, this was one of those teams that got the chicken dinner in the first game itself, but that second game, they completely dropped the ball.
Yeah, I mean, they built a little bit of a safety cushion to work with after the way Wrangle went for them. And I think banking on their safety cushion, there is still opportunity. If they go big on Sanhok, they can find a way to breach inside of the top 8 of the overall leaderboard and just stay there, hopefully, at the end of the day as well. But again, I mean, what they displayed on Wrangle in terms of individual skill, decision-making, communication, and everything was actually quite impressive.
Yeah, it was indeed quite impressive. And something that's even more impressive is also going to be the realme GT7. Move on towards Amazon and search for the realme GT7 and stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs. And not just that, the device is going to be launching on the 27th. So make sure you guys are saving those dates and make sure you guys are going to be moving on towards Amazon and search for the realme GT7, because let's not forget, this device also comes in with 7,000 mAh battery, also comes in with a 120 watts fast charger. And let's not forget that stable 120 FPS tested by Crafton themselves and even the realme guys. So make sure to check it out.
Exactly.
Once again, back towards the conversation that we're having, right? As I mentioned, yeah, Inferno, they are getting a decent bit of points, at least 4 now in the overall board. But the real concern still revolves around Tamilan Esports. 2 game done and dusted, just 3 points secured. I'm not sure what's going on there.
Bro, you read my mind right there, because I was just about to say, like, we've been talking about the teams that are doing well. What about the letdowns? And Tamilan Esports, Royal Emperor were the names that I wanted to bring to the discussion, because it seems like in terms of rotations, decision-making is not really going their way. And of course, in the upcoming game of Sanhok, hopefully they can bounce back all of that aggression that is brought in Sanhok, that chaos. I think Tamilan Esports, they just got to keep their heads down and make sure they survive to the late game stages. Because if you find a way to break into the top 5 of Sanhok, you are going to get those finishes, but you need to make sure that you keep all 4 of your players alive.
I mean, at this point, look, they've only got 1 game in hand, and in my opinion, they should just go massive. That's it. Go guns blazing. You know this is the only game you've got for today's day, and just try and make the most out of it. Because Tamilan Esports is a team that does pack a lot of experience, and when you talk about the mechanics as well, the players are quite known. So I'm not exactly sure what's holding them back. Probably just some synergy issues that are going on, probably some communication issues, because 2 games done, just 3 points, unacceptable.
It is unacceptable. But again, it's the start of their journey in round 1, and I think IC has been pointing out if you want to stay inside of the top 8, you need to get like 100+ points. I would say at this point, if you are not off to a great start, you're thinking about just survival and not being in the bottom 16 and getting eliminated. And I think by the end of round 1, if you are anywhere above 50 points, you are going to be safe. So get as close to the 50 as quickly as possible. If you can get a 20 bomber in this game of Sanhok, it basically sets you up for success for the future. After the reshuffle, you can come back, get those remaining 30 points, 10 points per match. Hopefully they can make it happen.
And let's talk about Chenab Valley too, right? Because this has been one of those teams that does not really like to go for those flashy plays. They like to stick with the consistency. Previous game, not a lot of points, but in my opinion, still doing better compared to a lot of their teams that are still sitting on the last page.
Yeah, but Chenab Valley, it's an awkward discussion because it seems like position-wise, they're very on point, right? They've always figured out, all right, this is where we need to be, this is going to be a stronghold, and they hold it very nicely. But when it comes time for them to actually move out and try to take those fights, that is where they struggle. So, as you said, they're not known for their flashy plays, but there comes a time in the game where everyone is required to make a flashy play, is required to run into those fights with a lot of confidence, and that is where Chenab Valley sort of lack.
And the crazy part is usually, especially I'm speaking of 2023, right? The no-names used to dominate a lot, especially in the early stages of a tournament. But this time around, we're not seeing that similar pattern anymore. Even the no-names are struggling extremely quite a bit. Yeah, I do understand True Ripper's got that 25-pointer, still quite a bit of no-names on the first half of the board itself. But still, we're not seeing the similar type of domination that we saw in 2024 and 2023. And I think all the thanks really go to the new zone settings that have been introduced. Before now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. Once again, you guys don't go anywhere. On the other side of the break, we'll be the map of Sanhok.
Kia, movement that inspires.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग, रोंडो जाना है क्या?
तू जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन
नेशन wants to know कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो अभी बताओ मुझे। रोंडो
अरे ओ कालिया, कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार।
रोंडो?
कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो?
क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में।
रोंडो आगे।
रन।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको, क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप। Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
डिलीवरी ऑर्डर रेडी।
समझा नहीं क्या भाई? अपना भाई वाव मोड में है।
welcome back after that short break. And once again, there were some technical difficulties going on in the back end, but we finally resolved all of those. And yes, the map of Sanhok will be booting up soon on your screens. Johnny, we were having a lot of conversation at this point. We have discussed pretty much about every single team. Now, the only thing that is left to ask is which team you think is going to be the one to win this game.
Oh, I think we've had that discussion as well. I said moneymakers. Or maybe Hector VASISTA.
Oh.
You also picked Hector VASISTA, right?
Wait, just say one. Moneymakers or Hector VASISTA?
Moneymakers.
Or you know what? Since you've picked them up, I'm going to go with True Rippers once again.
All right.
I think they can pack a back-to-back without a doubt. That's on the map of Sanhok. Since True Rippers, they're known for their zone and zone gameplay. So in my opinion, True Rippers can definitely be the one to steal it away. Or else even Phoenix Metal Esports can wake up. That can as well be a big astonishment.
Yeah, but right now, all of these picks are just going to be a gamble because it all depends on where the circle will form. And the teams we have picked have all completely different drop locations.
Yeah.
For a fact, we don't even know where Moneymakers is actually going to go.
Yeah, that's the main question, right? And at the end of the day, we will also probably see a lot of those drop clashes too. That's why Sanhok just brings in so much happiness on my face. And without a doubt, even for Metal Phoenix, I would love to see them even go for some drop locations and even just try and clash against a lot of these teams and players. But without wasting any more time, we're straight up just going to dive into the game off Sanhok as the plane's going to be in the skies once again, starting all the way from Hothin towards down south, which is going to be Camp Charlie. Now this plane flight path extremely tilted towards the left side of the map. If the teams do want to move in towards the extremities, which is going to be the right side towards Camp Bravo, now that's going to be a bit of a stretch.
Yeah, but you have the option of dropping towards Paradise Resort, getting some early loot, or maybe Bhan or the compounds west of Lakavi can be a viable option for the teams moving towards that northeastern quadrant. But right off the bat on Sanhok, one thing we want to see and one thing we keep our eyes out for are those early drop clashes. Especially now, Necro, look at this. What a surprise. There's a massive cluster of teams already dropping towards the Camp Alpha.
Yeah, I mean, we do see a lot of teams actually moving in towards the main island too. A few teams as well moving towards Cave and Docks. You've also got True Rippers actually dropping in towards Sami, so it's quite an interesting drop location that True Rippers have went with. It's not something I've ever seen True Rippers going there. But it's quite interesting watching True Rippers dropping towards Sami, and it's quite a massive spread as well that they're rooting for. Let's see if it's going to be working out or not. And off the rip, we do see a few gunshots being fired. A knock and a confirmation as well follows up instantly. Interesting way to commence fight. And it's this one single compound usually that does have a lot of those clashes too. And once again, it's the same compound that's actually having a clash on the screen as well. Let's see how well these teams can actually try and defend themselves. Dragonclaw Esports found themselves on the lucky side of the spectrum. At least they're still up and alive, but they have lost out on a man.
Yeah, that's a very awkward position to fight in as well. Because you look at that shoreline, BO7S will have an upper hand, and they will be able to bait out the players of Dragonclaw Esports out into the open. And since this is an early conflict, both the teams are going to be lacking a lot of utility, which can be game-changer in situations like this. We do have Harshu on our screen just lying down, listening for those footsteps, just making sure, or at least trying to track the players of BO7S as safely as he can. But hey, saving grace is there in the form of Rising Inferno. As the third party comes through, BO7S also lose one player.
DC, Harshu, does not have the best of the position, but still something that he can try and find an opener with. BO7S, 3 players standing in the front, both the teams starving on loot. M249 in the hands of SKOP, and I'm pretty sure he's looking to inflict some pain. He wants to find another knock. That's going to bring the numbers down to equal. And both these teams, as I mentioned, just starving on loot at this point.
Yeah.
They're extremely desperate.
And now they're aware that there's threat from Tatmok as well, so they can't really move away from these shoreline compounds as well. And in the next few moments, I think Honeybee Esports, who are playing at the city of Hathin, they will also hear all of this commotion, and they're going to take control of that Camp Alpha eastern shoreline, and they will have a line of fire for these bodies. So BO7S and Dragonclaw, either they settle their differences, decide who stays and who leaves this game in the next few minutes, or both of them are going to be forced into a very awkward conflict. I mean, I do see on the map feed that we have that even some Tigers are crossing over. So, yeah, there's more trouble brewing up towards those two teams.
Yeah. But something that's going to get you out of the trouble is also going to be the Realme GT7. If you move on towards Amazon and search for the Realme GT7, you might just stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs. And not just that, the device comes in with stable 120 FPS up to 6 hours, tested by Crafton and the Realme guys themselves. You've also got 7,000 mAh battery, comes in with also 120 watts fast charger. What else do you want? Everything is available in this device. And you know what? You ask about the chipset, it has MediaTek Dimensity 9400E, the top of the line processor in this price range. So the device is going to be launching on the 27th. Stay tuned.
Yeah, exactly. Mark the date in your calendars. You want to get your hands on this Realme GT7 as soon as it comes out. But right now, Assam Tigers, I think they want to get their hands on some early finishes. They have actually crossed over from Camp Alpha quite quickly. Now just sitting west of Paradise Resort, just a little bit off center of the Stage 1 circle. But yeah, the standstill between BO7S and Dragonclaw, it's still a standstill. I think all 6 of those players individually just have enough loot to finish that one fight.
Indeed. Honeybee Esports. It's one of those teams we just do not exactly know what to expect.
Yeah.
In the first game, Honeybee Esports definitely did showcase a bit of that presence. Second game, a mediocre type of presence because they got dismantled by Chenab Valley.
I think individually we do recognize a few names that are returning. Sakero, Kira, Zod.
Yeah.
We have seen them in the past, but playing from different teams, I believe.
Yeah, probably. We have seen a lot of these players who were stragglers just
Yeah.
now joining a one complete banner. And I guess Moneymaker has to be a prime example of that, right?
Moneymakers on paper, I said this before game 1, and I'm going to say this again. Yeah, the performance has not displayed it, but that is a championship team, man. But Troy Tamilan Esports, they are in the middle of a conflict of their own against Mysterious. Mysterious, I mean, a decent recovery. Those 2 players in the water, I'm just happy that they made it out.
Troy Tamilan Esports. For them, they're quite desperate for points at this time. 3 points in the overall board. 2 games done and dusted. This is going to be the last game they've got. 1 lifeline left in the hand. But here, the man's already out of that spot. It's crazy. Mysterious Esports. AJ went for a spray with the AK Mana 3X on that range. It's quite a tough spray to execute. But Mysterious Esports, since they do not even have that good of a loot, still playing on the edges for now. It's quite surprising. In my opinion, they should prioritize on looting first.
Yeah, but one thing, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to do is thank our lovely sponsors. That is going to be the Kia Ceros. It is an amazing vehicle. Comes with a lot of packed features. Even the design itself, it's quite bold and exciting. And of course, we talk about the features, the enhanced control, the 5-star BNCAP rating. It's going to be the smart cruise control with stop and go feature, front collision warning and avoidance assistance. Is going to be their lane keep assist. Makes driving around a whole lot easier.
Exactly. And the features can keep on going on. We can talk about the features the entire broadcast. So one thing is for sure, you guys should just go and check it out, in my opinion. New champion. At this point in time, they have got the Paradise Resort control. And I don't think anyone is going to be there to snatch it away as well. But new champions, you talk about their firepower, definitely does seem quite weak. I hope in the future stages they do get it amped up. Or maybe in the future games itself.
I mean, we are going to have to wait for the future games because that reshuffle is going to happen. We're going to have new groups tomorrow. And as we had a look at new champions, I think that position towards Paradise Resort is actually quite decent. It's going to give them brilliant fighting position for the mid-game stages, only if the circle moves west. If it moves east, then new champions will have to deal with a lot of pressure. But it's kind of a central shift, so they can just stay there for the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, the zone shift, actually.
Oh, look at True Rippers, though, Necro. Now, that is a troublesome position to be in. They are moving all the way from Sami. Every single entry point inside of the circle is occupied, so True Rippers, I don't know how they are going to try and break these barricades down. That gatekeeping that is going to happen for them, it's going to be brutal.
Yeah, it's quite a long rotation True Rippers is going for. And it's interesting, too. And True Rippers have actually went for a pit stop as well. I'm not exactly sure why that pit stop has came through, but probably will recycle soon. Now, looking at the center of the map as well, stacked up with a lot of teams. A splash of colors, actually. You've got Assam Tigers in the smack center. Look at the nearby vicinity. So many more teams surrounding that same vicinity. And in my opinion, the more teams keep on stacking up around that area, the more tougher it gets to survive. Someone needs to try and break the silence.
Oh, yeah. I mean, alright, it is going to be Chenab Valley breaking the silence. In fact, shots fired. They find a pick against Royal Emperor. And a finish, in fact. But on the other side, SBA, they're going up against Dragonclaw. It seems like the third party in the compounds has happened. Chenab Valley, though, Brawly knocked out. Royal Emperor strike back. It's not going to be an easy fight for Chenab Valley to deal with, but luckily they are in the zone, so they don't really have to force anything against anyone. They have decent cover. They can just stay here and heal up.
Baby girl does have the line of sight on the hilltop.
Is baby girl lost?
I guess. Does seem pretty lost to me. Someone guide him. But you know what, Chenab Valley?
Yeah.
Brawly was knocked out. Now the man's back up on his feet. But someone who is really struggling is currently Metal Esports and their foes. Alto has taken a lot of shots upon himself. The damage is definitely going to be there quite a bit. But Inferno, they've got something else in their mind. Inferno rising. They're not going to be stopping right there. Instead, Justin once again, he strikes down the foes. 2 quick knocks on the board. Justin keeping his team alive and cooking inside of the game. Inferno rising. They're indeed rising back up in this fight itself. But Phoenix Metal Esports, Venom is going to be the only glimmer of hope still standing. The shotgun to the face will seal the deal. And Venom as well gets taken away in the end.
What an impressive fight coming in from Inferno Rising. And from the start of the day, in fact, this team has been quite impressive. We were talking about them in the pre-show, in the pre-game, Necro. And it seems like all of that momentum that was lost on Miramar has kind of been recovered. But hey, we see the players from BO7S approaching. And Inferno Rising, I think they've had enough time to go for a soft little reset. So they should be prepared for this fight. But Dusty is prone. He's just making sure he has his eyes set on the threat up ahead. In the meanwhile, ASSAM Tigers, they've taken a little bit of a beating at the hands of SBA, but it should be an easy recovery for them.
Yeah, SBA is not an easy team to take down. ASSAM Tigers, though, a 3-man squad that is looking decently strong. They have managed to get the revival onto Luffy, too, so the man's going to be back up on his feet, looking okay. But for SBA, they've only got the final 2 soldiers standing. Of course, a massive bummer. ARYAN and Hitler, the final 2 men. They need to get something done now. They need to win this fight desperately, too. For SBA, just the first game was good. After that, they have completely dropped the ball. And even now, it feels like SBA has definitely dropped it. So SBA, it's time to recover. But a 2v3 execution just seems tough on paper.
It definitely does, and it's going to be a big, massive challenge for them to deal with. In terms of positioning, at least, being in the zone gives them the luxury of not having to force anything, not having to force a rotation or a fight to get out of there. As long as they keep their heads down and some Tigers don't make a move, SBA can stay safe. But hey, BU7, I believe they've gotten like a wipe for themselves, or at least like a finish. Just catching the loose stragglers along the way. On the other side, Dragonclaw. By the way, a few moments ago something happened. Something very impressive. Honeybees tried to make a push, a bounce onto Dragonclaw, and Dragonclaw just picked off 2 players over there.
Alright, you know what, Johnny, though? There is a pounce commencing soon. New champions might just be in a world of trouble. They were holding on to this Paradise Resort area for the longest, but now we've got a tough contender right against them. And this time around for new champions, Desperation's going to be kicking to the maximum limits. As Royal Emperor, they start to make their way. New champion, White Walker, spotting out the entirety of that team. Shots taken, and this is going to be the flow disrupted. New champions, 2 instant knocks, and that's going to bring the players of Royal Emperor on their knees. Now it's time to make the pounce, New Emperor. If new champions do not make the push right now, Emperors will get the revive and the reset. And Royal Emperor should be able to get the revival, actually. Should not be a tough one, but the nade should be able to find the Renock, but no, instead, he misplaces that nade, and that's why the Renock is not going to come through. But still, maybe Yakshu will be the one to find that knock, and it should be quite the crucial one as well. It actually does find the knock, too. Now, Clutch was knocked out in that scenario, but still, they've got one more man standing right around the vicinity. For Royal Emperor, everything is on the line, and the man is still spamming inside the smoke. finding those connections, but in the end, he gets wrapped up.
Yeah, he found 2 knocks, but wasn't able to push himself any further. But new champions, the timing was perfect. But this is even better. PMWI IGL from Inferno Rising just moves in. Util goes through. The re-knock comes through. And new champions, an unpleasant surprise for them. Another one for PMWI IGL. And new champions again down to their last 2 players. One of which has just gotten a revive. So he's not really in a fighting position right now.
He knows the players are hard, and that's why they're just tossing in so many of those nades. Just tunnel visioning inside of that one single group. And PMWI IGL this time around gets pushed. His hands were too busy, but still Inferno Rising Esports, they're getting quite a tough fight. New champions in the front lines, just one man standing, not a lot of HP to try and get anything done. Inferno Rising Esports, they've lost out on too many players in this fight that had no business. But still, unfortunately for them, they've just lost out on too many teams. And now they've also got Chenab Valley moving in towards that similar compound. What is going on? Third party after third party. Even Chenab Valley want a bit of that piece of the pie.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, while all of this commotion was happening, the circle has made a shift, and Paradise Resort now sits outside of the play zone. But Chenab Valley, I mean, the best they can do is like get those 2 finishes clean house, because only 2 players are left alive from the side of Inferno Rising. But this Paradise Resort definitely turned into the Tartarus of hell, man, for the last few moments. 3 teams, almost 3 teams eliminated. This is going to be the 3rd one. Inferno Rising taking an exit like this, because Jatin OG, he's the last man left alive.
Wow.
Spam through the smoke, and that was brutal, getting a brutal finish for his team. So 3 points to Chenab Valley. But, Necro, we see them through that X-ray, through Rippers. They were moving in from the southwest, but now they've just completely overshot the zone, as we were talking about it, right? Every single entry point was being gate-kept for True Rippers. Well, they just completely flipped the script, went from the northeast, and now find an easy access to the play zone. That is very impressive coming in from Jelly and the boys.
One thing is for sure, they were stacking up on those meds.
Yeah, for sure.
They were outside of the blue for such a long time. It's still alive, looking good and dandy. That means their backpacks were filled with a lot of meds. Probably were burning through a lot of them as well on their way. SBA, Hitler still alive inside of the game. They've got no clue that Hitler is right around the corner. VASISTA Esports, they've got no clue. Hitler's right there behind the compound wall. Oh my god, the rock is something that's keeping the man's position anonymous for a while, but VASISTA Esports, they're going to be on their move. Hector, the man wants to beat the pack as well. Also eliminate a few teams on their way, but Hector VASISTA, now they finally do get a bit of that pit stop. They want to take the fight against the players of ASSAM Tiger Esports out in the open, quite exposed. It's just going to be a lot of bullets barraging on that vehicle. They can't do anything. Too many bullets to try and dodge, and Hector VASISTA, Scary John makes a rookie mistake as he gets knocked out for now. But still, the backlines don't seem too secure. Hitler, his position was unknown, but the moment he strikes, he was able to find a knock onto Zin. But still, the revival's going to be possible. Even the wall of death is now going to start to move. This blue zone this time around is going to be doing some serious amount of damage. Hitler tossing out another nade, wants to get the equalizer, and it's also going to clip the player as Zin gets re-knocked once again.
And now he sees Fury making the move in the distance. And from the backlines as well, the shots come through. BO7S causing more trouble for Hector VASISTA. And as you said, Necro, their ability to, well, not spot Hitler basically has completely ruined this game for them. They have a decent number of elimination, but out of nowhere, Fury is the last survivor for the team. And he has to face a lot of threat to move forward. BO7S in particular are going to try to gatekeep him to the best of their abilities. Hitler on the other side, he survives, has 2 first aids to work with as well. And he's going to hope that he gets his hand on that car that's there in front of him.
Without a doubt, he will.
Maybe the crates from the players of Hector VASISTA, that's going to have some first aids.
Yeah, that probably will. A lot of crates lying out in the open at this point. Hector VASISTA, 2 more players standing, 7 elimination points converted. Not a bad last game, but unfortunately they just don't have a lot of man numbers. Staying alive for now. Fury catches a lot of hurt upon himself from that last man of SBN. Hitler does not really have a lot of time to stay alive in the game as he gets devoured by the play zone itself. Hector VASISTA, now it's time to change your priorities and move inside of the circle. That should be the main one. And that's what they're exactly looking to pull off as well. You can see Fury inside of the vehicle next to Scary John. They want to straight up book it towards the circle. There is Chenab Valley inside of the zone itself.
Yeah, and it's going to be a 3v2 situation. Chenab Valley versus Hector VASISTA. And as you said, Fury, quite fast and furious, makes the move. Quite close to Chenab Valley, gets knocked out. The trade comes through though. Baby Girl is going to be knocked out by Scary George from the backlines. Brawly OG though still alive, has 4 nades to work with as well. And HECTOR VASISTA, they've broken into the top 7. Oh, one more man spotted out. Scary George, he's looking for the knock, but again it is BO7S that hands the death blow to HECTOR VASISTA, eliminated on the 7th position in this game.
Final 6 teams alive, Johnny. True Rippers is one of them. And they have just managed to gather 1 elimination point. Because of the travel time they had inside the game, they were not really able to pick a lot of fights.
Necro, start of the game there was a drop clash, BO7S versus Dragonclaw. We are in the top 6 and both these teams are still there. How do you get so lucky?
I feel like these days it's a competition for how long can we stay inside of a stalemate.
Yeah.
First we did see it was VST up against the players of Revan and X-Spark. That stalemate went on for 15 minutes. Now this one, it's going on for almost
20 minutes
the entire
now.
game.
Yeah. I mean, this is just impressive, man. If they just keep going on till the end game, imagine that.
It's impressive, but at the same time pointless.
No, BO7S has gotten decent eliminations because of all those third parties just now.
I guess one way to look at it, but hold on to that thought though. Chenab Valley, they've got a lot of problems brewing up. Man got knocked out instantly, gets confirmed too. Chenab Valley, they've got a lot of problems brewing up themselves. Moneymaker's Clutch God was spotted on the opposite side of that ridge. True Ripper's Jelly, he did spot him. Now True Rippers, it feels like they've just got so much more intel they can try and rely on. And Moneymakers, now they finally make the pounce. There is one man from DC right inside of that house as well. And I don't think he's going to be surviving for too long in the end as Hershu gets wrapped up as well. Let's head back to the lobby. Moneymakers, they conquer this compound, but there is still one more man hiding in a corner. And he might just be the difference maker. Sekiro, he needs to go massive.
Yeah, the imposter amongst the Moneymakers. And as you mentioned, Sekiro, he needs to find at least 2 picks to make, in fact, swing the odds in the favor of True Rippers. But the shift of the zone does that to a decent extent. True Rippers, decent compound to work with. BO7S, though, a few moments ago, nade from the hands of Maddie from Chenab Valley secured a knock. Ghostface hitting the floor. Now Dusty going for a revive. Molotov just off its mark. Quite lucky for BO7S that they're still alive. 10 finishes on the board, though.
Sekiro still not moving. Is still inside of that one single house. He's
can't do
staying
anything.
put. But in the end, gets spotted the moment I said so. Gets eliminated from the game. Honeybee's not longer in the game anymore. But now it's time for BO7S to make that pounce against the players of Chenab Valley. And this push is actually proven out quite deadly as well. And BO7S on the verge of shutting down the entirety of Chenab Valley. But Baby Girl stands strong. Now it seems like Baby Girl is not lost anymore. She knows what she needs to do.
Yeah, found the stable footing and handed the exit to the players of BO7S. Forced them into a very uncomfortable spot and got her team into the top 3. But I think that is the best we get to see from Chenab Valley, because here comes an 8 from the players of True Rippers. And there's the finish. Down to the top 2 we go. And Necro, it's you against me, buddy. You went for True Rippers. I picked Moneymakers 4v4. Let's go.
Let's go, Johnny. I think True Rippers going to have the cake in their hands.
I think it's going to be Moneymakers. I'm going to stick with my team.
Look, Johnny, your team's name is Moneymakers, but do they have a sponsor?
No, man.
That proves my point.
Yeah, because
you know
they've
what,
made
Johnny?
a lot of money.
Cool.
I think, yeah, actually, all of these players are pretty loaded. There's Aditya,
Yeah,
Pokar, and Clutch God.
Yeah, they are pretty loaded.
They are their own sponsors.
I know, right? They can just make their own team.
I think
They
they
probably
just
have
did.
to make their own team.
That is the team right there.
Moneymakers. Bakar. Look at the angle the man has. Such an off angle. No one's going to be spotting the man between the leaves. It's going to be such a tough spot. And Pakar's just waiting for that pixel movement in the front. The moment that glimmer spotted, Pakar will go for the strike. But this move from Pakar could have been proven deadly. Luckily enough, the opponents were tossing out a smoke pathway. That's why Moneymakers is safe for now, but True Rippers slowly and steadily dropping down on the man number. It's not looking too solid for them. Keel the mouse knocked out. Jelly now needs to get the business in his own hand. Ninja is still up and alive as well, but even he gets caught. True Rippers take it down to a 2-man squad in the end. Moneymakers, it's quite a smooth sailing for them. Another nade, it's gonna find the strike as Jelly's gonna be the only man standing. And Moneymakers flexing on True Rippers as True Rippers have been ripped in hard. And Money, they show that the power of money is the strongest.
Exactly. I mean, it's the power of money that's the strongest, man. It's time to make some money. What an amazing end. I was a little worried, as you mentioned, Pucar taking that leap from that rooftop. It could have gone extremely wrong had he landed on the wrong side of the broken wall. But luckily, just lands right on top of it. And as you said, True Rippers, they were busy cooking up those smokes. So he just like drops to safety again, asks his teammates to make the push. And well, it all works out in the end. Yay, money makers. How does
Johnny,
loss
I guess
feel,
both of
Necron?
our predictions were okay, right?
Yeah.
They were pretty good predictions. So I guess, chat, you got to give it to us. It was still a dub for us. What about your predictions? I'm pretty sure they were pretty bad.
Are you talking to the chat right now?
Yeah.
Why do you go ahead and roast people who are not even here with us in the studio?
You know what, Johnny? We should talk about the game at this point because we've got the highlights rolling up on the screen right now. Now, for Moneymakers, yes, it was quite a good game, but that rotation from True Rippers, that was brilliant. Staying outside of the zone for such a long time, I do understand they had quite a bit of that travel time. And let's not forget about this compound, too. This compound was absolutely cursed. We saw new champions take a fight against their foes at the start, then later on we saw another third party come through. Even Chenab Valley joined in. There were so many teams who wanted to be a part of it.
Yeah, new champion, Royal Emperor, Inferno Rising, and then Chenab Valley came in and got like 2 finishes off of Inferno Rising. But yeah, Paradise Resort ain't no paradise in Sanhok for sure. That name is misleading. But as you were talking about True Rippers, I think one of the most impressive rotations, and this has to be a case study, was True Rippers breaking into the top 2 for this particular game. Because when we saw them, I think that stage 3 transition, I did not think they were going to be anywhere close to the top 5 of this match, man. That pathway that they created, playing slow, extremely slow, controlled, the aggression was there when needed as well, and yet they kept all 4 players alive for the end.
And Johnny, you know who was really impressive in that previous game? It was BO7S too.
Oh yeah.
They had a lot of elimination points at the back of it.
Yeah.
And that previous game of Sanhok was definitely quite a bit of a statement from the side of BO7S. I would love to see a bit more from them, especially in this type of domination.
Efficiency to the best from BO7S, because all of those finishes came from third parties, right? Earlier on, we saw them third-partying another team that was kind of distracted by the players of Inferno Rising themselves, and then they went on to third-party the lads of HECTOR VASISTA, who were stuck out into the open. Hitler chimed in from the backline, more distraction. BO7S were just grateful getting all of those finishes.
And Johnny, I guess the real concerns still do amp up and rise once again for Metal Phoenix, because the performance has been pretty bad. First 3 games done and dusted. Metal Phoenix, such a massive name, and still not able to perform. I guess they need to bring back that old aggression. Simple. Because that was the only thing that was keeping them alive inside of the game. Get those constant 7 to 8 points per game, get those elimination points, and you are good to go.
I agree with you on that. I mean, now the name might have changed to Metal Phoenix, but the playstyle of Phoenix Esports, I think that is what is going to fix this, fit to this team a little bit more, not fix anything. They don't need fixing. They were good from the start, in fact. Right now, they're playing more like Metal Esports, but Metal Esports' playstyle used to work for the previous Metal, not the players from Phoenix.
I guess the loss of Fury is really affecting them, right?
It
Fury
does
joining HECTOR VASISTA, and even HECTOR VASISTA is not doing extremely good too, because even they're struggling in their own regards. It's not the same HECTOR VASISTA that we thought. I thought, generally speaking, looking at the lineup on paper, I generally thought these guys might just end up dominating the entire lobby. But no, that's not the case. Instead, they're getting dominated themselves.
I agree with you on that. I mean, HECTOR VASISTA, but the problem is they're making very silly mistakes, man. It's very silly mistakes. No one is covering their back. All right, Hitler was not spotted out, but someone needs to take out that backstab any time you hear those shots fired towards you.
Yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, I do understand there's a lot of factors come into the game itself. There's so many things that you need to try and process. So maybe HECTOR VASISTA in the first 3 game itself, they were not able to understand what they want to get on the board. I do understand even the roster changes just happened before this tournament itself, so they haven't really gotten enough time to gel up with each other. But still, these guys are veterans, right?
Exactly.
On individual prowess, they should still be able to perform much better.
I mean, that is what we want to see from them, right? And I think with HECTOR being there, he is an IGL capable of leading a team to the championship itself. I think they can make it happen, and hopefully they recover after the reshuffle. But hey, now it is going to be a group switch happening.
Yeah, a new group is going to be joining us out of the action. And Johnny, that group as well, stacked up with decent teams. Now, from that group, the only team that is currently striking my mind is Ryder Esports, because just 1 point. was something that separated them from actually moving towards the land finale. But you know what, Johnny? We'll talk about that group in the future. We've got the match rankings rolling up on the screen. 21 points from Moneymakers. Definitely a massive flex on the back of True Rippers. You've also got BO7S with 15 points. Solid stuff right there. Chenab Valley. Once again, consistency prevailing from Chenab Valley.
Yeah, True Rippers, though. I mean, I'm not surprised. Yeah, they weren't really able to get those many finishes. Just 8 points on the board. Then you have HECTOR VASISTA, 8 points as well. Just 1 for placements. And then Inferno Rising, 9 finishes.
Exactly.
No placement points.
When did this happen? When did Inferno Rising get 9 finishes?
They've been running around just into team fights looking for finishes. I mean, they heard shots from Paradise Resort and just ran towards Royal Emperor over there.
I guess we found our new Phoenix Esports in the game finally.
I guess so.
Overall standings on the screen as they pop up. For True Rippers, they should be doing pretty good. And yes, they're currently inside of the top 6, sitting with 39 points. Looking pretty good and comfy. You've also got Inferno Rising right there on the 9th. That is extremely impressive.
Yeah.
35 points acquired.
Good start to their journey. This keeps them inside of the top 16, inside of that bracket that either sends them to semifinals week 1 or round 3 itself. Moneymakers in the top 3, that's what I wanted to say as well. Just 16 position points, 28 finishes, so a good performance coming in from Moneymakers. But the overall rankings now, Necro, are very important because it gives us a target, right? 38 points to break into the top 8 is what we are looking at. And that is going to be the goal for teams from Group F.
Yeah, I mean, it can also be a good thing. It can also be a bad thing, right? Because we've always heard about this mentality. When you've got a clear set benchmark that you just want to chase these many amount of points, you end up sort of choking because you've already limited yourself saying that you only need these many points. Instead, when you're playing completely free, you can be the one to set the benchmark.
I mean, it depends from mindset to mindset, right? Because when you say you only need these many points, I think, like, all right, we need these many points minimum. Everything beyond this is going to be a bonus, but if we do not hit that 38, we have failed our mission.
So I guess, as I mentioned, it can also be a good thing, it can also be a bad thing for Group F, right?
Exactly.
So they found themselves on both the sides at this point. And another page flashes on the screen. Of course, over here as well, there's quite a bit of those concerning names, right? We've got so many known names as well in here. Let's not forget names like Genesis Esports. I do understand today was not their game, but still, we have seen Genesis Esports and their fall off for a long time. And even new champions right there on the 58th.
That's what I wanted to say. Like, you look at this page and you see, all right, if we get like 12 points, we are safe. That's what the teams from Group F are also looking at right now. Safe haven is going to be beyond 12 points. This is going to be the second last page of the ranking because the last 16 teams haven't played, so this is the last page.
Yeah, and Phoenix Metal is currently sitting on the last page, by the way, with just 5 points in the span of 3 games. That is terrible.
Yeah, it is.
This is not something you expect from a team that used to be called the gangsters of BGMI.
I mean, right now there's one team with no points in 3 matches. What happened over there?
Just probably taking a little stroll on the maps, getting the feel of the field.
And that was Fearless 4, right? They gotta be afraid, man.
Look, Johnny, at this point, sometimes, you know, you gotta understand a player's mentality. It's not about always performing. It's about letting go of things.
Letting go of a chance at the trophy?
I guess they just don't care because
they're
getting 0
fearless.
points in the 3 games at this point, Johnny, that is concerning.
It is concerning. And I mean, that's the one team that's just hoping, please give us an easy group after the reshuffle.
Yeah, probably. And yeah, you brought up a great point. Reshuffled right there. A lot of these teams are probably also panicking in what sort of a group they're going to be seated in.
Yeah.
The moment the overall standings are completely done after the last group, that's going to be there on the board soon. So even those seeds, even those groups really do matter. If you're going to be put in a hard group, well, good luck to get those points. If you're going to be put up in a group with a lot of newbies or pretty much new coming teams, then even that's going to be a good thing for you. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Delivery, order ready. नहीं क्या भाई, अपना भाई वाव मोड में है।
Wow.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BMPS 2025. This is Super Johnny, joined by IC Baby alongside with me. And of course, the journey for Group E, at least for the first initial stage of round 1 of this realme BMPS 25, has come to an end. And we finally get to see the final 16 teams, IC, from Group F.
Well, as of yet, I'm curious to see how they are going to be performing as well. But as of now, what I'm really, really glad is that, you know, Group E, we saw a little bit of a happy ending for Moneymaker.
Yeah.
Especially a little bit of recovery here from my man, Joker.
I mean, yeah, sure, it was going to happen.
Hey,
that
man,
team
I
is
made a
just
prediction.
way too solid. Was that a prediction for the entirety of the day?
Oh, yeah, okay, fair enough.
But, ladies and gentlemen, one thing that we don't have to predict is when the Realme GT7 is going to be launched, because we know it's coming out on the 27th of May. And of course, this device is packed with a lot of features, but the thing that excites me the most, and I think it is going to be exciting for our lovely viewers the most, is going to be the fact that 120 FPS of stable BGMI non-stop for 6 hours.
Yep, it is the phone that you guys have to check out as well. Just search it up on Amazon, search Realme GT7 on Amazon and win up to 2 lakh rupees. So be sure to check it out as well, because it is gives you the best performance out there when you're playing BGMI in general. Be sure to check it out, because why it boasts up to FPS of 120 FPS for up to 6 hours. So be sure to check it out.
Yeah, hopefully it's going to be more stable than my audio.
Yeah, but at the same time, let's talk a little bit more on how things are going to be happening here for this upcoming match, right? As well, I think Group F is going to be a little bit interesting, considering the fact that we have a brand new face. We have SOA coming to the mix as well. We have Cincinnati Kids also coming back into the picture. Rider Esports also going to be one of the names that is going to be coming in as well. But this is going to be today's match coming in for you guys here. For those guys watching at home here, we are going to be continuing here. We are going to be jumping into it. Sanhok. Early on, we finish off all Group E here in ARYAN, Miramar, and Sanhok, and now we're going to be continuing in Sanhok, Miramar, and ARYAN for Group F. And for the first time, if you guys have not seen this, this is the roster coming from Group F here. We have SOAX, LIKITHA ESPORTS, Cincinnati Kids, Rider Esports, WOBBLExAERO, MASTERMIND Mavericks, Team Eggy, WELT Esports, IntenseX, Aerobots Esports, Team Halo, LOCX Signify, Wildfangs, AIB Esports Search, Myth Official, Golden Glider Esports, and also Team Cosmic, as well as Gen XFM Esports. So that's going to be very, very interesting here to see all these teams actually play at the finals, because now it is going to be a little bit of a comeback for some of these teams to actually make a little bit of redemption arc. And speaking of redemption arc here, I know for a fact that there are a lot of people looking forward to see how Rider Esports is going to be performing at the best of the best, because we saw moments where Rider Esports could have made it into the grand finals of BGI 2025. And again, also another redemption arc is going to be WELT, who barely needed 1 point to actually qualify into the semi-final stages and then compete for the grand finals.
Yeah, same thing for Ryder. 1 point from the semis to the finals.
Yeah, it is going to be very, very unfortunate here for some of these teams. But unfortunately, all good things gives them a little bit of a second chance. You know, I was about to say all good things come to an end, but unfortunately, this is just the beginning for some of these teams here, because it is a return of familiar faces coming from BGIS as we jump in towards the journey of the Group F itself. So now, obviously, I want to talk about SOA. You know, we've seen them perform the finals as well. They made one of the biggest comebacks from the grand finals itself in BGIS. From on day number 3, from all the way to bottom, they actually crawled their way into the 6th position in the overall standings in the grand finals themselves. So now, with a new banner in collaboration with them, SOA and also Likitha Esports, can they lift the trophy for this time, or can they actually make their way back to the grand finals is going to be the question here, because right now we're going to be jumping straight into the game of Sanhok, and we are going to be kicking things off and see how they are going to be performing right now, because as of yet, based on what we are seeing here, the flight path is going to be coming in from the southwest corner, ending towards the outskirts of Mong Nai. So that is going to be a very, very interesting approach for some of them, whether or not can they play at the best of the best, because for now, we do see a little bit of a glimmer of an early drop collision coming from SOA as they actually head towards Sami. We do have Gen X FM heading towards Bantai and Camp Charlie as well. We do have Cincinnati kids debating if they want to go Pioneer, but that's a very wide split down towards the south side, while west side, we do have Myth in the picture. So that's going to be a little bit of a redemption on some of these teams here, but you see a collision inside Bootcamp itself. We have Wildfangs going into its head-to-head against another team on the PIC itself, because this fight is going to be very, very important here, as Wildfangs going up against Ryder Esports in Bootcamp itself. Zyro going for those kind of sprays, and he's going to go down. He almost clipped one player, but Sensei finally goes down as Wildfangs continues with the fight. Trace God holding the angles as Wildfangs is looking their best to try and recover Sensei from the knock status as Ryder Esports right from the get-go, losing Zyro, and now here comes a spray down right in the open exist. What were you thinking? Fierce picks him apart, and Wildfangs continues the journey with a very, very easy pick-off for them. As they pick up Sensei, they go in for the reset, but there are still 2 players around Bootcamp that is still somewhere around. They have to figure out where they are specifically. Seems like Ryder Esports, they're going to be on the 2nd floor safe. Going for the push. Fragger holding on those nades here, going for a quick bait, but looks like it's just not going to connect on towards anyone. As Ryder Esports continues to try and hold on for their dear lives. It's going to be Famey and Fragger, the dynamic duo of this roster here, coming from Ryder Esports. What a way to start in their journey. My goodness, Johnny, this is not what I was expecting here, coming from both Wildfangs and Ryder Esports to collide right from the get-go.
Somehow, Wildfangs, they managed to win that fight without losing a single player.
And this is insane performance here coming from Wildfangs and Likitha Esports. This is a very, very good start coming from them. This is by far one of the unexpected turnarounds here. We expect drop clashes to happen, but Johnny, I did not expect Ryder Esports to make a debut like this.
Yeah, I just went on to check onto Ryder Esports whether they're okay after that fiasco, because they thought, yeah, there's no GT this time around in this entire tournament, so maybe we're going to be safe, right, in Bootcamp. Guess what? Wildfangs, they have a new drop.
Surprise, surprise, surprise. What a turn of events here. But what a debut coming from Wildfangs here. Having a little bit of a roster shuffle coming from Wildfangs. No scout this time playing in this picture. They brought in a new addition, and Fierce looks to be fitting in with the team.
Yep, no scout this time for Wildfangs. But again, it's Wildfangs. This is the wild team. I'm not going to be too happy for Sensei way too soon, although I have to say, still, Trace God, he was the star player for the team the last time, just basically putting the other 3 lads on his back and just pushing them as far as he could. This time we'll have a little bit more support with Fierce being there, with Seth also being present alongside with him. But we still have to see that Anuj to OP being added to the mix, because Anuj to OP is also actually a pretty talented player.
Well, the goal here for Wildfangs is to get their first ever chicken dinners in 2 seasons, because
that is true.
their entire journey in BGIS has nothing been shy of just finishes, and finishes, but no chickens to their name. So that's going to be something that I think maybe this time Wildfangs have a very, very solid chance. But as of yet, on screen as well, we have Sukuna in play. It's going to be a little bit of an interesting mix coming from them as well, because this is Golden Glider Esports on screen. And that is going to be something that I haven't seen them play for a while, to be honest.
Yeah, but let's see how things are going to turn out. They are just kicking off their day. Oh, that was a lot of distance, man. He peaked for a second, and then we couldn't see him on his feet anymore. But ladies and gentlemen, one thing that we would like to see in your hands is going to be the realme GT7 launching on the 27th of May. Long play without any overheating. It has 120 FPS, stable BGMI gaming for up to 6 hours, because it is co-tested by Realme and Crafton. So go on to Amazon and search for the Realme GT7, and you could stand a chance to win prizes up to Rs 2 lakhs. But I have to talk about that shot. It was nasty.
How I would like to take a replay on that, because who the hell took that shot? That was insane. But all things considered, they get the reset, no value whatsoever. It's a little bit chip damage onto the helmet, maybe onto the Vesper. I'm pretty sure it was a headshot, but so probably, you know, helmet's gone for one of the players here. And as of now, the stalemate continues. Golden Glider Esports, they're so afraid now after that shot.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense, but little did they know, after those gunshots and knocks here, guess what? We've got another random straggler. That's got to be Spider Boy from AIB Esports with no helmet, going to be creeping by to look to try and pounce onto them.
I mean, it's quite an interesting name and an interesting position to be in. It's, of course, it's like, what?
He's Spider Boy.
Spider Boy,
He's
not
spotting down.
Spider-Man. No helmet for Spider Boy.
Everyone
no
can
armor.
see his face.
Yeah, no helmet, no armor. Has to go to school. I mean,
that's why he's a boy. Well, didn't Spider-Man go to school?
he went to...
It's high school, no?
Yeah, that's actually true.
Yeah.
The whole point of Spider-Man was he was a boy.
But he calls himself a man.
Yeah.
The dilemma.
Misleading everyone.
Well, fair enough. But all things considered here, let's take a look at the circle as well. We do see a little bit of a rotation coming from Eggy. Looks like they are going to be taking the center island in between the 3 major continents here as a rotation point. Usually, we do see teams taking vehicles to try and drive quickly towards the Alpha Island here, but it seems like Eggy, they're going to be forced to actually leg their way in towards the west side. So I guess based on the zone, a lot of those teams are going to be predicting this to be an alpha circle, which makes a lot of sense considering that alpha does occupy at least about 60 to 70% of the circle itself. So
Yeah.
I can see why everybody is expecting this to be alpha circle.
Yeah, but we do see Team Cosmic with an interesting approach. They've gone for a 50-50 gamble. 2 players on Camp Alpha Shoreline, 2 players close to that Ruins position. Although Filter and Lasso along with him, they will have to try a way to avoid any conflict with Cincinnati Kids.
Yeah.
'Cause that's the team playing from Ruins.
Agreed. SOA going to be rotating from the west side as well, but on the smack middle of it all, it's still occupying all 3 of the islands itself, but a majority of it still on towards Alpha Island. So we are going to be expecting an edge Alpha zone here. So teams right on the tippity top here is going to be AIB, have full control of the mountain terrain, but Cincinnati Kids, look at this. The drive-by comes through. You called it. And you are about to miss it as well. SOA, Smoker, almost loses his life there.
Called it and about to miss it, man. That is hilarious, but yeah, I think we missed it. Cincinnati Kids missed their shots, but they want to try and have a second go on towards the players of SOA. I wouldn't advise it, because right now these 2 teams are surrounded from every single direction. Look at that. Just running into the 2 individuals from the side of Team Cosmic. In fact, now there's 4 of them over there.
Oh boy, regrouping here, playing towards the warehouse terrains, trying to occupy and make sure that these vehicles are going to be alive for the next upcoming battle. But knowing this position, it's very exposed to the mountain terrains on the west side, so not exactly the greatest. SOA, you can see the car circling their way through. The desperation coming from Juicy saying that we need to get out, but at the same time, SOA, they're getting shot as well as they run in towards another team. That's going to be Golden Glider Esports, who's been holding down there. SOA losing 2. Now the nade comes through, but Starboy looks like they're going to be making a call to say back off. Smoker as well. They're going to be throwing nades, but they do get a trade on Sukuna, which is huge. So that's going to be slowing them down on the push.
Well, Smoker There is a smoke in front of him for a hit to play with a shotgun. Is what gets the knock. He sees the man on the flank, but can't really do anything about it. Damu hands LIKITHA Esports the finishing blow in their opening match. Although no time to celebrate as Myth make the climb instantly and run into the faces of Golden Glider Esports. Damu is fighting for his life, gets one more. He's looking for the second, not enough breathing room. He's the last man left alive, gets one more knock. And even Myth, well, they are making this man look like a Myth. He hasn't gotten a lot of finishes, but those knocks have been impressive. Sees the jump peek through the window, has no utility at this point. I see you're just hoping that he had a nade.
Oh boy, another one for Damu! Now the last man standing, he's gonna go for the flush. Oh no! He could not clutch things out. A perfect opening, but Myth will be the ones that survive as KSR denies him his glorious moment.
At that point, you just give him the finish. At that point, you give him that frag. Give him what is rightfully his. Took down, what, like 6 players almost in that single fight.
Oh my goodness, AIB. Oh, that's the... I don't want to say, man. Golden Glider Esports, props to you guys, but unfortunately to say, the opportunities known as Myth, they were the vultures. They came up in top. You know, they saw a major fight. The moment SOA was cleaned out, they tried to go in for the pounds. 2 versus 4. They still held on, but still... That's gotta hurt.
Yeah, that's like heartbreak, man. Hurts more than a breakup.
Damn, you have a very weird life still. But you know what's gonna be a heartbreak right now? Let's talk about the circle right now. It's about to shift. Is it gonna go into Alpha Island? It's gonna be the question here because as of yet, it is gonna shift into its main island here. So Team Eggy is gonna be having a very, very fun time guarding teams who's going to be traversing through the river on the east side and maybe over to the north bridge. We do have also teams Cincinnati coming from the south side as well. There's a lot of major clusters from the south, west, and east. So Eggy is going to have a very, very good time. Going to be picking them apart. Meanwhile, AIB on top of the mountain still in range. So that means they also can pick off whatever stragglers that were going to be drifted off on the ground itself.
Let's see if they are actually able to do that, but here's a little bit of a replay. Damu, just absolutely impressive with the S12K, taking down 3 players from the side of Myth. And of course, they were players of Golden Glider were just recovering from a fight just before that against the players of SOA LIKITHA. So at that point, he was just overheat, but him being able to maintain that composure was very impressive. Almost clutched out that 1-4. But here we have it. It's the firing squad from Cincinnati kids. Did you see that formation? 2 of them just like crowds down, shooting up the hill.
They don't really have a choice. Like that's the only angle that can completely mess up their vehicle terrain because it was exposed here. So they have no choice but to shoot anything that moves to make sure that they don't get their vehicles blown up. So from Cincinnati kids, they're doing what they can, but based on their position that they're given, they don't really have a choice. They have to bleed out ammunition in expense for mobility.
Team Halo. You know for sure they have a backing track right now.
Oh, Wildfags. They just cleaned up Gen XFL like that. Well, okay.
But what happened to Wildfags? I mean, I've been hearing a lot from Sensei, but nothing about his team getting so good.
Well, they're still inside boot camp, and their next biggest problem is that how did they get to the island?
Hey, man, they got 6 finishes.
Okay, Gen XFM still having 1 player, pretty much a straggler outside of himself, but on the far north, we also have the WELT WELT Esports apparently, rebrand now. No more OMG up in the fray. But, well, oh, TraceGod sees a pixel, and it takes him out. Very, very clean finish for him. 4 in the hands of TraceGod, 3 in the hands of Fierce.
I mean, can I say that Wildfags, they're playing exactly like we expected or exactly like most people expected? TraceGod and Fierce getting all of the finishes?
It's usually TraceGod and Seth.
Yeah, but Fierce is, in terms of mechanical skills, Fierce has always outperformed Seth as an individual.
Okay, fair enough. But at the same time, on the screen as well, we do see Welt. Oh my goodness, they're shaking. Like, AimGod, he heard all this commotion, and the zone is about to close in as well. And yeah, this is going to be a tough one here. But Wildfangs, do they realize that there is also another team, but a very wide split coming from Welt as well? And AimGod, he's pretty much stuck in a rock and a hard place, considering that his teammates are all trying to cross their way through. AimGod has no choice but to keep WildFang's at bay. And the moment WildFang's decide to take a shot at his teammates, he has to take the opportunity to strike.
Yeah, I mean, that is going to be a bait and switch strategy, but yeah, Spider Boy actually from this team has been quite phenomenal. They just move ahead and destroy the entirety of Team Halo. Oh, there goes the Halo. They're sent to heaven.
Well, unfortunate to say, that is going to be their journey here, but AIB, they do have the high ground. We've talked about this mountain terrain, but we haven't seen them control the next phase of the zone yet. They're all grouped up far west, and they haven't really made their mark towards the east side of Ruins yet, where the highest point will be in play to try and punish any sort of rotations. But speaking of which, time is of the essence. WildFangs, they actually crossed over uncontested, so this is huge for them, because there's nobody in the mountain looking down, overseeing what's happening on the east side. But WildFangs, as of yet, 1-for-1 trade. Sif also gets picked off from the south side. Looks like I pretty much jinxed them right now.
I mean, you've been jinxing a lot of teams the entire day, I see, but we're not going to talk about it. But WildFangs, 7 eliminations secured. They're going to look for the 8th, and, well, almost grabbing it as well. Trey's got finding another knock. The third party comes through. Team Cosmic are the one who dropped that player from the side of EG, but WildFangs, as you said, challenge was to cross over. They've succeeded in doing so. Now it's time to move further. Can WildFangs secure their very first chicken of the second official they are playing?
Well, this is going to be a tough one here. Can they do it? It's going to be the true story here. Team Cosmic, they're taking some heavy fire here. Third parties are going to be in play. But Trace God still knows exactly where he is. Going to be cooking up the nade. Does it look good? Yes, it does. No, it looks good. Just barely a pixel away. Right on the edge, on top of it. So there's no connection for him, as he needs to reset here. Sensei getting knocked off as well means that WildFang's going to be in a lot of pain so far as the circle slowly closes in. Desperation kicks in. Do they pick Sensei or do they rush in because the zone is closing in? Look at this. Coming in as well. Team Cosmic looks like they are going to dip out of this fight, so WildFangs, they will have some space as Team Cosmic makes a retreat. Now, Ray comes through here looking for a good connection. He gets the knock. Filter is out in the open. Can he get the confirmation? Yes, he will. Nobody steals it away. And that's going to be WildFangs finding another finish, another
Fierce
point.
Finds another knock while making that move as well, man. These two individuals are capable of taking on teams, just the two of them. Cosmic, they have to be careful because all of a sudden that man advantage is gone and it's an even 2v2 between Trace God and Fierce versus the two individuals left on the side of Team Cosmic. And that's not the move you make in front of these two. The spray comes through, but lucky from the flank, Fierce is going to get knocked out as the third party comes through from EG. WildFangs, there's going to be a small little pause on their assault. 9 finishes on these two individuals. Very impressive start. They're close to the top 8 as well. So if they survive for a few more moments, hey, there's going to be placement points added to this tally.
Agreed, but they don't have a lot of time. 10 seconds left. The circle's about to move as well. Stage 6 is going to be hurting a lot more as they make a retreat into it as well. They've heard gunshots coming from Eggy in the compound on the north side, so it looks like they are going to try and play this open as they go in for the hunt against Team Cosmic. However, interesting enough, Team Cosmic, they are able to find solace in a little bit of compound here inside this facility. So LOC has pretty much going to be being nearby nosy neighbors with them. Very surprised that LOC gave away this compound for absolutely free.
I think they weren't even contesting it. I think they were just happy that, hey, at least no one's shooting at us, so we don't have to deal with that pressure. But Team Cosmic, they gotta be careful because their stalkers are right behind them. You see them.
Okay.
WildFangs, Cincinnati kids, this high ground advantage can actually prove to be big. They can just take down everyone down below.
This is insane. What happened to AIB? Like, they were on top of there. Cincinnati kids were on the south side. They actually rotated up and wiped off AIB and then take the spot away from them. Now they've got high ground control. And fortunately for them, they have vehicles as well. So that means if they need to get down, well, they have to plunge themselves. But I've never seen a single team plunge off the cliff without being punished yet.
Yeah, that is true, but I mean,
survive, to be honest.
they have to pull that Dominic Toretto move sometime, right?
Maybe, somewhere.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Oh, what happened? Zverev got knocked out somewhere.
Oh no, Zverev, they actually rotated, go for a 2-2 split, 2 on top of the mountain and 2 down. And one of the players actually got picked off, and now Flock is going to be providing support fire from the high ground as well. And Flock, the only defense coming from Cincinnati kids, and Adi does know that this is up. They've got a very, very interesting angle, and Adi looking to get those confirmations with this nade. Unfortunately, this angle is going to be very awkward. Doesn't seem to be able to clip them. So Cincinnati they will be able to pick them up. But as the circle is going to shift them down south, they have to wrap things up.
Yeah, and it's not going to be an easy move as well, because he has to swing out from the right, and that is going to put him in the line of fire of Flock. But good for Juicy, gets back on his feet. Cincinnati Kid back again with the 4-man roster. But the circle making an awkward move. As you said, I see a few moments ago, there will come a time where Cincinnati Kids are going to be forced down the hill. And I think everyone is just waiting and avoiding them till then.
Yeah, Zverev, they've heard movements as well right below them. And Zverev going to try and punish this as well. Team Mastermind Mavericks seems to be understanding that even though they've got the high ground, they don't really have a very nice angles I can shoot down as well. So the verticality is going to be a problem for them. You can see Flock, they're trying to find pixel perfect moments, but it's tough. Directly underneath means it's no shot for them. Meanwhile, from afar in this distance, Flock is going to be able to scout on one. And it's going to be AR, going to be on the other side.
There's a lot of distance though. It is going to be difficult to secure those finishes, especially with the teams on the right-hand side having the third-party opportunity. But hey, who am I to say? It's Flock with that AUG. Takes down the last remaining survivor from the side of WELT. And we're down to the top 6 teams. One more spray comes through. Flock finds a knock. The instant trade from Clown. And now, even AR, they are going to be stuck in a very awkward position because there's 4 of them, 1 knocked out. But they are exposed, so recovery is going to be very difficult.
Yep, Aerobots dropping down pretty low as well. They slowly make their way downtown as well. They do have a lot of high ground. Cincinnati gets just completely dumbstring everyone from the north side. And they are the biggest problem. This split coming from Cincinnati Kids is actually paying off for them. I've never seen someone understood that, hey, we have high ground advantage, but what if the chances the circle actually forces them down? And that is going to be a problem for them. But now the concern for Cincinnati Kids is that, look at Juicy, he's panicking. He's like, guys, you're stuck up there. We need to help you. But can we help you is going to be the question.
They just did.
Oh,
He's back on his feet, but...
they don't have vehicles. Oh no, they can't get down.
Yeah, the only way to come down from there is to take the fight against Clown from Aerobots, finish him off, and then finish off his teammates in the back lines. Do that in any order and you gain access to that slope, and that's the only way Cincinnati Kids can win this game. But Flock is keeping an eye on the players of Aerobots. In the meanwhile, Team Cosmic, they're going to be grateful to everyone else because everyone fought each other and Cosmic is there in the top 5, down to their last man. Pash is the only player surviving from the side of Team Cosmic. There's one more team right next to them, LOC. And LOC actually on their way to make it to the top 2 of this match.
Yep, it is very, very close here. We're down towards the final 4 teams. Cincinnati Kids on top of those mountains. Aerobots right below them. Same can be said for Team Mastermind Mavericks. And LOC now going to be making it out towards the compound outside the smoke, but it doesn't matter. Cincinnati Kids from right above, they see everything and everyone in the zone.
Hey man, endgame time. That is when they're getting those finishes. 9 eliminations right now, and Flock is looking to make the move. Has nades as well. Clown falls, and that's going to be the end for him. Last 2 players left for Cincinnati Kids to clean up. It's a 2v4 situation, and little by little, Flock is taking those leaps. Is he going to make it all the way down? Well, Joyesh gets knocked out. Adi is going to be spotted out. Mighty, are you going to get that frag? And I think he did. They clean house. 11 eliminations for Cincinnati Kids and the chicken dinner as well. What an impressive way to kick off their journey.
What a game coming in from Cincinnati Kids to actually take a chicken dinner. What a way to actually take that game, because I've never seen anyone play like that and come up on top.
Yeah.
Yes, you can dominate, but when push comes to shove, for them to understand the situation that if we take too long, we are going to lose because we are running out of space. But for some reason, because of how they control 2 mountains, they were able to pick off every single angle of their opponent's side. You can see the panic coming from Mastermind Mavericks that we need to get out.
Yeah.
But on the bright side, if Mastermind Mavericks was able to find cover, they would have won the chicken.
Either that or the circle just shifts down south away from the hill. So again, Cincinnati Kids could have been, their game plan could have been messed up in 2 ways. And none of that happened. So that endgame, little bit of luck was involved, but they played it to perfection. But we do have the highlights on our screens. And Wild Fangs, Sensei right now is thanking gods that, well, Fierce is there with him now. Because Praise God does not have to do all the heavy lifting alone.
Yeah, I agree. This is a great performance coming from them. But another surprise one here is going to be Damu as well. It was a moment of brilliance coming him to actually clutch things out. Unfortunately, it was shut down due to the fact that it was great defense, but if he cleaned them up, that would have been a safe race coming from Golden Tiger Esports. Meanwhile, as the journey continues as well, a lot of the teams pretty much needed to push in towards Alpha Island, which resulted in this huge spray down of 3-4 sessions coming in from Cincinnati Kids.
I mean, it was very impressive. And again, that rotation itself, that they started from Ruins, went out wide. And we're forgetting about the fact that they had to beat out AIB.
Yeah.
They took one fight before the end game, and that fight just gave them so much control of such a crucial position that they ended up winning the game.
I think the biggest problem that Cincinnati's Kids struggled initially was that they were stuck in a warehouse where those angles were exposed to the guys on the mountain.
Yeah.
They had no choice but to fire everything to deny everyone on the mountain, to a point that we're running out of ammunition, let's make the call, they made the call, pushed up, actually won a fight against AIB off screen.
Yeah, before that, they, I think, was struggling for finishes as well. They'd just taken like 1 or 2 picks here and there. But impressive start, and what awkward mid-game this time around as well, because we've never seen so many teams successfully make that camp alpha rotation so early, right?
Yeah, that was very, very awkward as well. But even though we said they successfully made it through, a majority of them actually got shut down by teams like Team Eggy. They got taken out by, I think, Cosmic as well, so that's going to be a little bit of a problem for them. But the stars of the match for this match here is going to be Fierce coming from Wildfangs. We've got Trace God as well in the mix, but Zeref is the one that actually got the finisher, the last finish in the game to close out the entirety of the game. So this is going to be, well, I don't know, Trace God Fierce. Definitely no chicken again for Wildfangs.
No chicken, but I think now Wildfangs need to realize, like, already you have 2 players who will deliver no matter what happens. This time, their teammates were gone like half of the time, and they still were able to get those finishes. Yeah, the boot camp fight was when everyone was involved, but still, Sensei and Seth, they got to back these lads up, man. And Wildfangs, well, there's going to be success waiting for them on the other sides, because that's all Trace God and Fierce need now. They need someone watching their back so they don't have to look everywhere themselves. Focus these 2 players in frontline assault, and they will get those finishes for you.
Well, it is going to be the case as well here, but as of now, they are going to be thinking on how they are to improve their overall formation, because this roster looks pretty solid right now. I want to see how, if the circle favors them for a little bit. It is Sanhok after all, but all things considered here, this is going to be the match ranking in this match. Cincinnati Kids, they get themselves 21 points and 11 finishes in their debut match. And LOC going to be joining the fray with 10 finishes for themselves, because they were the gatekeepers in those compounds in the middle of the zone, 2 zones prior to this.
Yeah, but I still love the fact that finishes are a little bit more evenly split between this particular group, because you have Cosmic with 5. You have Myth, who went out super early but still walked away with like 4 finishes to their name. And, of course, the surprising team inside of the top 8 is going to be Mastermind Mavericks, man. No finishes, 6 placement points. Yeah, they were just playing for survival.
Hey, guess what? Survival, sometimes in life, not getting finishes will give you some sort of points. It's still better than playing 2 games and getting only 2 points.
Or playing 3 games and getting no points.
Oh boy, that's gotta hurt. But still, Mastermind Mavericks, some points is better than no points. But let's take a look at the overall standings here on how it will affect the dynamic shift. I don't think it's gonna be enough to break past into his first match, because mathematically, they've only played 1 game. So if they played this a same amount consistently, especially for Cincinnati Kids in 3 games, they should be over 60 points, taking the number 1 spot.
I mean, so the cutoff to break into the first page, which is the top 16, is 27 points. Cincinnati Kids have gotten quite close, because you see them on the 29th position with 21 points in total. And as me and Necro were talking about it, I would like to know your thoughts. 30-something points to break into the top 8, right? That is the goal. 2 matches left. Cincinnati Kids extremely close. Who else do you think is going to be joining this race from this group?
It's still going to be anyone's game here, considering, like we said as well, this match as well is a very, very even speed as well, and it kicked things off with Sanhok in general. So it became a match where it's going to be mechanical prowess. We didn't see too much macro gameplay, but I feel like in this game as well specifically, Cincinnati Kids made one of the best macro rotation decisions, which gave them the game. So it's very rare for a team that is on top to not win. And in this case, Cincinnati Kids, they understood that the win condition was to shut down AIB, take their spot, and then win the game. That was very, very big coming from Cincinnati kids.
Yeah, and again, as you said, it was a move made out of desperation, but
Yeah.
it worked out quite nicely for them. Of course, it is going to be interesting to see how things take a turn once we move on to the next match, because when you start on Sanhok, all of a sudden you're forced into this very hyperactive situation that you're not used to. At least when you play Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, there's a gradual build-up.
Yep.
But now you're playing against the flow. You go from an intense map to an extremely slow one.
map.
Yeah. So that readjustment, I think, might just give an opportunity to teams like Ryder Esports to readjust and make a comeback.
Well, unfortunately for Ryder Esports, they could not play the game because that drop clash against Wildfangs was an absolute surprise for them.
Don't they also have a drop clash on Miramar?
Oh boy. Who are we talking about?
I don't know. They used to sometimes...
No, they used to drop clash with a lot of teams actually.
Yeah, that's the thing. Ryder used to be... Ryder and Phoenix, these two teams would go after anyone at any time. And Ryder, I think, was clashing with... Once they clashed with Revenant X-Park, once they clashed with that 8-bit OG mix towards Sumasera Ladriela.
That was like the earlier stages of BGIS. Yeah, so it makes a lot of sense that it is going to be a problem for them to actually figure out who's going to be a drop clash, hitting who. But I know for a fact that Wildfang's coming into the mix here is kind of making things a little bit interesting for them.
Or is no sense just going to bully Ryder Esports?
They should. They could. Because think about this, right? Fame was able to make his mark in BGIS, in the bootcamp, taking down so many teams, including Godlike Esports at that time.
And now, Wildfangs, they have Trace God and Fierce and Seth to actually deal with that early fight. The only thing that is going to be outside of Wildfang's control, and in fact, it'll be outside the control of Ryder Esports, is weapon spawns.
Yeah, I agree. That's going to be a little bit interesting on here. But of course, you know, I have to talk about the shuffle coming through as well. The next time, if they play into the Sanhok here, it's all going to be a dice roll, where if they get rolled in the same group again, well, you got to deal with it.
So your opportunity is basically right now. If you want to go after someone that you feel you can deal with as soon as the game begins and get those 4 points, just go for it. I mean, to be honest, Wildfangs last time could have lost 2 players. They barely survived with all 4 intact. Had that not happened, then the game would have been even more tougher for the surviving players. So you have to be careful about that. But Miramar, completely different story. You will have a lot of time to work with. Let's see how things are going to turn out. But apart from Wildfangs, apart from Ryder, we got to talk about Likitha Esports as well, because Likitha Esports is a big name. And the collaboration with SOA, turns out, is not going as we thought it would. So hopefully there's going to be a recovery in the upcoming game. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a very short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We will be right back after this.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the realme BMPS 2025, and this is going to be a very, very interesting day here because we saw a little bit of a debut match coming from Group F, and we do see Cincinnati kids taking their first game here in the map of Sanhok. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is going to be Necro as we take you to the journey here in the English broadcast of the rest of this match here. Now, Necro, Sanhok, Cincinnati kids coming in swinging here. Did we expect them to perform at this level?
Of course we did. It's not even a question. Cincinnati kids did pretty good, even the land finals of the realme BGMI 2025, right? So it's not even a question. Of course, they're dominating over here, and it's a clear pattern as well. CK always dominates on the day one, and pretty much things once again do sticks happen over there too. We've got the overall standings from 33rd to 48th, and this overall standings at this point, I mean, look, yes, there's a lot of stragglers all the way in the pack, but they will have enough chances to try and make a comeback.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit concerned as well because in the bottom as well, we have teams like Reckoning Esports who almost took the trophy on BGIS itself. For them actually not getting any single points for 3 matches played here is put in a very awkward spot. It's not really over yet, but for WowFags, they are in the 56th position despite having both Troy Scott and also Fierce getting almost 9 points all by themselves, which is insane.
Yeah. Without a doubt. I mean, just look at teams like Envy as well, just sitting on the latter half of the board, right? And at the end of the day, we never saw this coming too. And have a look at Phoenix Metal too. With just 5 points in the span of 3 games, generally speaking now, Phoenix Esports in the back, they were one of the most aggressive teams. When it comes to firefights, they were rarely losing any. But now they're just struggling to convert anything.
Yeah, this is a little bit unfortunate, but it's still too early to count them up here. It's still anyone's game. Even WELT as well is going to be a team that I'm very surprised that they had a little bit run in with only 1 point, which is one position point, which is very, very unfortunate considering that they had moments of brilliance in BGIS where they had a one-man chicken dinner from all the way in towards Sanhok in this exact same zone scenario, by the way. It's the same zone scenario which they actually clutched the chicken dinner. I believe it was Justy that actually clutched it out.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. Now, look, Rider Esports getting 0 points out of that game. Generally speaking, it feels like they haven't been able to recover from that 1 point difference that was there from them actually moving on towards the land finals. But something that's going to help you with your gameplay, it's also going to be the realme GT7. Move on towards Amazon, search for the realme GT7, and you might just stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs. And not just that, this device comes in with 7,000 mAh battery, also has a fast charger available, which is going to be 120 watts. And speaking of 120, this also provides you 120 stable FPS up till 6 hours, tested by realme and the Crafton guys themselves.
Yes, indeed. So be sure to check it out when it actually launched on the 27th. So be sure to book your marks. Just search it out on Amazon. Realme GT7, which is our official device, and the pro players will be using when the LAN actually happens.
Exactly, without a doubt. But you know what? Now we need to get back towards the game conversation itself, because we know the upcoming map is also going to be the map of Miramar. Who do you think? Can CK actually dominate once again, or is it going to be someone else?
I think it might be CK, but it does open up opportunity for teams like Rider Esports to make a little bit of a comeback as well. We know Rider Esports being one of those teams that really, really performs in the map of Miramar, especially when the zone shifts on towards Los Leones.
They better have that fire of comeback in them, because if they don't, this map of Miramar, it's definitely going to be quite unforgiving. Without any trouble, we straight up jump on towards the map of Miramar, as the plank's going to be in the skies once again, starting all the way from Minas del Sur towards the opposite side, which is going to be El Azhar.
Well, this is going to be an important one for all these teams trying to forge their way in towards the next stage here. Of course, making it to the top 8 is where you exactly want to be. But for now, Cincinnati kids on a great track record here, taking a very, very good start with the chicken dinner.
I have a question. Which team did you predict from this group?
I don't want to talk about it.
So, just to let you guys know,
they only got 1 point.
Listen, just to let you guys know, he went with WELT. And now we know why they're struggling.
Sometimes in life, there will be wins and there will be loss. But all things considered, I did predict Moneymakers to win. So they're doing okay for today.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Moneymakers is doing good. All your good wishes went with Moneymakers. They took it away.
Who
but now for
like
WELT,
money, man?
True that. I mean, they were definitely flexing it on True Rippers in that last game. But you know what? Looking at the play and fly path and looking at the way teams have finally decided to drop down, you also do see Wildfangs moving in around that Los Leones area. Now, if you know, Sensei and his OG drop location in the map of Miramar has always been Los Leones. And since this team is driven by Sensei himself, of course, they would love to go towards Los Leones. And let's not forget, speaking about the OG days itself, Sensei and Fierce once again back inside of the same roster. The last time when we saw these two guys perform on the same stage and the same team was in 2023 in Revenant Esports. And now in Wildfangs, they're over here.
Now, speaking of which as well, the circle is going to be shifting on towards El Pozo's vicinity. So no Los Leones circle this time in the map with Miramar. But the chances of having a long-range battle here still remains because the zone west side of Monte Nuevo could be a big play as well for some of these teams. Same can be said for Crater Field's vicinity here, but this time we will not see an open field center like the previous Miramar earlier today.
Without a doubt. I mean, the way this zone is formed as well, it's definitely going to be catching a few teams off guard, since it's completely opposite to the plain flat path as well. Having a look at the Los Leones, we do have Wildfangs in a bit of a stalemate against Ryder Esports. And let's keep this thing in mind. Wildfangs is doing much better compared to Ryder Esports.
But at the same time, Cincinnati Kids is also in Los Leones. But for now, let's call this the round 2 match, because this is round 2 between Wildfangs and Ryder Esports, having near identical drop spots. What is up with this?
Trey Scott, Fierce, 3 players who do pack a massive punch. While you try and speak of Ryder Esports, the new and upcoming talent in the realme BGS 2025, just separated by 1 point to make it to the LAN finals. And now this time around, they've got a lot of burning fire in their heart that they just want to try and melt down the lobby with. Cincinnati Kids, since they've already managed to get the first chicken dinner, they've already got a massive head start.
Yeah, they definitely do. But the biggest struggle that they have to overcome here is that Cincinnati Kids, do they want to prioritize position, or do they want to mess up everyone in Los Leones, which is Wildfangs as well as Ryder Esports here. But based on the mini map itself here, we do see Fierce kind of split off with the rest of the pack, so regrouping is going to be the play. But at the same time, Los Leones is a very, very big city, so there is a lot of loots for at least 3 to 4 teams. So I would say, for now, not fighting is okay. They have decent utilities, but can they get out is going to be the question here. Ryder has an exit point from the south side. Cincinnati Kids has an exit point from the north side. But they don't know that. We know that. That's it.
True that. And at this point for Cincinnati Kids, look, somewhere down line, even if they do end up getting eliminated right here, I'm pretty sure CK's not going to be caring too much. Because CK already knows they've gotten so many points in the first game itself that it's not going to be a problem anymore, even if they do get eliminated. So they can go completely haywire if they want. But it all comes down to Ryder Esports. If they do want to escalate things, then Ryder Esports needs to make sure they're winning this duel no matter what. If they don't win it, well, they will be sitting with 0 points in the overall standings, even for the second game.
Agreed. Mastermind Mavericks, also the team that, you know, got walked away with decent amount of points with absolutely no finishes in the previous round here. They're known to be very, very good in terms of macro rotation so far. But so far, I want to see how they perform in Miramar this time.
Hey, you know what? Since we've been speaking so much about our lovely sponsor, Realme GT7, let me tell you guys something important as well. This device is powered by one of the strongest chipsets available in the market, MediaTek Dimensity 9400E. And let's not forget, this, as I mentioned, is the most powerful chipset with 2.45mm and 2.2 score. So in my opinion, if you guys want a strong gaming device, check it out definitely, because it provides you that stable 120 FPS for up to 6 hours, tested by Realme and the crafting guys themselves.
Yep. But as the journey continues here, Mastermind Mavericks, even though we didn't see them control the fight just now, I want to see them whether or not can they perform in this game. Did that game in Sanhok affect them or not? Because there are some people with their mentality is all about finishes as well. But on the finish speed, what happened? Seems like Ragnar actually made a little bit of a drop. He actually fell off himself, so that's might be a little bit of freebie there. Ragnar dropped off, immediately crawled away. Team Eggy actually saw that vehicle, so haha, not what I was expecting.
I'm pretty sure they know about this blunder as well.
Oh boy.
And there is the cavalry to try and get the revival. Eggy knows it's too far away to go for any sort of shots, but I'm pretty sure he's also calling it to his teammates as well. If they do actually manage to find a wraparound, this can be really impressive, but I don't think Eggy's going to be committing to this.
Yeah, maybe, just maybe. But Aerobots, they're in a little bit of an awkward spot here. They're split off 2-2. They are going to be able to pick them up, but the question here is, do they know that they're somewhat up top? Because think about this, right? Ragnar actually fell. Will he actually go and pick up the car? But seems like they are going to drive him off to safety, so I guess, based on the scuffle, maybe Eggy was the reason that he fell off.
Yeah, I mean, Wobble has always been one of those teams that has sort of done okay for themselves. They're not really someone to bring in those flashy plays, but they always do somehow find that string and keep themselves alive in a tournament. And the elimination feed as well starting to pop off. Ryder Esports, Fame getting caught. Wildfangs once again punishing the players of Ryder. They know Fragger's all by himself, and they're not going to be backing away anytime soon. Even Fragger gets caught. Trey Scott, this man is absolutely insane. No one's going to be stopping Trey Scott when he spots out the opponents. He's going to be hitting every single shot you can think of. And Wildfangs at this point, they've got a massive advantage as well in this duel.
Yep, Seth now going to be picked up. Ryder Esports round 2 officially begins with a deficit. They've got one trade, but they are on the run. Sensei continuing the pressure, looking for a huge flag, but Ryder Esports, Zyro, dropped down pretty low. They need to get out to safety, but it seems like Ryder took a little bit of a late rotation out of Los Leonas. Immediately gets picked up by Wildfangs. That's not going to be looking good. Babe also going to be dropping down. Ryder losing another player, so that means they are down with 2 players remain from the side of Ryder Esports.
Yeah, Zyro's right there too, as you mentioned. And look at Zyro now, slowly and steadily making his way towards the opposite room. You've also got Exist. Exist in the sidelines. Man's losing out on a lot of HP. You've also got SGY Noob taken care of, which is quite unfortunate. Team Eggy, Pro OP on the screen. And at this point in time for Team Eggy, not really the best possible scenario you can put yourself in, but it's at least something you can work with.
Definitely in role by Wildfangs. They find another one, Sensei!
No
They
way.
are really picking Ryder Esports apart. Zyro forced to fight back, but he's only got 27 bullets. And Trey Scott managing to stick up on him as well. Zyro, they're trapped. Ryder Esports, no way out. Getting completely scrambled and stuck. And now Zyro getting completely rushed. Zyro with the shotties. Can he fight against the rush? Is going to be the question here. Holding an off angle, but he needs to be good. Here comes the bomb. Misses the shot, but he gets the connection on the second. Fierce goes down. And Zyro looking for the confirmation, but he gets punished for it. Wildfangs, for a second time, they delete Ryder Esports from the game back-to-back from Sanhok, and now again in Miramar.
What is going on with Ryder Esports? Why are they making so many rookie mistakes inside of a fight? It feels like they're just completely disconnected. Players sharp and slow and steadily, individually losing out on those players. They just seem so disconnected. They're not playing a proper team game. While on the other side, Wildfangs, they're pushing in tandem, constantly punishing the foes over and over again. And that's why for Wildfangs, it's just working out better.
This is a huge mental blow, a literal punch in the gut towards Ryder Esports. The morale an all-time low, not once, but twice in the hands of Wildfangs. What a way to go out. But as the journey continues for the rest of the world, the circle is going to be closing in towards the outskirts of El Pozo and also Ladrilla inside this vicinity. So that means we might see a potential urban warfare, but Gen X FM all the way towards the far west has something else installed, expecting it to shift out of the city itself.
Yeah. I mean, look, at this point for Gen X FM, if it does happen, if the zone does move right on top of them, it's going to be one of the happiest news Gen X FM can receive. Storm 99 FM. He knows he's facing a storm at this point himself. There's a team right in front.
Hey.
And that's why he's not even moving a muscle.
It's tough. He's got a UMP 3X, but he's also got a DMR. So I would say Storm, if he plays his card right, he's going to be A-okay. But at the same time, Team Cosmic, he was able to scout out his members from his vicinity. So this is going to be a game of chicken. Whoever makes the first move will expose the positions of each other. And whoever jumps the gun, they will make the jump. Alec, with the Scar L, has a very nice off angle. Oh no! He goes for the burst fire. Does clip him a little bit, but not enough to take him out.
It's not enough, as you mentioned. Just chipping out a bit of that damage. It's not going to be doing anything. Instead, he just revealed his own position by taking those shots. And now the opponents know he's right there. Myth on the screen. Myth, when we saw them for the first time in the realme BGMI 2025, man, they were extremely impressive. But now back over here, the first game, mediocre performance. Second game so far, trying to take it as slow and steady as possible. Trying to play on that placement game. They've got a great spot inside of the circle too, so let's see how Myth can convert it. We do have a few teams as well around Myth now starting to stack up, so I would love to see how Myth can put up the defense.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very important for them as well. But At the same time, so look at this in front. Ooh, Team Cosmic could be very close to his wobble here. Ragnar almost gets scouted out. Malik needs to hold out the fort. He's all by himself. No backup whatsoever.
Exactly. Team Cosmic. They still know it's Wobble Gaming in the front. And as the map feed pops up, in the smack center, there is one team. And since the zone as well, it's moved down south towards Monte Nuevo. A lot of these teams now, once again, need to relocate themselves. You can see even TC starting to make that move. Myth is not exactly going to make any sort of moves yet, since they were in quite a decent spot off the rip. But SOA themselves might just be caught by a few teams. They're all the way back in the blue. SOA's got a lot to live up to. At this point in time, they cannot afford to lose any sort of fights. They need to make it alive inside of the circle. And the team behind them has even decided to actually back away and let SOA just do whatever they want to want.
Well, this is going to be a very, very interesting one here from the side of SOA. They didn't really do too well in the previous game, but this time looking to make a little bit of a bounce back. Smoker, I mean, in a very peculiar situation. They're playing a little bit edge zone, stage 3, a little bit late to get center control. So they have no choice but to play from the outside. But unfortunately for them, there is a lot of space to work with. Meanwhile, from this perspective, Team Cosmic, they do scout out Wildfangs on top of those mountain terrains inside Monte Nuevo, on the south side actually. The mountain terrains north, it is going to be very, very important.
You know what, we've been speaking so much about this Kia Ceros, but let me tell you what exactly is inside of that car. One thing is for sure, it's quite comfortable and luxurious interior, and it also comes with easy ingress and egress. Let's not forget also the Herman Kardon premium 8-speaker sound system. So one thing is for sure, you're going to be enjoying your time inside of this vehicle.
Looking for comfort, that's going to be something that you have to check things out. But on screen, look at this. Team Cosmic, they do find the members coming from LOC. Team that was able to get a second position just now, almost close to third position from the previous match. Gotten a lot of finishes here. Biggest problem in the map, Sanhok. Team Cosmic, if they take them down right there and then, it is going to slow their momentum and trying to rack up those points to qualify in the top 8. But for now, they're going to be neighbors. They're going to be waiting for the zone. There's no need for them to actually push the pressure for now. But on the other hand, finish feed here, you do see players from SOA getting picked off by Cincinnati kids, and Mastermind Mavericks now scouts out team themselves in front of them. It's going to be WOBBLExAERO, who's going to be hunkering down in those compounds. Do they want to push this? Seems like the call has been made. They are going to rotate around them to get better positioning before they make it into the next phase of the zone.
I'm not even sure what Rickson is thinking at this point. But Mastermind Mavericks, they better have some big brain plays. At the end of the day, their name is Mastermind. But in the elimination feed, we do see Wildfangs once again kicking things off. Wildfangs is playing quite the aggressive game, taking a fight even against the players of WELT. And unfortunately for WELT, they've already lost out on a man. And that's quite a crucial piece as well. And Wildfangs will definitely try to rub some salt on top of the wounds as well. They will try to thirst this man as soon as possible. And that's what exactly is going on too. They want to eliminate the player out of existence. And unfortunately for WELT, they desperately needed this game too, because they're currently just sitting with 1 point on the board.
Yeah, it is going to be very, very unfortunate for them as well. This is, after all, the Pro Series for a reason. The best of the best are in the business inside this lobby. Each and every single team playing in this lobby is a deadly combination itself when it comes to gameplay. But all things considered here, the circle still going to be in the urban warfare of Monte Nuevo, so it is going to be a complete standstill of a position until the circle completely closes in, unless you make a small rotational mistake, and that's going to be the cause of them being picked off actually.
Oh, hold on though, Seth. Oh no. He's catching a lot of hurt upon himself. Eventually backs off and patches himself up. For Wildfangs, they've already managed to get 5 finishes in their hands. 1 from WELT 2 right now. And speaking of WELT, with this 3-man squad, they're trying to keep themselves anonymous. You can see Justy right there in the sidelines. If Justy does find a proper line of sight, maybe he can try and strike down the players of Wildfangs. But at this point in time, Golden Glider Esports, they've spotted out a few teams in the front. Spray was there, even the connection was followed up as well. But that's not going to be enough to find any sort of damage yet. Nothing critical happening on the board.
Yeah, you can see from Golden Glider Esports here. They're playing from the south side as well. They have to somewhat push all the teams into the north side. And you can see rotations has been made. AR making the mad dash in towards it to get a little bit more space, but it's all open fields after open fields. JetXFM could be running towards them as well, but on the screen, look at this. SOA having a little bit run in Halo. They somehow defend. Magic is down, but can they push through as they need to go in for the reset here? Smoker taking a lot of sprays from the far instead.
That's got to blow for both the teams. SOA as well, they've taken a decent bit of damage upon themselves. Luckily enough, Magic's going to be retrieved, so the Fallen Man will be back upon his feet. But look at what's happening over here. Well, they've got another problem knocking their doors. This time around, he needs to get rid of Legit as soon as possible. Maddie, the man's pinned inside of that compound. Can't even do a lot. He does have an 8 in his hands primed. And Clown on the opposite side. Intense Airbots Esports. Since they've got the man advantage inside of this particular compound itself, they can easily win the fight too. But Legit at this point is just trying to keep his position anonymous. But this nade from Maddie can definitely catch the player. The nade was tossed in close. It's just going to clip a bit of that damage. Nothing serious.
Oh, it is nothing serious indeed. But Maddie, oh boy. 2 men against their wall. A lot of nosy neighbors around. Fortunately for them, if the zone helps them, they are going to be having a lot of time. But if the circle doesn't help them, they're going to be running into the city itself. But as of yet, let's talk about teams inside the city. Team Cosmic is in the middle. We've got LOC going to be their neighbors as well. We've got AR on the south side. We've got MIF as well. We've got Halo. We've got Team Eggy, all inside Monte Nuevo. So if the circle shifts in town, all these teams, they're going to be very, very happy picking up teams outside. But if the circle shifts out, oh boy, it is going to shift in. So everyone needs to push in. So this is going to be happy hunting seasons for everyone inside Monte Nuevo Urban Warfare. This is, I would say, a smaller scale urban warfare compared to Los Leones, compared to San Martin as well. It's even smaller, but it's still quite difficult to play.
If it is going to be completely inside of the city, then one thing is for sure, Wildfangs will have the major advantage.
Agreed.
They've got the high ground to play with, and Wildfangs can just do target practice at that point. But right now, Mastermind Mavericks, they need to figure out a way to make it inside of the circle. There's so many teams around them, including Wobble. There's also Myth that's going to be currently gatekeeping them. Even SOA is going to be around that similar vicinity, so there's a lot of Guardian Angels for that white line. And Mastermind Mavericks, they've got too much on their plate that they cannot even chew on. Maximer knows there's a team on the right. Mastermind Mavericks trying to bait out a few peeks, but that's never going to happen. The opponents are too smart.
Yeah, it is going to be very, very interesting to see how they play, right? Like, smart is an understatement for all these teams, but all things considered, circles coming in, Wobble making a mad dash. Team Mastermind Mavericks, do they want to stop them? It seems like they are going to try and wait things out and trail on towards Wobble. And if they decide to take a hard stop, they are going to force the fight. But it seems like it is going to be making a play. Joya also going for the spray downs. Wobble going to be settling down for it now, as Wobble gets shot from afar from both Mastermind Mavericks and also Myth. As the pressure continues, Wobble going to be resetting with those smokes. Adi with the nades. It up. They get those confirmation is going to be the question. Doesn't connect and scouts a pixel for Adi.
Mastermind Mavericks, finally, they found the players Wobble in the open field, and they want to get rid of this pest, but still, getting rid of Wobble is going to be extremely tough. Ragnar's taken down real low. The same thing can be said for Zero as well. Even the man's taken down extremely low. Ragnar eventually does get caught. Even Zero is going to get knocked out in return. For Wobble, they've only got the final 2 players standing, and Vampy 2 is still up. Prone down in the ground. Mastermind Mavericks as well, taking too much heat upon themselves. It's Myth was constantly dishing out some serious amount of damage, but you blink it and you miss it. The entirety of Wobble on the verge of coming crashing down. Still, there is 1 man alive, and that's going to be Gotham in the backlights. Wobble can actually come crashing down. There's a big chance. If Gotham does not stay tall over here, he can be eliminated within a few seconds. He does have a lot of resources to work with, but no utilities.
Oh, he's pretty much pinned in the most awkward position as well. Look at this. He's stuck in the north side, surrounded by enemies. Look at the color in brown and in, I don't know what the other color is, turquoise or whatever, but he's pretty much surrounded and he goes down as well. Mastermind Mavericks as well as Myth completely shut them down in this pincer attack, this pinch and absolute domination. But as the circle closes in, they're all going to be making their prep work here. Even Mastermind Mavericks, they're going to be making for a mad dash, repairing those vehicles, knowing that time is of the essence. The circle moves means they need to be on the move as well. Adi going to Going to be looking to try and open things out against Myth. If they get the right knock, they might be able to find a small little crack to rotate in the zone as soon as it happens.
Pegasus was spotted. Mastermind Mavericks lost out on their IGL himself in that push. Rickson not in the game anymore, but they've still got 3 more players standing, and these 3 players can make a lot happen. The next zone shift is going to be their centers on up a bit more towards that city. Wildfangs, that vantage point might be taken away soon from them. But for Team Mastermind Mavericks, at this point, the biggest threat's going to be in the name of Myth. And Myth is constantly being that annoying pest, but even for Myth, the sidelines are not too secured. They're getting shot at from the city.
Yeah, Team Cosmic, they do have a line of sight. It's not the best line of sight, but it's still flat grounds, open field. So technically, random sprays still can connect from afar. Likelihood very low, but still, it is possible. Pixel perfect moments for them. Meanwhile, as the circle is about to shift in, 3 seconds left, it is going to be a slow rotating circle for this team. But as it goes, Team Mastermind Mavericks, they're just waiting for Myth to have a little bit of blunder. But the question is, how do they push in? Because Team Cosmic has got the entire northern city locked down. Meanwhile, for the west side, Gen X FM, they're going to be playing the edge. And fortunate for them, even though it's high, it's open field, the only threat is going to be coming in from, well, in this case, Myth.
This man is now starting to do some target practice. Unfortunately for Gen X FM, they're just out in the open. Sarkar was able to snatch 1 elimination away, but also when he's trying to back away, he's taking a lot of damage upon himself. Sarkar and KSR7 trying to work in tandem at this point. For Myth, Clutcher's taken down real low. The man needs to be extra careful at this point. There's CK as well in the sidelines, and somehow CK has found themselves inside of the circle as well, by the way. CK was all the way down south towards Los Leones for the longest, and now CK is in the circle in a decent spot. Wildfangs with that vantage point they've gotten, they need to try and stack up on those eliminations right now.
I agree. Wildfangs are just picking off everyone from the north side as well. Myth, they're losing bodies, they're losing members. Sev, they're getting freebies after freebies. 10 finishes in the bag from the side of Wildfangs, and they're looking for more. Myth now stuck out in the open, no way out. Smoke's being dropped, they need to get out. The buggy is the only saving grace for him. And Pegasus needs to hide from this vicinity, and while they're running away, Gen X FM, they're trying to get their finish points, but Wildfangs is just not letting them through. But as they are spraying down Seth, down towards the last 2 final clips here, 40 bullets in the magazine and 34 in reserve.
Ammunition is still a concern and a major priority at this point. Wildfangs, yes, they're getting a lot of elimination points, but they're not able to loot those death crates because those elimination points are pretty far away from them. The players have died pretty much in the open fields, and Wildfangs cannot even go for that restock. But still, they have managed to acquire 10 finishes off of that, so that's more than good enough. And at this point, Golden Glider Esports, I'm not even sure what the game plan is going to be looking like for them, because there's a big chance Wildfangs now can pounce on top of them. And Wildfangs does seem quite desperate for some loot.
They kind of have to push down as well, considering that there's not a lot of entry prep from the top of the mountain. Meanwhile, on the west side, finally Gen X FM finds a little bit of room to work with here. They're forced to prone out and open to get some sort of space, but they have to run into his team, Mastermind Mavericks. But as you can see, the circle does it still shift into the city, because everyone inside the city is still at a stalemate. And guess what? It shifts onto his team, Cosmic. They've been laying low for the longest of time. They haven't gotten a lot of finishes, but this is going to be a make or break for a lot of this team's huge cluster coming from the southeast corner. We've got Team Eggy, we've got Myth, we've got Cincinnati kids, we've got Wildfangs, we've got LOC in the mix. Everybody is afraid to move right now. Everybody is just waiting for someone to make a mistake.
Yeah, Team Cosmic, players in that house, they feel pretty safe for now. But I'm pretty sure soon enough that safety cover might just be snatched away the moment a lot of teams start to make that pounce. But hold on to that thought, CK. Even they're getting dismantled. What happened there? Mighty and Flock getting ripped apart. And CK now down to just a 2-man squad. Mighty needs to be saved. Flock was eliminated a while ago from the game. And here comes the Mad Dash to try and get the rescue operation done. Can Mighty be saved? No is going to be the answer. Unfortunately for CK, they're down to their last 2 men. And these 2 men do not even have the best terrain to try and traverse inside of the circle.
Oh my goodness, urban warfare in Monte is so hard. Wildfangs finally gets down from the high horse, immediately gets punished. Both Seth and Tresco down for the count. And Fierce trying to make a little bit of recovery. Like you said, it is going to be against Cosmic. I would say Golden Glider Esports. And wow, thanks now dropping another player. They've lost Trace, gotten Fierce, last man standing. Can you cut things out? No, he cannot. An off angle punishes him, and it is gonna be LOC that picks them apart.
It's fine though, they still managed to acquire 11 points out of this game, right? So that's consistency right there on the board. SOA though, look at the man just prone around. He's like a snake at this point, trying to squeeze in those placement. And now you've got Team Mastermind Mavericks Maxmer all by himself against the entirety of the players of Genix FM. And unfortunately for Genix FM, they've already lost out on the man. This has got to blow. They're getting shot from the back constantly, and Maxmer, he unleashes the wrath as Mastermind Mavericks. They claim all those elimination points. And Genix FM now evaporates into thin air, but Team Cosmic is not done yet. They've sent their best man forward, Malik. He needs to get the revenge. He needs to find a lot of knocks against Team Mastermind Mavericks and constantly keep on applying that pressure, and he's doing it perfectly.
Oh boy, now when it comes towards this fight, Team Cosmic, they're inching their way. They're finally making their mark, but again, is this too late? All the finish points has been picked up. We're down to the final 6 teams. Yes, you've got position points, but at what cost? Can you benefit out of this as well? Because there's still so many compounds inside the zone. Team Mastermind Mavericks somehow dominates from the north side, but thinking about this, the road is somewhere they need to cross. And
mistake.
oh my goodness, Posh, he got picked off. And Mastermind Maverick, immediately they're thinking, should we push? Should we not push? Should we reset? And look at this, the doubt coming in from Adi as well as Maxmer. Do we reset here or not?
Why are they so exposed? Like they're kids in a supermarket. I don't understand. Team Cosmic, they've got no fear off the surrounding at this point. This is not looking too good for them. Team Cosmic, without a doubt, that was a massive throw from them. And now down to just a 2-man squad. All the odds were stacked with them, but now they're going to be against them. With just a 2-man squad defending, it seems tough. You've also got LOC, Signify. Look at Euro. At this point, for Rio, getting anything done is going to be extremely tough because there is that separation between him and his teammate. Is there a way to try and close on up? There probably is, but instead, Immortal is going to back away to his own teammates.
It is going to be backing away for now. LOC looking for a back-to-back top 2 finish. Or in this case, a top 3 finish. It's a very commendable run coming from them. Eggy also making a little bit of recovery here. Can they clutch things out? Trying to final 5 teams. Team Cosmic going for a lot of casual jabs onto his Mastermind Mavericks, but we are now officially on towards the final zone. Stage 9 about to break down, and it is going to be inside the city itself. Everyone needs to push in towards the center, and the center is currently going to be somewhere around the roadsides next to the supply crate. And Team Cosmic, they're desperate to make a move, but unfortunate to say, they're taking a little bit too much damage. Now, Malik dropping down towards a 1 HP. What happened, Team Cosmic? What happened?
That push kept him alive and constantly was taking up the HP. But look at Team Eggy, still strong with 3 men. 9 finishes acquired. Pro P spots out the team on the latter half, but he still does not have a clear line of sight. But now for LOC, they're slowly and steadily struggling inside of the game as they are losing out on the man number as well. And even the blue is going to start a move, but what a shot that was from Immortal. Valiant effort. Immortal instantly gets traded since the man was too exposed, and even the elimination point gets stacked up in the bank of Eggy. Marnox needs to be careful off the front lines. Team Eggy doing pretty decent so far in the game. They've managed to avoid all the threat around them, but this is also the final stage of the game, so they need to be quick.
Oh boy, Team Eggy. 11 finishes, what a recovery. But can they continue to close out the game? Mastermind Mavericks also looking for a top 2 finish consistency here, but Maxmer getting knocked here. Pro OP gets knocked, and now that's the opening to push in. Immediately Eggy, they're finding some sort of room to push through as the zone slowly closes in. A very quick one. Desperation makes into play here. Nobody is going to be able to find space. Pro OP, he gets picked off apart. Eggy makes it into his gas station, but it's not over yet. Circle still moving. Everybody needs to collide towards each other.
Team Cosmic is getting that help from the side of Golden Glider. And at this point for Team Cosmic, this is the best possible odds they could have asked for. They're getting help from all the different sides, and Team Cosmic still somehow alive with just a 2-man squad. Before Team Mastermind Mavericks, now they're starting to get ripped apart. Even for Team Eggy, they need to be wary of the squad that is right next to it, and that's going to be Team Cosmic themselves. Mastermind Mavericks, they do eliminate the entirety of Eggy, but still Team Cosmic is alive inside of the game and still cooking. That's going to be the man Lusty right there, and he gets taken down in the end as well. What a way to close things off for Team Mastermind Mavericks, and this was the performance we all were waiting for. But let's not forget, even the team on the second spot, they gave it all they had. Eggy as well, solid stuff from them.
Yep, I agree. Team Eggy, a very, very convincing bounce back here in towards game number 2 for them. This is a huge comeback for the veterans from BGIS, and they are coming in swinging. Mastermind Mavericks, they did not get a single finish in game 1 for them, which is game 4 for you guys watching at home. But now they came in, you guys, the guys, 0 finishes, no problem. 1 game, more than 10. Easy. Chicken dinner, 20 over points. Done.
Team Cosmic just completely dropped the ball, though. For some reason, the players were just out in the open, too exposed, and just running like they've got no threat of no one. And that's why 2 of the players got picked off such in the open grounds. I still don't understand. I do know that you guys wanted to prioritize the fight, apply a bit more of that pressure against Mastermind Mavericks, but being too exposed is not the cost.
Yeah, I kind of agree as well, considering that there's so many people looking in towards the vicinity. But all things considered, a top 2 finish is still pretty good here. There's still 6 points in the bag and 1 finisher with them, so that's 7 points for Team Cosmic. Not too shabby, but can be definitely much, much better. But a valiant attempt here coming from Eggy, for sure. Wildfangs also did really, really well in this particular game. Cincinnati Kids kind of fumbled a little bit in game number 2, but of course, for these guys watching at home, in case you missed out on the action, this is highlights on how things actually happen as well. Ryder Esports losing 2 back-to-back fights in their drop spots against Wildfangs.
Yeah, and 0 points off those 2 games for Ryder Esports. They need to find a way to try and take care of Wildfangs or just completely avoid them inside of the game. That can be one of the ways for Ryder Esports to stay alive for the longest before Team Mastermind Mavericks once again back to their old roots. As you mentioned, these guys in the BGIs were just wrecking chaos, and now once again they're over here getting nice games back-to-back. For Mastermind Mavericks, this is the momentum they need to keep on rolling with. For CK, yeah, a bit of a letdown in the second game, but they've already got that cushioning to work with. For Wildfangs, 11 finish points acquired. I'm pretty sure they're going to be more than happy. For Team Cosmic, as I mentioned, this should have been their chicken dinner, but since they pretty much threw it away, the players were too exposed. With just a 2-man squad, being able to finish things off in the second spot, more than enough.
Yep, at the same time as well, I would say there is a little bit of redemption here coming from Glider Esport as well. I think this was a team that I did not really expect them to do really well, but Damio was able to actually get a very, very insane cut from Sanhok, almost taking the win, but now with a little bit of recovery points here, it will give them a little bit of motivational booster that, hey, this team, we still have it. You know, there are days that it is bad, there are days that are good. There are going to be good days, there are going to be bad days. Long story short, there are good days, there are bad days. Some days there are rain, some days they're sunny, sometimes it's winter, sometimes it's, I don't know what's the other one, autumn? Yeah,
autumn.
Doesn't make sense. Yeah, whatever. But there are days like that. So move on. How do you push forward is going to be the key picture here for them.
Yeah, and what's your favorite weather?
I don't know, because Malaysia in my country, Malaysia, all year same season.
Wow. I mean, as Indians, we hate summer. Trust me when I say this.
Okay.
The heat sometimes can really be too much for you to try and handle. But you know what? Speaking of the heat, Eggy definitely brought in that heat in the previous game, and I just want to see a bit more of that. But a team that I'm generally concerned for is also going to be Gen X FM now, because Gen X FM is getting caught in a little bit too much, and it feels like in the action they're just getting matched up. But for now, let's have a look at the stars of the match. We've got Joyous from Mastermind Mavericks with 6 finishes, 0 knocks, and 1 bonus, and the damage number of 704.
Yeah, this is a great bounce back coming from Team Mastermind Mavericks, right? Like we know them to be one of the teams that are very, very consistent in getting placement points and finish points. That's pretty much their entire run-in during their realme BGIS 2025 run. So the previous official, obviously, during the group stages, everything was fine, but until the LAN, didn't look too good for them.
Now, at this point, in my mind, there's just one team that I'm genuinely worried for. I mean, of course, there's two teams. Genix FM is one of them, and the second one is Rider Esports. Because let's not forget, Rider Esports, when we pretty much saw them for the first time in the Realme BGS 2025, we all were astonished with their performance. And as I've been mentioning over and over again, just 1 point separated them from moving towards the LAN finals. But now that transition towards the BMPS isn't seeming that good.
I agree.
Because they're constantly colliding against Wildfangs, and they're constantly losing those fights. In my opinion, it's time to change the way. There's just one more game left in your hand.
See, that's the thing about redemption arcs, right?
Yeah.
Like, same can be said for WELT Esports as well. Rider Esports was 1 point away to getting in towards the LAN. But for WELT Esports, it was 1 point away from the wildcards qualifying in towards the semi-finals. So that's a little bit of a bummer for them. But all things considered here, let's talk about the match standings so far. Mastermind and Mavericks with a recovery in this game. In one game, they get themselves 12 finishes, and that is going to give them the chicken dinner and also 22 points on top of the 6 points they had from the previous run with absolutely no finishes.
Solid stuff from Eggy, though. 12 finishes, 5 placement points, and that's going to give them 17 points in total. It's quite impressive for Wildfangs as well, getting 11 finish points, 0 placement points, and still on the 3rd spot in the match rankings. You've got TC as well, which is team chosen, just getting 3 finish points, which is of course not that good of a stat. Then they've managed to get the 2nd spot. That's why they got 6 placement points and still 9 points in total. In the overall board, I'm pretty sure they're not going to be on the first page. There is Team Mastermind Mavericks on the first page, but the other teams won't be on the first page. But still, they will be doing decent, keeping themselves outside of the bottom 16.
Yep, Cincinnati kids also going to be making it to the first page here in the top 16, which is great and all, but one more game will decide whether or not can they push into the top 8. But as of yet, the current top 8 here is going to be held by K9 with 38 points, so that's 10 points for either of these two teams. So if any or those two teams gets the chicken dinner, that's pretty much guarantees them in towards the 8 points position. But on the other half as well, when we talk about making in towards the top 16, Revenant Export in the borderline with 27 and TWOB, these are the teams that pretty much knock out from the top 16, which, again, for those guys who do not know, if you are in the 9 to 16 position, will immediately qualify towards round 3 instead of playing from round 2.
And once again, to let you guys know, after this day, there's also going to be grand reshuffle happening. So that means all the groups will be reshuffled completely. So any of these teams can land up in any of the group, and I would love to see which is going to be the group of destruction, or as you like to call it, the group of death.
Yeah, but in this game, you know, this earlier stage as well, Group D was actually Group, damn, I don't know what's going to happen.
I mean, Group C genuinely was insanely stacked. There were so many no names inside of Group C, and for a moment I thought Group C is going to be the toughest, but that's not the case. Instead, it was Group D, who was pretty much seeming like the toughest one. But since we have flipped the page, let's have a look at it as well. We do finally see Golden Gladiator Esports right there with 11 points, which is not doing too bad. They are doing quite decent for themselves. They're still keeping their lifeline rolling.
Yeah, Golden Gliders Esports. I honestly want to see them make a little recovery just because I saw a little bit of moment of brilliance coming from Damu, but can they translate in the conversion is going to be the question here. But we're slowly heading into the bottom 16 very, very soon here, and even VST, NCW, new version, Myth, as well as Team Lowe's, SOA being in the bottom. This is kind of surprising for me that for them to be right here in the borderline, because as of yet, if you are in this position, you are going to be able to qualify into his round 2, but this are your final 16 in the current standings thus far.
I mean, we have been talking so much about Rider Esports getting 0 points, but Genix FM is pretty much on the same boat as well.
Oh, no.
0 points out of 2 games. Generally speaking, at least Genix FM is not getting wiped out off the rip, but still, even in the mid-game, Genix FM is not able to squeeze out anything. They're constantly getting matched, just like the potatoes.
Like, I think in the difference between Genx FM and Ryder is that Ryder, they did not expect a drop clash between Wildfangs twice in a row. So for them to get 0 points, it makes sense. I don't know if it's targeted or was intended or not. It might be just coincidence in terms of their overall drop spots, but 2 games in a row, they got shut down by Wildfangs. Just shows that maybe training against Wildfangs is something that they need a little bit more improvements over time in scrims.
Now, look, for Wildfangs at this point in time, the way they have been playing so far, even this roster in general just seems insanely stacked. I wouldn't be surprised if Wildfangs ends up being the champion of the realme BMPS 2025 because they've just got a stacked roster. Look, I'm just saying how good they are right now.
There is a
Things
possibility.
can change. Yes, there is a possibility.
Let's
That's
talk
how
about
good
baby.
they are.
Okay, let's talk about baby steps first right now. In 2 seasons, they have not gotten a single chicken dinner. We know for a fact that Wildfangs is the team with the highest amount of finishes, but let's talk about baby steps. can they get their first chicken dinner first?
Of course they can. It's not even a question. I think so right now, Wildfangs is just completely tunnel vision on those finish points, and they just want to get the consistency rolling up. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. And you guys say bye-bye to Icy, because in the next game, he won't be there. So see you guys after this break.
Kia. Movement that inspires. Short break, and now it's Johnny with me on the panel since Icy's in the back lines and still having a look at the game. But Johnny, as we know, last game is going to be rolling up on the screen soon. Wildfang's definitely dominating this entire lobby, currently just focusing on those elimination points. It's been working out well for them, and I had a full-blown conversation with IC too, saying that Wildfang's is looking insanely well, and if they do end up being the BMPS champions as well, I would not be surprised, because that's how good and that's how well-calibrated they seem right now.
I would say championship is definitely going to be on the table, but it is going to be difficult, right?
Yeah, of course.
You need an entire team to get a championship. And right now in Wildfangs, yes, Trace God and Fierce, they're doing quite well for themselves. Seth also steps up to the plate whenever required. But the team needs to come together, and this team is playing together for the first time. Let's not forget about that.
I thought you were going to roast your own friend saying Sensei's not
Oh, yeah,
doing good.
Sensei needs to buckle up as well, man. Been streaming a lot, huh?
Yeah, these days the man's focused on content creation, Johnny, which is not bad,
It's not
honestly.
bad,
You know, the man needs
I
to
enjoy
make his
streams.
living, so yeah, it's quite fun. And Sensei's
fun,
quite a
yeah.
fun guy, too.
Yeah.
So shout out to the man. But generally speaking, Johnny, even for Myth, they need to try and buckle things up. And something that's going to help you with your gameplay is also going to be the Realme GT7. Move on towards Amazon, search for the Realme GT7, and you might just stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs. And not just that, the device comes in with a lot of nice specs. Let's not forget stable 120 FPS, force up to 6 hours, tested by the Realme and the crafting guys themselves. 7,000 mAh battery too, and that also comes in with 120 watts fast charger. So what are you waiting for? Check out the device right now. It's going to be launching on the 27th, so keep that date pinned.
Yeah, exactly. And I think I can't wait for the date anymore. But as we were talking about them, Wildfangs, well, Wildfangs have started to deliver after their new edition. We're still waiting to see what teams like LIKITHA Esports are going to bring to the table right now. Because, again, the standard was set with the previous lineup. Hopefully, this game of Farangle, we see a big bomb being dropped onto this lobby by LIKITHA Esports. But what is going to happen, ladies and gentlemen, only time will tell. And for now, it is time for us to move on to that last game of the day. Last game of the introduction stage of round 1 of the Realme BMPS 2025. Here we go, the map of Farangle.
The plane's going to be in the skies once again, starting all the way from shooting range towards the opposite side, which is Mills of Power. Now, if you do want to move all the way down south, that's going to be a tough stretch. Even moving towards Fairy Pier is going to be an extremely tough stretch.
Yeah.
I would love to see where Sensei and the boys are going to be dropping. Probably Milta, right? That's been their OG drop location.
Hey, man, I mean, last few games have gone after Ryder Esports quite aggressively, so maybe this time as well. Let's see, Ryder, maybe Asnaya is on the table. possible. You never know.
Yeah, I guess. And Johnny, what are your thoughts about Golden Glider Esports? Because it's one of those teams that we've never seen in the past.
Yeah.
And generally speaking, all the 4 boys, they're doing quite good for themselves.
I think that one moment in Sanhok where the Damu almost clutched out the entirety of Myth in a 1v4 just motivated Golden Gliders. Now all the players are filled with a lot of confidence. As you said, we have not seen this team in the past. It's the first time in an official. And I think that one moment just raised the morale of the entire team. Like, yeah, playing in this lobby, it's not that difficult. We can actually make it work. But we do see them going towards Zarki, so maybe my thoughts are going to change.
There's also Myth actually moving towards Georgia Pool. And there's another team right next to him. Actually, 2 different teams right next to him. So for Myth, one thing is for sure, this is going to be extremely difficult. Look at towards Rozhok. You've also got Mastermind Mavericks moving towards School and Rozhok area. Even Rider Esports dropping towards Yasna Poliana. There's another team next to him.
They've been left alone. Team Cosmic is just going to stay towards the eastern side of Yasna, towards the God Building. And then LOC, I believe, they are just going to take the northern side, make that rotation. As you were talking about Myth, Halo right next to them. Potential early fight. There's one more team playing across the bridge. So Myth, they need to be careful in the early stages. And on our screens, we do see the players from the side of Wild Fangs. They've gone for Milta, an isolated drop. But here we have it. Myth, they have control of the shoreline compounds. But do they survive this early assault?
Oh, look at what's going on now. Welt, they've spotted out a few players in the front. Shots were taken from that UMP-45, but it's not too good with just the iron sight. At least needs a 3x on top of that. Try and get those precise shots, but Welts finally, they do get the knockout as well. Pegasus caught with just the iron sight off that AKM. He was able to perfectly connect that headshot to, and Myth cannot do anything. They need to let the man go. Pegasus is pretty much a gone case at this point.
Yeah, but Welt also need to be extremely careful. They have no ammunition to continue fighting over here. They do secure that first finish, and I think a rotation underway. Try and move towards hospital, get that early loot in. In the meanwhile, another development that, well, not really a development anymore because it has been deterred, was towards no Repnoid, Gen XFM. It seemed like there would be an early clash against the players of AIB, but yeah, both the teams move along their merry way. No one wants to fight that early over there.
Yeah, without a doubt. You've got Welt Esports at this point. Trying to make their way, though. And for Welt, right now, Matty is the only man with any sort of eliminations. He has managed to get that one. Cincinnati kids, once again, moving towards this garage. And whenever I see any team towards this garage, I always remember that one trap play that we saw. And how, I think it was VASISTA Esports or someone that was instantly targeted, or it was LIKITHA Esports that targeted someone.
Yeah.
So that was one of the most instrumental plays that actually turned the entire tables.
Well, one thing that can turn the tables for you, ladies and gentlemen, is your device. So you definitely want to check out the Realme GT7. It is an amazing device that's launching on the 27th of May. Long play without any overheating, 120 FPS stable BGMI for up to 6 hours. And of course, that's not all. 7,000 mAh battery with a 120 watt charger.
Wow, solid stuff. I mean, generally speaking, after hearing all of that, I really wish to pull off this heist right now, but I just can't.
Yeah, me too, man.
They need to keep the device on the display, so.
Did you say they had a few extras? So if one goes missing...
We actually need to find a way to find those few extras.
Yeah.
So we can get those extras and let this be here.
I think we have our own personal mission for tomorrow.
Yeah. Crack the door.
What if it's not a door?
What is it going to be?
I have no idea. We'll try and see if we can figure out where the extra device is. If you guys want to follow the heist, you can follow us on our socials as well.
Yeah, you guys can. And for the updates, follow Crafton India Esports.
Yeah, that is where you get all the esports updates.
Yeah.
The important stuff. Stuff that matters.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, the heist matters too, but you know what?
We're
speaking too much about the heist.
Agenda, no?
Yeah, we're speaking too much about the heist at this point. But looking at the way things are shaping out right now, there's nothing really happening, right? We've got the teams just pretty much busy looting up. Since the circle is also quite standard, there's not a lot to do as well.
Oh, there's definitely not a lot to do except finding those first aids from the perspective of AIB. I don't know how they got so low. I mean, they tried to take a fight against Gen XFM and no Repnoi, took a few shots and then just ran towards that military base. But the circle, and surprise, surprise, why is Pochinki empty?
I guess everyone thought that there is probably someone in Pochinki since it's such a hot spot.
Yeah.
And then at the end, it was just left completely vacant, isolated. But it's okay, right? Everyone is just waiting for the next zone to pop up. Let's be honest. That's probably the main goal for everyone at this point. Cincinnati kids clearly done with their loot. And now you can see all the 4 players inside of the vehicles probably trying to make it inside of the circle as well. And with CK, there's always this pattern. Whenever they enter inside of a tournament, they always win the first game itself.
Yeah.
It's been happening inside of the BGIs too, now in the BMPS as well.
Always start on a strong note and then just completely fall off.
Yeah.
But at least they make it to the final, so that's Juicy and his legacy, right?
Yeah, but one thing just never changes. They're always at the bottom in the final.
Yeah.
Nowhere to be seen in the first half of the board, Johnny.
I think that is one thing that they are going to try to change. That's why the change was made. Because I can understand how difficult it was for Juicy to let go of his best friend in his team, man.
Yeah.
Him and Aditya have been sticking around for the longest time, and now finally they're playing for different teams. So that one decision itself showcases like how serious Juicy and Cincinnati kids have gotten about actually performing in the finals.
But generally speaking, you got to give the man props, man.
Yeah.
Because every single time making it to the LAN finals, because we've seen teams like LIKITHA ESPORTS miss out on the LAN finals, but still, this man has been consistently making it to the LAN finals off the every single event.
Exactly. So that itself counts for a lot, right? They are consistent. They are, you can say this is one of the top 16 teams in the country for sure.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Because they are always there in the top 16.
Majority of the officials, yes, they are in the top 16, but I don't think so they were in the BMPS 2024.
Yeah, that one they skipped out on. But at that time, I think there was a lot going on. Their org has just let them go. They were just trying to formulate a new team. So that is when I think BMPS 2024 was the formation of Cincinnati kids.
Yeah. I mean, they are doing pretty decent for themselves. And Mastermind Mavericks at this point, since they've won that previous game, as we know, they've got a massive head start. Now they're just going to be looking forward to end things on a consistent note. Get decent bit of points in this game itself. Follow up with that consistency and stay pretty good and put in the overall board. At the end of the day, all you need to do is just find yourself in the top 8 and you could directly qualify for the semifinals week 1. And just to let you guys know, once again, after every 3 days, there's going to be reshuffle. That means tomorrow, we're going to see new groups being formed.
Exactly. So don't get confused when you're like, oh, where did this team go from this particular group? They're going to be playing in a different group entirely. But look at that. I mean, the center of the circle left empty in the early stage, and now there's a swarm closing in.
And this swarm still is waiting for the next zone to pop up because no one knows exactly where the zone's going to be moving towards.
Everyone from the eastern side has moved in, and everyone playing from the western side is just playing the edge.
Yeah.
What is going on in this game?
I guess they've got a feeling that the circle's actually going to move on towards ruins. But no, instead, it's going to center on up once again. Now, that hill next to Pochinki might just be the hotspot. Go and take it over.
Yeah, and as of now, I think we do see Wildfang's Team Cosmic moving in for that spot.
I mean, Potato Hill is in control of Wildfang's. It's the smack center, too.
But they are contested, and they actually evade from the fight, which is quite surprising. Or maybe they're just trying to shoo away the players of Team Cosmic.
Burning through a lot of fuel. Hopefully they've got some gas tanks. I'm pretty sure the canisters are going to be in the backpack. For Wildfangs, though, a bit of a slow start this time around, not really forcing too many fights, but it's also good news for Rider Esports. Finally, they can get that sigh of relief because in the first 2 games, they were hunted down by Wildfangs.
It's not going to be a good start, it seems like, again, for the side of Rider Esports. Shots fired in their direction, and they are being hunted, being chased right now. Can't really stop and fight as well. It was the SOA, I believe, who were taking those shots onto the players of Rider Esports, but they do manage to find a little bit of safe haven. Now, this is going to be very awkward from the perspective of Rider. They are absolutely in the middle of nowhere. And these few shacks and the high ground are all that remains that's keeping them safe and away from conflict.
Without a doubt. Speaking of the conflict itself, I mean, at this point, the elimination feed as well, it's starting to pop off. You can see LOC Signify getting themselves in a bit of that fight. Immortal as well. Even Maximer is now starting to chime in. Mastermind Mavericks, after winning that previous game, hopefully they do not really drop the ball instantly in this one. Immortal's taken down pretty low. The man's chipped up. And Immortal is now just waiting for the right moment to strike. The man's patching himself up as well. Rosie around that shack, and eventually Immortal pulls out the shotgun. A perfect shot to the chest. And that's going to seal the deal. Mastermind Mavericks, they have fumbled up too much in this fight.
Yeah, 3 players down. It's just down to the last man. WELT Esports on the other side. Another fight breaking out against WBG. And it's going to be the opening knock coming in from AimGod. At least he is able to relieve some of the early pressure from this assault. There's Aero in the back lines. Vampy trying to find some space, make a run for his life, but the hunt is on. 2 players down. I think WBG might be taking an early exit in this match.
Yeah, well, it's not going to let them go. The players are now a little too low. Look at Vampy. The man's barely surviving on a Viscous. And Vampy, does he get knocked out? That's my question. No, it's going to be the answer. He's still somehow alive. He makes it back alive towards safety, towards the trenches of Pachinki. Just barely on a sliver of HP. But now the man's found himself against a complete different team in Pachinki itself. This is going to be tough conversion for them.
It's definitely going to be quite a tough conversion. Vampy, man, he's so lucky that nade was just a bit off. Oh! Run out of there, man! Oh, barely managed to stay alive.
I wanted to see one of the funny moments. Come on. This would have been one of the funniest moments. I mean, Aditya, he thought that the nade was tossed, but the desync sometimes can come to play. Team Halo, though. Got OP. Lines up a nade, tosses it outside as well, but there is no one in that generic direction. Vampy's finally knocked out. Now WBG is completely crippled. There's Ragnar in the left lines. And Wobble, for them, at this point in time, they just need to book on anything they can. You can see Team Halo as well, spotting out the players. Wobble in the front. And slowly and steadily, Halo 2 just forcing themselves against the players of Wobble because they know they've got the man advantage. And it makes a lot of sense, too, why they're forcing themselves so much.
Let's see how much further can they force themselves. In the meanwhile, WBGMI, well, we bit them at you extremely early in this match. Team Halo, Aditya securing 2 finishes. And they got to thank someone else entirely, WELT. Just making sure that WBGMI did not show up with the entire team.
Yeah.
But again, we pointed out at the start of the match, man, Pachinki was completely empty. Now it turns out to be one of the highest priority locations in this game.
Yeah, without a doubt it does. You've also got Team Cosmic right there. Myth 2 in the trenches around that Pachinki area in the exposed grounds. And for Myth, at this point, they're just looking for a good game, simple. And inside of Myth, we've got KSR7 and the man himself, Sirkar. So one thing is for sure, they do have a lot of experience.
We'll talk about experience, and I think it's going to be an interesting experience for Aerobots, because look at where they are. Just the eastern side of Potato Hill. And Wildfang, Seth waiting for them on the other side. Mash and Clown leading the charge. I want this fight to happen. I really want this fight to happen right now.
Yeah, this game is turning out to be quite the silent one. And we all want to see some sort of a chaos at this point. It's been a while since we've seen any sort of action. We did see a bit of that, though. Wobble as well getting dismantled. We also saw Team Mastermind Mavericks fall prey. We also did see Myth as well losing out on a man. So for Genix FM too, they've lost out on a man as well. And Johnny, let's not forget, it's been 2 games. Genix FM still has 0 points secured. So for Genix FM as well, just like Rider Esports, it's time to buckle up. Not a lot of time left in your hands. This is the final game, and Genix FM has already lost out on a man.
Yeah. I think they're going to try and match the feat set by Fearless 4. Because Fearless 4 also has 3 matches, 0 points.
Nice one.
I don't want it to happen, man. Do you remember? Let's take a trip down the memory lane.
Oh my god, they just lost another man. There's no way.
They're gone. They're down to their last player.
Oh my god, Genix FM. What am I watching? Blunderous plays after blunderous plays. You guys are not playing like a team anymore. It's an individual game.
Necro, this is the moment, as I was saying, when you remember the good old days, you know, 2023, where Genix FM were amazing.
Yeah.
Fearless Marathas used to live up to that name.
Yeah, I know, right? Some legends used to be in this banner.
Yeah.
And now, since we have seen the banner completely being reformed, we're not exactly seeing that same domination come through from Genix FM anymore. Need new playing for, I guess. Is that what you're saying?
Nah, not just about the playing for. I think I just go back to the same mindset. Whatever the playing for is, just tell them, like, go for the fight. Stop running around.
Yeah, I guess. But the main problem for that playing for is that these guys are just not playing with each other. It seems like every man's for himself at this point. The IGL is definitely struggling to IGL the team, without a doubt.
And it's not like they don't have good players, because we have seen Madrak in the past. He's actually amazing.
Yeah. But look at Cincinnati kids, though. This time around, they're done playing around. They do not want to stop in the outskirts anymore. Instead, make that push instantly. And Myth might just be on the receiving side of the spectrum. Utility stop to try and delay the push for as long as possible with CK. They've got the pedal to the metal. They're not going to be stopping anytime soon. They found themselves that shelter, and that's what they exactly wanted. Now they're going to try to brute force their way against the players of Myth. And since Clutcher is all by himself up top, how can he defend himself? He does have that shotgun to play with, and I like this adrenaline shot as well that he's taking. It's going to be helping him quite a bit with that movement too, but it's not going to matter. One shotgun shot to your face, and you are done for.
That was an amazing jump shot as well. Like, perfectly timed with the peak coming through, and Myth turned into a Myth by Cincinnati kids. Sarkar, he's gonna have to fight for his life. It's not gonna be easy at all. Two players remaining from the side of Myth. The problem is that the team can't regroup as well because the backlines are compromised by AIB.
This has been the main problem with Sarkar and the boys, right?
Yeah.
They do have a lot of experience, but they just never convert it. And that experience is now just completely down the drain because you were just never able to qualify to the LAN finals.
That is true. They have a lot of online experience, which amounts to not a lot.
Yeah, exactly. You need to be in the LAN. You need to be in the top 16 to be the best, Johnny. And that is current benchmark. But look at what's going on here. Signify this time around. Nothing will be spared. Oh no, for LOC Signify Immortal now. He's got 8 smoke grenades left. Uses one of them to try and make sure that his car is going to be shrouded. And SOA in the front being a constant pest. Quite annoying too. Magic wants to make the pounce, wants to push up close and personal. Magic. Does he know that there's a man right underneath in the front? And somewhere down line, Magic knows what's going on too around the playing field itself. He does want to toss out that nade in the closet room, but then he moves up, tosses that nade right around the corner. Bandit gets knocked out. Magic, beautiful stuff that was. Great presence of mind. The other man is just going to be right around that door. At the moment, the man tried to make the push as well. Immortal was able to find the strike, but the confirmation was not there. He tried his best to thirst him, but that just never came through.
I mean, Immortal turned into an absolute mortal over there. And SOA, LIKITHA Esports, 3 eliminations on the board, so they are slowly and steadily picking up the pace. But hey, something very interesting happened. I mean, we saw that conflict, Myth, Cincinnati kids, AIB just waiting for an opportunity to strike. Team Cosmic, for some reason, want to get involved. They were 300 meters away, but they still found a way to knock out one of the players from the side of Cincinnati kids.
Yeah, they did.
Oh, but look at... Yeah, this standstill has been going on for a while, but finally it's time to pull the trigger. Aerobots looking to make the pounce on to Wildfang. Seth Frost in the line of defense. Does actually manage to deter some of that early pressure coming in from the side of Aerobots.
I mean, at this point for MASH, I'm not even sure what he can do. He does have a lot of intel, but what are you supposed to do with intel when you cannot even strike?
Yeah.
And they're not even inside of the circle, so that intel better be used to make it inside of the circle and maybe form a strategy to try and take down Wildfangs. Because Wildfangs, they've got a lot on their plate right now. They can definitely try and catch them off guard the moment they find the first knock. But how do you find the first knock? That's also going to be a way to start things off.
They just have to rely on Seth for those cues. Well, maybe it is going to be Trey Scott. And both of these lads combined find the opener. Wildfangs finally have a fighting position for themselves as Aerobots make a move, but they tumble and fall. 3 players completely finished off. A third party is underway as Ryder Esports, Necro, they're looking for revenge, and even EG chime in. So Wildfang's not in the best position as Sensei has been finished off.
Exactly, but still it's a 3-on-4 and Ryder Esports. They start to make a lot of rookie mistakes, and Wildfangs once again just drive-bying through. They've managed to find the equalizer, but even Trey Scott falls apart, so that's not a good news for Wildfangs. Now with just a 2-man squad, they need to prove a lot. They need to prove their mark as well. Ryder Esports needs to be stopped and tracked. Another team that gets attracted to the fight is also going to be Team Eggy themselves. And Eggy's realized that the team next to him does not really have a lot of man number. As the man from Wildfangs gets ran over, Fierce knocked out. It's all down to just Seth. And Seth, he knows that the opponent just is taken down to 1 HP, but it does not matter. The moment he peeks out, Eggy claims that elimination point.
Yeah, 3 finishes on the board for Wild Fangs, but oh man, that took a lot to actually finish that team. It was 4 teams.
Oh my god,
Wait,
Eggy.
what just happened, Eggy? That nade. It got them the knock onto Zyro, and I think Ryder's journey, even if Wild Fangs are out, Ryder, they're not having a fun time today, are they?
Ryder, it feels like they've completely lost their 4v4 skills for some reason.
Oh, wait, we spoke too soon, Necro. Look at the finishes. They have 10 eliminations in this game. They're going to get a few more. Fame looking to go big again, but finally falls. Ryder down to their last man exists. He's still in it to win it. No utility left, a 1v2 in front of him against the players of Team Eggy.
Yeah, for Ryder Esports, this game can definitely be about the recovery, but since Exist is the only man alive, he gets wrapped up as well and taken outside of the game. But Ryder Esports, they do have 11 finishes stacked up in the rack 4 now, but in the span of 2 games, getting 11 finishes, it's not a good score, Johnny.
Hey man, considering the first 2 games they got absolutely nothing, I am happy with those 11 finishes.
But in my opinion, still a proper 4v4 fight conversion is lacking from the side of Ryder Esports. They always do end up just getting lost in those scenarios where they do not know where the opponents might be present.
I think they're just missing those early conflicts again. I mean, not against Wild Fangs for sure, because that was a surprise.
They always end up losing that.
Today they were surprised. Today they were caught off guard because I think they might have looked at the lobby, seen Sensei in Wild Fangs, and they were like, all right, yeah, there's no one dropping in boot camp in Sanhok, if I talk about Sanhok, right? So they were expected to just not be contested, and then out of nowhere, Wild Fangs show up, pick up Ryder Esports, then the same unpleasant surprise in Miramar as well. And this time I think they just had that early breathing room, so they were able to get the loot in, get themselves a little bit of breathing space.
Oh my god, Johnny, look at Team Cosmic. They have been outside of the smoke for such a long time. They weren't a part of any sort of fights, but now they've found themselves in the smack center. But hold on to that thought, though, AIB. They've got a bit of those problems brewing up for themselves. Now Cincinnati kids, they want to focus on them. CK, after eliminating the likes of Myth, they move on towards AIB Esports, X-Surge. And you've got Nex tossing out the utilities constantly. Cincinnati kids, all the players on the deck looking pretty healthy. And AIB too, they do realize they're now getting pushed up slowly and steadily. Next, his position is compromised, but he still somehow finds that strike. The opponents were completely unaware, and Cincinnati kids might just end up making a lot of rookie mistakes. AIB, they've got a massive man advantage, but still this one man from CK can actually flip the tables. Oace makes it down from that staircase. He was able to save the day for the entirety of that team, and Cincinnati kids have been eliminated from this game.
Yeah, they were too aggressive for their own good. Well, Cincinnati kids, wait, they're still alive. There's players left on the outer side. AIB did not finish off everyone. They just got the players indoors. And Juicy, he's the savior for the team yet again.
How is this even possible? CK had 3 players down.
Man, I think even AIB is confused.
Yeah, AIB, I think so. Even they thought that they have eliminated CK at this point, but no, that's not the case. Cincinnati kids with a 2-man squad, they hit back once again. AIB was completely lost in this scenario. Cincinnati kids here to flip the table. Now it's taken down to 1v2, and Zara feds it. That's the nail in the coffin. Cincinnati kids, how did they even create this illusion? We all were so confused.
Hey man, the kids turning the battleground into a playground and toying with their opponents. What a play! It wasn't just you, man. Even the AIB got lost over there.
I'm pretty sure even the viewers thought they were dead.
Yeah.
But they just bounced back. That's the prime example of making it out alive from the grave itself, just coming back to life. But hold on.
Same, we can't say the same for SOA.
Yeah.
Eggy just tossing eggs in their face. 10 eliminations for Eggy. We're down to the top 5. And hey, by the way, we do have a surprise entry into the top 5. Golden Gliders. All 4 of them are still alive. They started the game from Zarki, so they're playing extremely slow, but they made it into the top 5 with the entire team intact.
Even the previous game, they were in the top 3, if I'm not wrong. So Golden Gliders, one thing is for sure, they are aiming for that consistency, and they are aiming for the chicken dinners. Eggy from the hilltop, they've got so much high ground control. Oh, a lot of shots were taken against the man, though. Almost on the verge of being knocked out as well. And CK, Cincinnati kids, once again, they're really good at performing on the maps that are quite green.
Yeah. Is the favorite color, I guess.
Yeah, probably. Positivity.
Green flags all the way.
Cincinnati kids. Oh, spotting out the man, just a bit of that tip of the head. He's not sure if he can connect those shots. That's why he's rethinking his decision, but now the shot's going to be taken. And actually, a lot of them connect too. The man was softened up to the maximum. Cincinnati Kids. They also do find the knockout out of Filter from the side of Team Cosmic. That's a massive knock right there. Team Cosmic, they might just be dismantled after this. And Team Cosmic, if things are not taking control right now, everything is going to be falling apart, that's for sure.
Oh, but the push from CK fails to hit its mark. As Cosmic find the knock, Xerath is going to be down on his knees and he gets finished off. Cosmic finally getting a few finishes for themselves. They have a stronghold in this house, and all they have to do is just not get knocked out. Even if a single man gets knocked out, it opens up the doors for Eggy and the players from Golden Glider to make a move, to make that push. You see from the back line, the spray. He whips it. It's okay, though.
Yeah, Cincinnati Kids, Juicy.
They've done enough, man.
Yeah, they've got the hay builds that are currently securing them. And now even the wall is going to start to move. Juicy, soon enough, the man's going to run out of juice. He does not really have a lot of first aids available. He's just patching himself up with the tapes.
You know
and
why?
He will be eliminated in the end.
You know why they lost? Because hay bales are not green.
True that. Actually, the moment they were outside of the greener pastures, they were eliminated. Well done, John.
That is such bad logic, man. But anyways, we're finally down to the top 3 of this game. Team Cosmic finally causing a lot of trouble for the players of Eggy. And Golden Gliders, they just want to stay out of the conflict. As soon as they move in, one of their men got knocked out.
But here's the thing. Even if they do end up getting the chicken dinner, they're just not going to be having a lot of eliminations to back it up. So
right
it's
now,
still going to be a consistent of a game from the side of Golden Gladiators.
I think for all 3 of these teams, right, the goal, as we saw in the overall ranking, to get into a safer position, I'm not even talking about the top 16 right now, just to get to safety is like 12 points, 12 to 13 points.
Yeah.
If you get 5 eliminations, you get the chicken dinner, 15 points. At least you are safe at the end of week 1 before the reshuffle. Right now, some teams are just playing for survival.
Without a doubt. Just look at Team Cosmic underneath. 3 players in that one single house. Eggy now starting to move up slowly and steadily in tandem too. Hopefully Eggy does have enough meds to patch themselves up. They're running quite thin though.
Yeah.
And that's the concern. And look at Golden Gladiators. This might just be a 200 IQ play, Johnny, wrapping up all the way on the back of Team Eggy, so they can be sandwiched between Team Cosmic and themselves. Golden Glider, if it does work out, it's going to be perfect. But they need to glide through smoothly in this fight.
Also, Eggy is right now looking like a very scary monster to go up against. They have 12 eliminations, but the players are getting knocked out, and that changes everything. Eggy himself dropped extremely low. JD Gaming knocked out. Revive is going to be quite dire. So escape for Team Eggy, very difficult. And I think they are eliminated from the game, in fact. So no chicken dinner, even though they get a lot of eliminations. But now we're finally down to the top 2 teams. Cosmic against Golden Glider, where Golden Glider have the higher ground and also have the numbers advantage to work with.
Eggy's managed to squeeze in 17 points out of this game, so that's still a solid performance.
Yeah.
And look at Golden Glider. Struggling too much.
Now it's 3v3.
Team Cosmic, they've got the power of Cosmos with them. Moving together. The power of friendship as well added to it. And while the Glider's just looking to glide through smoothly in this game, the Glider can still be ripped to shreds.
A Glider versus the power of the universe. We're going to find out which one's stronger.
But it's the Golden Glider, Johnny. Extremely expensive. These guys are the real money makers, but hold on. Pash finds a straggler. A snake in the grass gets spotted. And instantly that's going to give the swing of the fight in the hands of Team Cosmic. A 3v2 to be executed. Golden Glider Esports with just a 2-man squad. Now the utilities have to be on point. But look at the split of Team Cosmic. They're playing this so well. It's a 2-1 split going on. Filter on the flank. He needs to find some value. But Filter is too slow to creep up. Pash knows exactly where the generic direction is off the opponents. You can see the man slowly and steadily creeping up, finally spots another man as well. And this is the time where Team Cosmic unleashes themselves against the entirety of that team. And in the end, they wrap it up as well. Golden Glider, valiant effort, but still Team Cosmic. They knew exactly what was needed to be done to secure the chicken dinner.
Exactly, and they did it in a beautiful manner as well, as you said. That split towards the end, covering both the flanks and the front line of that ridge, and moving together in sync. Well done by Team Cosmic and Golden Glider. I think well played, man. We are seeing some sort of consistency from these newer names. Cincinnati kids, a big threat to everyone in the entire lobby as always, and I think the only one underwhelming performance was from Wild Fangs, but they have done enough. They have a lot of eliminations from the first 2 games, so
Exactly.
it's okay.
They've pretty much put themselves pretty much right next to Soul and Godlike around that same page. So
Safety.
yeah, so for them, they're doing pretty good. They're around those big names. So at least, as we know, Wild Fangs as well is quite a big name, so they found themselves that perfect spot. But generally speaking, for CK, of course, they're going to be around the top bunch, maybe on the second page or something like that. But CK is going to be extremely comfortable. And for Ryder Esports, this game was all about recovery. They focused a lot more on fights, and they were able to convert those fights as well. But still, when it comes to a proper 4v4 fight against Wild Fangs, it is Wild Fangs always outruling them.
Yeah, I think it is just the raw firepower, the difference
maker
between the 2 teams. Wild Fangs, their players have more experience. They have played a lot of LAN events, and they know how to handle those high-pressure, high-intense situations every single time. But I think this time around, it took a lot to take out the Wild Fangs, man. 4 different teams pounced on them, and then they were eliminated from the game.
Yeah, and this is one of those Cincinnati kids moments too, right? They were just running thin on patience in this game every single time, just making the bounce over and over again. But this was one of the most confusing moments of my life. For a moment, we thought that CK has been successfully eliminated. Then both the players somehow make a bounce back. They somehow revive each other. They were able to pretty much restock up pretty well and then get back inside of the fight and just turn the tables completely.
And CK, I think this is the standard that they've set. CK, as we were talking about it, Juicy is one of the top 16 IGLs in the country, hands down. That's the legacy he's created, and I would go argue anyone on this. I mean, he has consistently showed up for every single big tournament. Yeah, missed out on 1, but who cares? He has showed up for like 6 in the past.
I know, right? And everyone interviews some sort of the IGLs. Everyone wants to know what sort of your strategies are. But in my opinion, someone needs to go and interview Juicy as well. Because he's definitely got something cooking up. He knows what exactly needs to be done in the online stages. Now on the LAN, I'm not exactly sure what goes on, because you cannot even say it's the pressure at that point, because the man's been competing for the longest. So it's definitely not the pressure. But maybe it's just the teams changing their play style out and over that's just catching these guys off guard.
Yeah, it could be that, or it just could be the fact that he personally has not succeeded on LAN for so long that now subconsciously might be thinking that, all right, LAN is where we are just the curse. Because it's the same thing that I've had this conversation with Sensei as well in the past, wherein even he was like, all right, we play well, we do everything right, but for some reason, LAN seems to be our kryptonite.
I mean, for Sensei...
Yeah, I know last year,
entirety
was a kryptonite, but
yeah, pretty much. The game was a kryptonite for the man.
Now he's making a bounce back, though, with Wild Fangs.
Yeah,
and I'm happy to see that happen.
Yeah, I mean, the rest of the 3 guys are doing amazing, man. I mean, for Wild Fangs, I know they are going to be doing pretty well. But you know what? The conversation should also revolve around Eggy, too. Because as a well-knit unit, even Eggy's doing extremely well.
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about things that end up being extremely well, ladies and gentlemen, one of those things is going to be the realme GT7. It is an amazing device, launching on the 27th of May on Amazon. So do make sure to go on Amazon and search for the realme GT7, and you can stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakh rupees. We keep talking about the features, right? But I know you guys love esports. You guys love to grind. So one thing that is going to be important for you is 120 FPS, stable BGMI gaming for 6 hours. How do we know it? Co-tested by Crafton and Realme together. And also, if you're wondering what happens after 6 hours, well, you get to pay some more, because 7,000 mAh battery. So it's not going to run out on you.
Exactly, that's for sure. You're going to be playing for the entire day. But now we've got the stars of the match on the screen. 5 finishes racked up from JD Gaming right there. Pash as well getting 2 rescues. And Pash once again with 3 finishes stacked up. So for JD Gaming, solid performance from Eggy. As I mentioned, Eggy deserves a lot of props and deserves a lot of claps as well. Now as we move on towards the match rankings, we've got Eggy topping the charts with 18 points. My calculation was a bit bad, but... Team Cosmic right there with 15 points after getting that chicken dinner. They were only able to funnel in 5 finished points. You've also got CK right there with 13. Ryder Esports with 12 points. A good performance in this one. Then you've got Golden Gliders with 10.
Yeah, Golden Gliders, I think, is turning out to be an impressive new name on the block.
I really want to know what went through their mind when they decided to give their name as Golden Gliders.
I don't know. I was wondering the same thing when you said that it's going to be an expensive glider, because aren't all the gliders in the game by default yellow?
Yeah, it is. It is. Maybe they want a glider placed specifically in Hacienda del Patron in the future.
Ooh, instead of the
Golden Dorado.
Yeah,
it's the Golden Glider.
Well, let's talk about the other teams instead, because we saw Likitha Esports as well with single digits on the board. But time to move on to the overall ranking. And hey, Cincinnati kids, all of that aggression actually amounts to something. 41 points, they break into the top 5.
Solid.
And apart from them, from this particular group, I think Team Cosmic have made a brilliant bounce back. We see them on the 14th position, so safe haven for them as well in the top 16.
Yeah, that is indeed quite impressive, right? And as
Eggy.
you mentioned, even for Team Cosmic, they've done quite good for themselves. Even Eggy's right there on the second page. So I'm really happy for these teams, right? Specifically for Eggy. He's also one of those players that's been trying his best to make it to the LAN finals, just like Sensei and even the other guys. And Eggy's someone who's actually making it happen as well, slowly and steadily. Let's not forget, in Team Bliss, he was able to make it to the LAN finals. I think it was in BMPS 2024.
I think so too. And again, this man has been there for the longest time. Does not matter if his roster changes or if he's playing with the same team. He has always been consistent if you look at his individual numbers.
If you remember the OG trio, right? There was Eggy, AJ, and Turbo. These three guys all the way back in Enigma Gaming. I mean, those were some OG days that I still remember, man. But you know what? The overall standing second page is on the screen. You've got Mastermind Mavericks with 29 points. You've also got Jaguar Officials right there with 29 as well. Revenant X Park with 27. I mean, inside of this page, we do not really see a lot of teams that are pretty much not doing too bad, since this is quite the comfort zone.
Yeah, and even Wildfangs, as you mentioned, they do manage to get themselves those 27 points.
I mentioned, right? Next to Soul and Godlike, they're right there.
Yeah. I think we are going to see these teams bounce back once they show up after the reshuffle, because I think the first week for realme BMPS 2025, this has been a very confusing start to the entire tournament, because almost all of the big rosters had massive changes, and out of nowhere you're seeing this surprising name pop off in the starting week.
Yeah, and Rider Esports too, just on the back of that one consistent game, they found themselves on the 12th spot, which is really good too. So at least they're out of harm's way for now.
I mean, safe haven, right?
Yeah.
As long as you're in the top 64, I think you're safe. Now, after the reshuffle, you got to start pumping up those numbers.
And genuinely speaking, I'm really concerned for Team Tamilan, because this is pretty much their third time in the official where the performance is not exactly there on the board, and they're pretty much playing with the same roster as well. So I guess if it's been 3 times, in my opinion, there is a problem in the playing for itself.
I mean, them and SOA Likitha Esports as well, because SOA is also a lineup that we've seen in the past, but collaboration was Likitha Esports, gives you a lot of resources, but now you have this massive burden of living up to the legacy that's been left behind from the previous lineup.
Yeah, exactly. We've got the bottom 16 now, though, Johnny.
Oh,
and
danger zone.
Yeah, the danger zone itself, pretty much called it the red zone, because if you manage to keep yourself in the bottom 16, even at the end of the entirety of the round 1, you will be eliminated from this tournament. And it's disheartening to see Phoenix Metal Esports 2 right here on the last page. You've got Fearless 4 with 0 points, Genix FM with 0 points. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, teams on the last page are actually struggling, man. 0 points, 0 points, then 2 points for the teams right above them.
Halo.
Yeah, Halo as well. And the biggest name on the last page, I think, has to be, as you mentioned, Phoenix Metal. That is a name that we would, at worst, see.
Not even dream, actually.
Yeah, not dream on the last page, man. They were topping the leaderboard on the first day of the finals of realme BGIS 25. They ended on a good note as well. Pretty decent ending. Because finals are always going to be the toughest stage of the tournament. But this time around, yeah, Phoenix Esports, you got to buckle up. We want the old Phoenix back.
I know, right? I do understand. Just one man has pretty much lifted away from this roster, which was Fury, and he's now currently playing in VASISTA Esports. But still, just because of one man, you cannot really change the play style. We want to see the OG Phoenix Esports back. That's the team that made us all your fans.
See, you say that, but we also saw the impact of Hunters moving out of Reckoning Esports in the initial stages to Phoenix Esports. I just hope that it's like a similar story that happened with Reckoning, that initially there was a fall in performance and then they bounced back. I hope same thing happens to Phoenix Metal, like a fall off right now, and after the reshuffle they make an impressive comeback.
You know what? Enough talks about all the gameplay. Enough talks about all the speculations. Which team did you predict for this group?
For this particular group, I think I went with Wildfangs.
Oh, I went with Rider Esports.
Oh, I went with Cincinnati Kids, actually.
Interesting. I went with Rider Esports, and generally speaking, for me, I'm happy that in the last game they did good. But for the first 2 games, yeah, it was miserable. I was worried. I was scared.
You were scared?
Yeah, I was definitely scared. Because what was going on with Rider Esports is something that just gave me flashbacks of Big Brother Esports.
I mean, to be honest, I also did not expect Rider to have a day like this. Because right off the bat, and I'm going to keep on repeating this, the fact that there was not supposed to be a drop clash in boot camp, I think was what Rider Esports was relying on. Because that game of Sanhok would have given them the momentum to at least have like a comfortable footing in Miramar, going into Miramar. Then even if you get reset on Miramar, you can always capitalize on Wrangle, because they know that not a lot of teams like to contest them. Contest Yasnaya fights. Even when Revenant X-Park was getting contested, they would like to find some breathing room. So that wasn't going to happen. And I think that Sanhok game just like started the tumble of Rider Esports. Thankfully, they recovered in a wrangle.
Even Mastermind Mavericks did quite good for themselves, right, Johnny? And now, since we know 3 days are already done, we already know tomorrow we're going to be back with the reshuffled groups, and I'm extremely excited for that.
Me too, man. I mean, it is going to be an exciting day tomorrow because new groups, and we can't really predict what the performance is going to look like. But if you want to find that out, make sure to tune in. Until then, that's Necro. This is Johnny. We're going to call it a night. Take care. See you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Delivery, order ready. समझा नहीं क्या भाई? अपना भाई वाव मोड में है।
Kia, movement that inspires.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या?
तू जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में मैं रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है तू। रोंडो? रन।
Nation wants to know कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो अभी बताओ मुझे रोंडो।
अरे ओ कालिया कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार।
रोंडो?
कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो?
क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में।
रोंडो आगे।
रन।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको, क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप। Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
so sweet.